And a very good morning and welcome back to Portugal, Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. It's a Thursday morning in the Portuguese capital city of Lisbon, where myself, Paul Evans, joined by Ben Mundy, are here to break down some surfing. Good morning, Ben.
One thing we've got today is a lot of surfing coming our way, Paul. Yeah, we are pressing go. We are going through the route of 96, as you can see by the conditions. Well, they're not ideal, but there's a bit of swell coming. There's waves breaking, and we are all go today, Paul.
Yeah, so we had extended time off yesterday afternoon, Ben. Does that put a bit of time pressure on us?
It does, yeah. We haven't got a whole lot of time. This is a pretty short event window for this. We've got a lot of surfers and a lot of heat runs to get through. So, yeah, we've just got to go when we can go, Paul. I like that. You know, there's no decision-making. If there's waves, we run.
You've been down having a little look this morning. Seen any corners, Ben?
Well, I just saw Yolanda Hopkins coming in for her third surf of the morning.
Did she get a couple?
She said there was a couple out there, and there's a couple of corners if you wait for them. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much more than that. So, yeah, it's pretty small. Like the last few days, pretty small conditions, bit of onshore breeze today, but I think it's supposed to get bigger.
Speaking of conditions, let's go and have a chat with a man who's got his eye on them. He's Hugo Pinero, our contest director, with Joanna Gonell.
Down the beach, better than yesterday. I'm here with the contest director, Hugo Pinero. So, what do you think about the conditions today?
For now, we have better conditions than yesterday afternoon, and suppose the waves to pick up. So, I think it's perfect to start to run the round tree, and hopefully the swell's coming.
Do you think the tide will have a major factor in the conditions?
We have no high tide, so it was the time that yesterday we stopped the comp. So we got the tide will helps. Also the swell's coming, so the conditions will be always better than is now. So.
Okay, so it's going to be improving the whole day. Thanks, Hugo, and back to you, boys. So it's on.
Thank you, Chico by Chico Alves. I love the optimism from the Portugueses.
Yeah, really was. Just the swell's coming in. It's improving. We're surfing through the high tide. It's all go. Well, yeah, if one man knows, it's that man, Hugo. So, yeah, we are go, and that's the QS. Life of the QS doesn't always serve up optimum conditions, but these guys make it look good.
Did you get up to much fun stuff yesterday when your afternoon off, Ben?
I didn't, Paul. I actually nosed the grindstone, just did a bit of work in my...
Just did some online gambling.
Fabulous hotel just opposite the event, and then, yeah, had a beautiful... Did get out just in time for the sunset. Beer on the sunset, nice dinner in town. So, yeah, pretty enjoyable. What'd you get up to, Paul? Anything exciting?
Yeah, I went for a nice drive. Did some bird watching.
Right, nice. And what'd you see?
Lagoa de Albufeira.
That could be a different municipality, but yeah.
Yeah, birding down there, and then I went to a little swim in the beautiful crystal clear rock pools and cliffs of Portinho.
A la natural or board?
Well, bodies, mate, not animal.
Yeah. Any birds? Significant sightings?
Yeah, quite a lot of chats, stone chats, wind chats, wheaties.
Wheaties, yeah. I saw a little wheatie yesterday, actually.
Good stuff, yeah, some good stuff out there. A lot of wetland birds, obviously. Ovs. That's good. Who's in the water? Let's check out Bito Garitarandia, Eduardo Fernandez, Mail Laborde, Eduardo Papa. 4 surfers. They've only got 20 minutes on the clock, Ben. What does that mean?
I like that. That means there's only 20 minutes.
It's pressure.
Heat. Yeah, every second's a prisoner. And, yeah, it's going to wrap it through pretty quick. These heats are going to run fast. These surfers probably not quite used to 20-minute heats, maybe, since the old junior days. So it's on.
Good tweet coming in. This one's Wes up in Norway. He's saying, we don't seem to have started yet. How do they decide to start a heat? Who decides when they go? Does someone fire a pistol? Is there a starter's pistol? Good question, Wes.
Yeah, it is Wes. He's despite being a long way away, he's very interested in
I think they quite often wait for a set, don't they, to kick things off first heat of the day?
Well, I think what they tend to do is there's a hooter in the background, you probably hear that, and that starts at a set time. In this case, it should be 7:30. So they always like to start on a, I don't even know, they never like to start on 7:24, 7:27 for some reason. They call it on. I mean, Rob Gunning, I assume, is the man that has got that. He's got a little silver pistol that he shoots into the hooter, and then the hooter goes off at 7:30. And we are live now.
At the end of each day as well, any sort of undischarged ammo he has to fire into a bucket of sand, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just sort of demonstrate that his weapon is no longer loaded.
Which he does, but he only does that. He doesn't actually. There's a noise, but he just pockets the ammo. You know, classic Rob. And the boys out there, yeah, Mal Laborde, Eduardo Papa, Eduardo Fernandez, Bitor. It's a bit of Basque French feel, and these guys, this all-important first wave, Paul. No priority. I mean, this for me, this is where it's probably the most exciting part, probably of the day.
Is it that time of the Portuguese QS season where we start to talk about your book, which has been delayed, hasn't it? There's been a lot of problems with COVID. COVID and the sort of publishing bidding war, inverting the priority. Your book, all about QS priority, or mainly QS.
Yeah.
When's it coming out, Ben? I mean, I pre-ordered a copy. I think it's about 7 years ago. I paid $49.99 on pre-order.
Yeah. Oh, its price has gone up since then, actually. So you got a bargain. What you've done there, you invested early.
I saw value in the market.
Yeah. No, I just look. The problem with priority is that it's such an ever-changing beast, ever-evolving, ever-revolving, and there's just so many sort of. So I'm definitely after Santa Cruz. I'm gonna put a lock on it. This is the last 2 events. Just hoping for some massive sort of incident that can just tie the whole thing up and make it into a perfect sort of narrative arc. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's not normally the way books are written, is it? You wait for something to happen in real life so you can write about it. Let's check out a good bit of paddling and splashing.
I mean, could that be it, Paul?
Wow. So no one caught a wave there. It looked like Papa wanted it. So did Garitonandia. And in the end, nobody went. What have we got here? We've got more paddling. It looks like Mel Laborde is up on the backhand. The young Frenchman. He'll whip a first turn. And bang, another to finish. Nicely done.
Any relation to PV Laborde?
No. Just as far as that's a very, very common name and very popular name in France. Yeah. It's kind of like your Jones or your Smith or your something like that.
Fernandez.
Kind of. Good question, though.
Yep.
17 on the clock, so 3 minutes gone. A quick wave for Mel Laborde opens things up for our first heat of the day, which Ben Mundy's very excited about being a big day of competition. The classic another big day of competition. And we have lots of surfing to get through. Right now, we're checking out our Basque, Garitonandia, as he does an athletic sort of forehand re-entry manoeuvre. Quite a lot of spring in his step. It will just be the one turn, though, Ben.
Yeah, one nice turn, though. Click the fins out. Got some tweets coming in. Got one here, as we see. Mel Laborde, first wave of the day. First of many I'd forecast. And nice last turn, so a strong start. I'm saying we've got Gail from Cardiff. She's saying, speaking of bird watching, she loves the bird watching chat. She's saying, if Pipeline is probably the example, she says, of the most famous kind of surfing wave, is there like an equivalent in the bird watching world, like the one spot that you could sort of go to where it's classified as the...
Probably more regional than global. But on the global scale, I mean, a lot of your birders that travel, like go to head to Southern Africa, like Namibia is a really big birding spot. So a lot of those countries in Southern Africa are pretty big in birding. But in Europe, said this, particularly the Iberian Peninsula, I'm going to go for Donania, which is a big wetlands in the south of Spain, in Andalusia. That's probably the gold standard, Ben, for birding.
Right.
Certainly on the Iberian Peninsula.
Yep, okay, good. Well, I'm sure Gail is noting that down, ready for a next trip.
I mean, it's no Dinton pastures, just outside Reading, where I used to go as a lad. But hey, it does its best.
Yeah. Just you can only do you can only bird what's in front of you.
As we pick up our swell, you can see the long lines. That's our distant ground swell with a little bit of wind ruffle. It was hacking yesterday afternoon, really blowing pretty strong. Things have cleaned up this morning, but you can still see a bit of that texture left over from the wind from yesterday. And we're hoping our swell will continue to fill in through the day. That's what our forecast suggested. Something in round about the 3 foot range, something like that. What we also need is consistency, Ben, don't we?
Like
as well as the size.
Charlie Martin warming up. They've already served a couple of heats. Looking strong, looking focused. And yeah, expect big things from him. Made the final not that long ago. And yeah, came up in conversation last night, didn't he? We always, often Charlie Martin comes up in just as we ruminate on the day's proceedings, you know, who's going to win and who's got this form on the board. And yeah, Martin always in the conversation. I mean, it seems like eons ago already, that first sort of day, Paul. I mean, if you cast your mind back, and first heat of the event, just snuck through with a wave in the last couple of 30 seconds, surfing the round of, I don't know, 4,054 or something. But there he is. Expect to see some of the bigger names coming through through the round 96 and the round of 64 shortly. Maybe later on this afternoon we'll see some big guns.
We're having a look at Eduardo Papa, live action from him on the back end, a little softer opening section. Couple of whips, he'll look to finish that, which he does. It's pretty nicely done. Couldn't do a whole lot more with what was on offer. There goes Fernandez. And he will whip that board down the line. A little spanking energy off the top from Eduardo. And he'll flick out. So, looks like everyone's got a wave now, Ben.
Yep.
Which is nice.
Yeah, these, as we said, 20-minute heats, they go quick. And yeah, everyone's got their little feet. Everyone's looking pretty solid too, pretty confident. Not a lot between the four surfers. No mistakes. And starting off strong that first heat of the day. Always a tough one. Eduardo started cracking away down the corner. Sort of fair bit of, you know, bit of wiggle turns in between the bigger turns. Which the judges don't always like, but strong surfing. And Papa, Italian, just getting 3 quick fire whacks in as well. So much of a muchness. No ways really being able to differentiate themselves in terms of big points, but workmanlike, I would say, Paul, would be the word I'd be using so far if I was to be asked.
Workperson-like. Yeah, lots of tweets. Twitter's been really busy this morning, actually. We'll do our best to get to one here in from Dog, who's in Torquay in Australia, not the one in Devon. He's got a question for Ben. He said, Ben, I know you're really big on your anthropology and your history. He wants to know about the influence of the beaker culture that arose in this, particularly this part of Europe, and really went on to sort of dominate what's now become the continent, and also its influence, its sort of later influence on surfing. Great question, Dog. Yeah. By the way,
I mean, there's a lot to unpick there, Dog.
Who were the beaker people?
Well, that was it's a pretty underrepresented tribe in the annals of European history, I would say.
Yep.
Sort of got glossed over, but yeah, the beaker culture sort of originated around this on the Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah, the Tagus estuary, so just inland of where we are here.
Followed the river, famous for the use of beakers. So they sort of
drink from.
Invented the cup,
yeah,
pretty much.
Inventors of the cup.
And by virtue of being able to carry water in vestibule, able to spread the beaker culture quite far and wide. And I'm not sure what led to their demise. I think probably the Romans. No,
when the mug came in, yeah. it'll just really change.
Yeah, once I think it was the one where it could keep the well, basically the thermos. When the thermos people
insulated drinkware.
The thermos tribe from Greece turned up. It was all over. But yeah, the beaker culture, worth a Wikipedia. You know, a culture that's not too well talked about or understood, but obviously Dog's all over it. Loves a beaker chat, doesn't he?
And the influence on surfing was the last part of the question.
Oh, well, I mean, basically, the trophies that you often get, you see the classic trophy, you get the cup shape, that's beaker influenced.
Live action here, Mael aboard. Good first turn from Mael. Keeps on whipping. He's got that back knee kind of tucked out rather than tucked in. Allows him to whip that body on the backhand turns. Already got a 5 on the board. And he will build on his total because that's his second wave. It will count for him. Lost half the heat, Ben, already.
It's flown by, hasn't it? The board, for my money, looking the best. Another wave to back up his 5, so strong from him.
Sometimes referred to as the ball beaker culture as well. Different people call it different names.
Yeah.
Garatarandia hitting it, lipping it, kicking out of it. That will be a second ride for the young Basco. Got a 3-5 early doors just for the one turn. And for a left, this time the right-hander, Ben.
Yeah. Pretty sharp. Unlike his opponents, only be getting sort of 2 turns in. Some of the other guys are getting 3, as we see Mail here. He got 3 nice little hooks in. Should be some score, a lot of spray. And then out the back, just too far behind that one, Fernandez. So Laborde getting the best of that exchange across the 4 surface. There's some lines coming in.
I mean, the mind does boggle. How do people drink before the cup? Just straight from rivers?
Yeah.
It's basically got to stick your face in a stream, essentially.
Yeah,
like
pretty much. I mean, then you just cup your hands, obviously. And they must have went, well, that's a good sort of curved vegetable. Must have come from techniques, or the type of wood they could easily sort of mould. Were they clay? What were they using, the beakers?
We're going to look into this as we see a set go wide and we see Garatarandia. He likes it. He's having a little bouncy. Ooh, that was a nice turn. Very smooth. It was kind of a kicking out turn, just finishing off on a closeout section, but very nice and spicy from Vitor.
Imagine back in the day, you turn up to a party, you know.
Great party.
Yeah, great party, mate. Great. And you just all having a drink, and then you look around and there's the beakers just sitting over there with their like esky, pouring their cold beers into a cup, and then you're sitting there sort of just scooping out, I don't know, just using your hand or dripping your shirt into it and then wringing out your shirt to drink from. You'd be like, those beakers are cool.
Yeah, the bell beaker culture was partly preceded and contemporaneous with the corded ware culture, and in North Central Europe preceded by the funnel beaker culture.
Oh, the funnel, those funnel guys were good, weren't they? This is a big turn here from Vitor. He comes around the corner. It's one in. He just can't find open face. Those corners. This one was a bit more exciting. Goes up, busts the fins out, loses his feet just for a little while, Papa, but hangs on. Bit of progression, bit of flair, which we like to see early on in the doors here. 6.5 minutes to go. Papa just trying to get ahead. As we see the next surfer there, it's Sammy Pitier from France, looking pretty focused. And Sam's been getting some big drainers back home over the last few months. Very different conditions now from the Gravier Bazes he's been used to. He's a top seed. What are the funnel beakers? What do they get up to? So they invented the funnel.
A lot of fun. That was more Central Europe. I'm just fascinated by the fact that it's not only a collection of characteristic artifacts, but also a complex cultural phenomenon involving metalwork and copper, gold, as well as archery and specific types of ornamentation.
Yeah, they were handy.
A lot going on.
They were handy, those.
Busy. Keeping busy.
Yeah, they were. As Laborde has been in this particular heat. Started off with a 5, got a 6.67. You see Papa, this wave, his first wave, and a solid high 5. So Papa and Laborde, the 2 surfers out front, but this man is right in the mix, Eduardo Fernandez. And this is the best wave of the heat so far. Laborde just swinging away and looking strong. He's got a lead, and a fairly substantial one at the moment. And as ever, it's a race for second. Fernandez and the Basque surfer Vitor looking to get up there, only needing really, really small scores.
Yeah, into that final 5 minutes, crucially. Laborde looking good. Big totals, 11.67. That's solid from the surfer out of the beautiful island of Martinique. So lying just to the south of the sort of French surf and hotbed of Guadeloupe, where a lot of the top professional French surfers tend to come from.
Got a question, a tweet in here from Viv from Newcastle. And Viv says, can you help me with, I've got a problem, she says.
No promises, Viv.
She says, next week, she checked the WSL website, checked the calendar. She says, seems to be a clash.
I don't like where this is going.
She said there's been a clash. She said she can see that Bells is on at the same time as Santa Cruz.
Yep.
Where should she divide her limited, but, you know, time.
Go. The great news there, Viv, is you don't need to.
Right.
Just because of the way the time zones work. I think the surf coast of Victoria is 10 hours ahead of Portugal.
I think it might be 9 at the moment.
It might be Nan. Therefore, you don't need to. So you can watch all of Bells, and then just sort of literally turn back time, click the button to Santa Cruz, and we'll be there.
You might be able to do 24 hours straight of high quality.
And then Bells will kick off again. Just as we're wrapping up, going to the Noah Surf House.
You better get some type of stayer up sort of materials that you can get your hands on. You've got a big week coming your way.
Fernandez just poking one in a nice steep section. The number he requires is just a 2.63. That is not big. And you'll see that reflected in the type of waves that he's going to go for now, because when you just need a 2, that's one turn. That is anything really. Get to your feet and have a wiggle. Let's have a look, see if he did it here, Ben.
I mean, it's pretty strong. One turn, needing 2.63. As Paul said, well, I think he might get it, and he does. So with a 3.03, I mean, there's tiny little margins that you see. Half a point here, half a point there, could change your next few weeks. Fernandez has just done enough, leaving Papa now with a 3.91. Excitement as it counts down the last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, not big requirements for Papa or Garitarandia. Small numbers, and the region of 4s is what they're after. Second prio is with Vitor, our heat leader. Mel Laborde holds down the first priority. I think if he sees a good looking set wave come through, he'll take it, but otherwise I reckon he'll be feeling reasonably good about where he is in terms of his points and his standing in this heat. He's looked very sharp. He's found the speed. Here goes Fernandez, deciding to keep surfing. And he does some wiggling, some redirecting through the middle section of the wave. Might improve on the 3.03 and just make that requirement slightly tougher for Papa.
Yeah, he's got the old paddling back out and kicking your feet kind of angle. I'm always a bit sceptical whether kicking the feet while you're paddling actually makes you go faster. I suppose it does for swimming. I feel like there's a displacement of water that doesn't actually help you.
It might be creating a little bit of drag at the same time.
Never been a fan of it personally.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like those. There's always. Well, there was a guy at my local beach, Stegsy. He used to paddle, like kick ferociously when he was paddling for a wave.
Yeah.
Quite off-putting, quite sort of aggressively.
Sometimes Tom Curran used to do that though, so that you know that makes it okay.
Yeah.
But
kind of do. I don't think.
But Stegsy, Curran, Stegsy.
Yeah. Even in the way they kick, very different.
Different vibes.
Different vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Stegsy named after. Used to eat a lot of chicken. There was a chicken factory called Steggles. From Steggles to Stegs to Stegsy. 30 seconds here though. Papa looking out to sea. Just trying to will a wave in, a 3.91. There he goes, makes a move. He's got no time now. He has to have a crack. He might be having a crack. He's seeing something. Has he got time?
Yeah, he's going to get this, I think, Ben. We'll go 6 seconds on the clock as he paddles in. He's going to stand up just before the horn. He's upright, looking for 3.91. Drama at the end of the heat here. He's going down the line. He's flailing a bit. There's a floater. What's he got? And he goes down and makes it easy for the judges. And he's rattled. Understandably, that was the chance for the score there, Ben.
It really was. And he blew it. And you can see the frustration on him. And, you know, whether that was a four, we'll never know, because he was just getting around that next section, and yeah, there's the little small mistakes that cost you. And Papa, well, he ain't happy, and he'll be replaying that wave for a little while yet. And them the brakes.
We're checking out Mail aboard, making his way in after a decent performance. Never looked sort of out of sorts in that heat. Very much in control with his lineup management. And his surfing itself will go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action. The round of 96 of the men is in the water. We'll be right back.
Easy.
Almada, território de muitos.
And welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We are progressing through the round of 96 of the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2022. Big names turning up and big names in the booth. I'm Ben Mundy, joined by Jose Ferreira. We've got some sort of top seeds coming through the round of 96 today, and already we've seen some a few big names coming up here. Aaron Strong, Sam Pittiep, Christian Portelli and Charlie Martin. Mate, what do what's your vibe? How are you feeling this morning? What's the Ferreira, the vibe scale on? Good. Yeah.
We have better conditions than yesterday, so we're set to a very good day of competition.
Yeah, exactly. We are set to go. We've got the conditions, improving is what the word on the street is. Bit of onshore today, northwest winds, but swell coming on the march. That man there has already surfed a few heats. Charlie Martin, he knows this little part of the coast, this part of the bank pretty well. So we're hoping just for some improving swell. Just got through the high tide now, so tide going out, swell coming in, and we're set to try and run around a 96 and potentially go into the women's after that. We'll see how we go. Charlie Martin one of the top seeds, so he's ranked pretty high. I think around 11 on the European sort of Challenger Series. Oh, it's the qualifying series right now, so he needs a result. All these surfers vying to get in the top 10 of the European qualifying series rankings, and that means they'll be eligible to surf in the Challenger Series, which are 5 or 6 events that get you in the C2. The first one being in Snapper Rocks in the start of May. So it's big prizes up for grabs, and it all starts in these sort of hustle. And we see the Frenchman going left, Strong from Portugal going right. That's Pitié.
Surfing with his arms open to give him some balance. He's really good on the air, and we all expect big things from this man. Really good surfer, young surfer still, so still has a lot of time for that evolving curve. But Strong on that wave there, smaller wave, but just wants to put something on the board. And Armstrong, very passionate surfer, passionate competitor, did well yesterday in his heat. And Ben, there's this thing, some surfers seem to have like a spell on them that they're always the first heat of the draw. So they have to, especially when the check-ins are this early, around 7:15, they're the first heat. Do you think there's an advantage or disadvantage of being on the first heats? So you have to wake up super early, or if you're in the last heats and you have to wait all day, what do you think?
Good question. I like it. I think most surfers would prefer not to be in that first heat. It means you don't get a chance to watch, obviously, the heat before and see even if you're free surfing, it's still not the same as a 4-man heat. So yeah, I reckon given the choice, most surfers would prefer not to. But I tell you what, hold that thought, because someone who did get up early and did win their heat, it's down there with Joanna Garnell.
It's not Joanna Garnell, it's Chico Bachico without a makeup. But yeah, good morning, boys. I have with me the heat winner. How was it out there?
I take 2 waves. One, it was a 5-1, and another one, it was a 6.67. And I take the lead.
Yeah, you surfed really well. The 667 was really good. Yeah. That board looks amazing. Yeah. How does it feel? What model is it?
It's a Marquis softboard from Martinique, from Iceland, and he's a really good shaper. And he shapes for me since I'm 8 years old. Yeah.
Nice. It's looking great. Good luck for the next round, and congratulations. Nice to see you.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks, Chico. Yeah, from Martinique, their male, another sort of roof surfing hotspot, French Caribbean, providing a consistent source of incredible surfers for surfing under the French flag. What a little hotspot over there it is, isn't it? So you think about some of this. I mean, we've got Charlie Martin here from Guadeloupe. But think of all those surfers from that part of the world. It's amazing.
The Caribbean. Let me tell you, I ate the best tomatoes of my life in Martinique.
Tomatoes?
Yeah.
Tomatoes, yeah, right.
Curious fact, but it's just, I don't know, it's really something from out of this world. You can eat a tomato with a little bit of salt and olive oil, and it's like heaven. It's like something out of this world.
Man,
it's like having a pineapple in Central America or something.
I didn't need any more reason to go to French Caribbean, but now delicious tomatoes is another one.
Looks good on you. Just a few tomatoes.
I do love a tomato. Yeah, what a part of the world, and what just a conveyor belt of talent. It just keeps coming out. Timothy Bissot we'll probably see later on in the event. Charlie Martin. Yeah, so there's just and then the next generation of male Laborde, Gatien Delahaye. I mean, the list just goes on in terms of incredible surfers coming out of that little part of paradise. Obviously very different to the conditions they're facing here, but they're
warm waters, paradisey,
white sandy beaches.
Not much crowd, too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've never been over. They've never been lucky enough to go to that part of the world.
I've only been to Martinique as well, as WSL used to hold a contest there. What was the name of the point? Do you remember?
I remember I used to try and move heaven and earth every year to try and get there.
To go
and
there.
I never went.
You would have loved it, man.
The right-hand pointer.
Exactly. Well, I'll remember.
Something?
Yeah, it was something like that.
I mean, you're the one that was there.
I know. I'm really bad at these things. My memory has never been that good. But beautiful place. Just kind of reminds you of Jurassic Park when you go and
massive dinosaurs roaming around.
Dinosaurs, T-Rexes mainly.
Yeah, right.
And huge waterfalls. And, it's really beautiful place and really good waves and tomatoes.
It'd be great, actually, to have that event back up and running. It's really important, I think, for those surfers in that part of the world who travel so much to come over to Europe, have to pretty much, go away for 6 months a year to compete. I think to have an event close to home, whether it would be Guadeloupe or Martinique as it used to be, would be incredible. So hopefully that may come back sometime in the future.
Yeah, that's true. It's harder for some surfers to do the circuit than the others. It's more expensive, at least. Charlie here, not wearing a leash, so interesting choice there.
Yeah.
What do you think? Confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it is confidence. I mean, you these guys really shouldn't be coming close to falling off on these type of waves. The paddle out isn't a long way, as we see Portelli surfing the Swedish flag, but spends a lot of his time down in the Canary Islands. Sharp, busy, and 3 or 4 turns in. So that was his first wave. The Frenchman, though, he's the man on fire, and there's another big combo. He's already had a pretty substantial lead. That's going to improve it.
Nice surfing there, top to bottom.
You're right about that technique of his. Let's have a look. Let's break it down here. He's got those arms are in a really unique spot, aren't they?
Yeah, open arms, strong base in his legs, and really nice diverse surfing. So really good wave for Saint-Péter. No airs there, and the replay here for Christian.
Yeah, really very contrasting styles. He's like very quick sort of turns, but not a lot of amplitude, not a lot of spray. As we see Charlie Martin trying to get back in the game. And I think Sam Péter is going to have a big score coming his way and going to wrap up this heat convincingly. And that means Charlie Martin needing a few scores. The rest of the other 3 surfers, they've got nothing. So here we see Charlie. What's he got?
Yeah, first snap. Then, this wave is not amazing, but he just wants to get started. But truth is, it's 6 minutes to go, so not that much time. And I think he's using the same board he used here last year, Ben.
Yeah, I think he is. He's more of the French crew. And Thomas Debier, another great surfer from the French Caribbean we were just talking about. Paul Cesar distinguished warming up. French crew all back on each other. Great to see. Oh, I wish I could do that. Just bend your knees like that. Oh, that was a good jump as well. So PCD.
Ooh.
Boomtown. Looking good. And those boys there hanging out as a group. Charlie Martin now. It's a tiny little scrap of a heat. There's some tiny numbers, except for Sam in surfer in red. These 4 guys, probably 3 guys now. 5.5 minutes left remaining. They've got to do it all in the back end of these heats. And we'll see how it unplays. Yeah, Martin on that same board. Often those surfers do that, don't they, Zay? They just, if they, have a board that's done particularly well in competitions, they'll just keep it, bring it out at the right time.
Yeah, it's
sort of
such
strange in an old board almost. Like, well, that looks weird. It looks old.
Looks yellow. Yeah.
That's Dylan board there. He's not happy with that. Charlie, he's got through. He's got a 2.83 and a 2. He'll be pretty much amazed that he's got through that. Right, now there's that massive number coming through for the Frenchman, Peter, an 8.83. The highest score of the event so far. The highest heat total of the event. So, an incredible performance from the surfer in red. And he made it even more remarkable, Zay, in that no one else has got anything.
Yeah, and he just surfed this, been surfing this heat perfectly. 2 good waves on the right time. He just got it under control, under the lock. And Charlie here wants to put something on his board. This is probably the biggest wave he caught this heat. First nice turn. This one is not as good as the section wasn't that critical. And Armstrong here, this wave looks good. So good first turn, second okay turn, and this wave is just real good. So even though the surfing wasn't you know, speed, power, and flow, he surfed it very well, composed, didn't fall. So nice for him. He's probably going to move his position.
Yeah, you think so. You're right. He was a little bit late to all those turns, but he still got the man. This is fanging down the line. Oh, he can't get that Portelli. So yeah, Strong only needing a tiny score. You think he's going to get that, obviously. And he was happy with it. I knew that claim was coming. If there was one thing I knew was coming our way, it was a claim after that wave. I could feel it, I could sense it, and Strong delivered it. So he's going to move up into second, you think, leaving Charlie Martin, one of the top seeds. Struggling here to get that all-important wave. There's a little bit of a recap, and it's been all about this man here. Started off strong, banging down the line. Probably one of the first proper aerials we've seen and got scored appropriately, 6.17. Just got these left-handers, just so much open face, so much power, so much spray. And that's an 8.87. That's the best 3 turns of the competition. So, great surfing. Portelli fought back. This is his only wave of note, a 4.73. Hasn't been able to back it up with anything, so...
Good. Solid surfing. Just his turns, as you were saying, not that much amplitude. Also because the waves are small, but Aaron Strong just moved to second place. He had a 4.67, so also in this round, the judges will be a bit more picky regarding the scores. They won't give out a bigger score just because the wave is good or there were 4 turns locked in. They're really looking for the criteria to be all in there when they're judging. So as we saw in Sam's wave, they're not afraid to give out good scores, as they gave the best score of this contest so far to Sam Pité. They identified speed, power, diversity, flow, so they reward him with a very good score.
Yeah, and first wave into the excellent range, 8.83, so he's home and hosed. There's the WSL judging criteria there. As you can read, there's a lot going on there. Speed, power and flow, variety of manoeuvres, combination of major manoeuvres, innovation and progression, commitment and degree of difficulty. So, yeah, and that wave pretty much had all those boxes ticked. And hence an 8.83, huge. Charlie Martin, now this is the story of this heat, that the main, he's the favourite, and he needs a 4.02. He doesn't have priority, that Sam, but he might stay well away from the action, I'd imagine. Here's Aaron Strong just trying to build on his second wave. And he looks a little bit sticky, a little bit hard, but he worked for it, trying to improve on a 2.67.
Was that a claim?
Almost was. He thought about it. Yeah, I think he stopped himself.
Yeah.
As well as he might, because that wasn't really a claimable way. Let's see if he does. Bit of spray there. It's a sort of slow wave, so he's trying to get one big final turn. He does. Throws the fins out. Kind of thought about the judges' look, but decided not to. 30 seconds on the clock. And there goes Martin. So this is the wave that's going to potentially get one of the favourites through. He's not surfing till he's high standard, but he's probably done enough. He likes it. And this is a bit of a victory lap for the Frenchman, who's been far and away the best surfer of the heat. And he's still going. Looks sharp. And he's going to come in. His debrief will be a good one. Martin thinks he's got the score. So we'll have to see. All 4 surfers getting waves on the dying seconds of that heat. Plenty to chew on for the judges.
But
Charlie Martin netting a 4.97 because Strong's got to improve his score of that last wave. So is that a 5-point ride? Charlie seems to think so. He's got the little waiting for the judges shuffle. He's still a little bit apprehensive because a 5-point ride, not easy. The boys are going to say, I don't know, in this situation, do they give it to him straight or do they just say, oh, yeah, it was a 5, mate, it was a 5?
It's hard, you know, the wave wasn't that big. They're going to compare it with the other waves surfed this heat. He's discussing with his group. So it's one of those situations where it can be or it also cannot,
yeah, because when Charlie took off on that wave, he only needed a 4. And so it has gone to a 4.97. So we're just trying to find out. We get clarification on that. Exactly the score he needed. But he did a 4.97.
They're saying yes.
Yeah, of course they are. Look at Coach Mark Lackerberry, he's calm. The judges are taking an awful long time.
Dans l'eau, j'arrivais pas à avancer. Le souffle coupé et tout, genre.
Charlie, I couldn't get that, but he's definitely known for being a passionate competitor. Let's watch the replay again. So some amplitude on this wave, and
yeah, I thought that last turn was a little bit sort of caught up, wasn't he? He played it safe, but I think he may have done enough on that first 2 turns there. A bit of spray. And he's got that swallowtail Dylan. That wax job for me needs a bit of work. That's what I would say about that board.
Yeah, I think
needs a re-waxing.
Might be the same wax as last year.
Alain scores coming in, and it's a 5.03. So by the absolute skin of his teeth, Charlie Martin has got through, and that's the type, you know, when things go your way. Sometimes you're on a roll. He's just got through, and I mean, it's good for the competition. He's one of the potential favourites for this event. He's a good character, and he's just snuck through. And Aaron Strong is going to be pretty upset about that. That's the way it goes. So exciting end to a pretty exciting heat. Charlie Martin is through. Right now, though, we're going on a short commercial break. Come back with more live action around in 96. Heat 3 of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surface 2022. We'll see you right after this short commercial break.
Welcome back to the beach. Caparica plays host to qualifiers from across Europe and beyond. Let's check out Pacey Distingan taking on Martin Carrasco, Ido Arkin, Ian Costa. Our 4 surfers out, duking it out for survival to stay alive, potentially go all the way to post a big result on the qualifying series in Europe. Paul Evans back in the studio to talk you through it alongside Zay Ferreira. And already with the heats coming thick and fast, and with the requirements being pretty modest right to the end of the heat, we're getting some interesting finishes, particularly that last heat with Charlie getting the number right at the end.
Yeah, just another kind of morning glory. A lot of suspense all the way till the end, and now we have Martin Carrasco, our surfer from Ericeira. Really good barrel rider. He's been standing out this year in our Portuguese winter, especially in his hometown in Ericeira. Also likes to fish. But yeah, this winter, this guy has been on fire, representing Ericeira's finest. And another nice heat on our hands. Martin Carrasco, young surfer, starting to pave his way into the QSs.
What's your fishing like, mate? You into it? You like to dangle a rod?
I like to dangle a rod. As we had the first exchange during the start of this heat, Ido Arkin, he was really solid in his first heats. And Ian Costa also surfed well in his first heat. So this will definitely be an interesting third heat of this round. Bear in mind that the top seeds start to surf in this round, so it would be normal that the level comes up. But I do like to fish. I don't fish well, but I do like to spend time fishing. It's kind of like a therapy, isn't it?
Well, let's go down and hear from a man who put on a bit of a clinic this morning, a young man, Sam Peter. He's standing by for a chat down the beach.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach. What a performance you made. Sam, how are you feeling? 8.83, best score of the contest so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super happy because I woke up this morning, it was all cold and small, and I was like, are they gonna run? I was scared. And then I got to the beach and I actually saw some fun waves, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do my best, and I got that good wave in the heat, 8.83, so I'm very stoked.
Yeah, and what was, the waves are slow. What was your mindset going in?
My mindset was to get at least a good, like a set wave, because there's at least like 2 or 3 heats, so if you get one, you have a big advantage on your opponent. So my game plan was to get at least one and then get a good backup.
And to make the best wave of the contest so far, what were you riding?
I'm riding a epoxy board, Mata shape. It's the board I rode like the past contest, and it's working really well every contest, so I keep going on this one.
Well, seems like a good choice for you. Congrats, and into the next round. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Chico.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the local equipment, Matter Shapes, right here in Caparica. And I've seen a lot of those boards going down and looking like they are working really well in the local conditions.
Yeah, do you have a lot of up-and-coming shapers? Do you know of in France?
It seems like there's like new kind of labels popping up all the time. Yeah, I guess demand is like really high for boards, and you know, because of that, there's only so much some of the bigger places can. There's so many boards they can make.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of like younger crew getting into it, and yeah, little labels popping up all the time. So it's like quite a healthy time in board building.
It is actually technical surfing materials. I mean, like leashes and pads and surf bags and surfboards and wetsuits. That's the thing people in the surfing industry, the brands are focusing on, and yeah, healthy scene on the shaping. As we have PV, 3 nice turns there for PV, small wave, but gets started.
Paul Cesar opening up the account there with the left-hander, a couple of flicks from him. It was a small wave. Does manage to stay quite light on his feet, though, Zay.
Yeah, a nice bottom turn, so you can see the experience, even if the wave isn't that good. He looks really solid, amplitude, classy surfing. PC, he might be called a veteran, almost. So I grew up with competing with this guy. So yeah, veteran.
An experienced campaigner, still looking sprightly with his surfing and looking for a big result here. Of course, back-to-back QS for the men. We'll be up in Santa Cruz next week. The women, just this event. As we see Paul Cesar just bury his board unintentionally, recovering from a backhand turn. He'll just quickly reprocess with a certain air of chagrin. He'll be a little bit annoyed he didn't finish his wave there. No one really putting their mark on this thus far. We've got Ian Costa with the 4.17 that he got early on. Other than that, not a lot of quality to bring you. Incredible to think Sam Peter got that big 8.85 in that last heat. Just lit the thing up.
Definitely, that was a great wave, and the wave itself was, was a good set wave, but it wasn't like nothing out of this world. He really did milk it well, surfed it well, made it look better than it was. And we have Nog in the next heat.
Yeah.
All smiles for Nog. He comes pumped from his last heat. I think we were doing that one, and he was surfing really well.
Yeah, he just had a little warm-up surf down the beach. That's why he's all wet. So right next to our setup here, we've got another little peak right and left, just south of us. So surfers can get some free surf waves, get warmed up, and then quickly come back in. Logistically, quite an easy event, this one, in terms of the sort of amount of yards you got to cover. You can easily just walk up the beach, grab your singlet, and then head down and paddle out. It's a good opportunity for free surfing. You're going to need that because they are short heats. They're compact in the action, as is Ian Costa. And he's got some whippy energy. I thought on his first wave, he maybe just overcooked one of his bottom turns and actually put himself behind the section a little bit. Didn't quite finish, but nevertheless, it was good enough for that high score, the 4.17, and he's just backed that up as well with a series of backhand turns. So likely to improve, you'd think, as we're picking up the end of Martin Carrasco, who just got a 2 in early on. And he'll improve very marginally with a small backup number. Getting down towards the halfway point in this one. And a number to drop for Costa, as well as Ido Arkin, part of our Israeli contingent. That have been an emerging story, particularly through the early rounds. Here goes Ido.
Yeah, his last one, bigger wave, good first turn, second nice turn as well. A bit of variety here on his snap, but unfortunately, and I like this one. Top to bottom wave, not easy. And look at this one. Now he gained some acceleration there. The wave was really small, and he gets a 6 point for that. So the judges liking his rhythm.
Yeah, big number that, 6. He'll enjoy that. So well done, Ian Costa. So far, so good for him. Up in double figures with that 4.17 and the 6. Little frustration from Paul Cesar. Ido Arkin as well will be a little annoyed he didn't finish his wave. He had another steep wave. Did Arkin. Got a couple of snaps. Unfortunately, from his point of view, fell on the finishing maneuver. 4.73 the reward from it. Possibly had another point or so on that wave. It was quite a good-looking wave.
Yeah, those are sometimes the mistakes that, in the end of the heat, might cost you. It might be the difference between passing or losing. So hopefully for Ian, that won't affect his campaign in this heat. But 8 minutes to go, and it's Carrasco also wants to make this heat, but not being able to find his feet on that last one. He's a big guy, so from what I'm used to see from him, surfing bigger wave. You see he has that classy, more classic, in this case, style. Bigger board, I don't think he's the kind of guy to use epoxy boards, at least at the moment. but he's a very promising surfer. And these 20-minute heats just go by so fast. It's crazy. It's like the heat starts and you open your eyes, you close them. When you open back again, 7 minutes to go.
All right, we've got a paddler. Well, we've got a couple of them. Priority will be important here. Costa has that priority. He's got the heat lead too, and he's got a nice second section here. And he'll just flick a reverse off the top. And then weirdly just go down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the judges are going to count that as a finished turn. But playing his cards right, Ian, 2 waves, first place, 2-figure score. That's what you want in a day like this. We had this wave from Martin. Nice first turn, second turn. So nothing crazy, but moving, that's important. And Paul, would you consider this as finished, or it's hard to say?
Yeah, I think we'll give them that. Not sure the judges will. 147 in for them. Not overly impressed. Won't change his lead though. Still with the better numbers. Got the high score of that 6, and he's up again. Costa hits the lip straight into a coiled bottom turn, and that wave just kind of goes out with a bit of a whimper, disappears. Carrasco did get a little improvement, 2.67, but his wave is soft, wasn't it? You just saw how sort of slopey it was. There are a couple of those kind of drainers coming through. They do look a lot better. And we like this guy, Renan Convi. He's a fiery character. Looking forward to seeing what he does. He's all energy and limbs and effervescence. Good looking heat coming up actually. Afonso Antunes will be in that. Fresh off making a debut in the championship tour up in Peniche. Luan Nogue. And we've got a little bit of vision on. Checking in also. Matisse Verworst. Great looking heat coming up next. Plenty of them as we welcome our top seeds in the competition, and we welcome you, the viewers, to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf West. We're through to the round of 96 for the men. This is the 3rd heat of that round. A lot of surfing to bring you to reach a thrilling conclusion this weekend. Part of 2 QS events held in Europe. And we're settling down for qualification for Challenger Series as well. Keep an eye on those ratings as we progress through the event. Keep an eye on Paul César Destangan, smooth as you like, as he rips a turn down off the rail. And again, nice little redirect. And he will stay on that front foot and finish with a plum.
Yeah, that was a nice wave from PC. 4.52 advance into 2nd place, so that's a serious attack there. Really good surfing, takes his time, uses the space of the wave. I especially like the carve. So, yeah, when a guy like that catches a wave like this, you can really feel the experience, the amount of time he spent in the water. He also knows what the judges like, so nice wave, finishes off as well, and trademark PC. He is looking for a result, as he's positioned 23rd in the Euro rankings, but really these last 2 events, Caparica and Santa Cruz, will be crucial to decide who are the top 10 guys and women who, well, not 10 women, 8 in this case, are going to the Challenger Series.
Number in for Paul César, 517 for him, puts him into 2nd. Crucial number for him with under 3.5 on the clock. Bad news for Arkin, as he'll drop to 3rd. And now requirements, well, they're low numbers for the Israeli, 385. Carrasco looking for 5.9. Heat 3 of our round at 96 is coming to a conclusion. But this is the story of how it went down. And this is Ido Arkin, who ripped this wave and just had a little mistake at the end that may cost him, Zay.
Yeah, and unfortunately these kind of mistakes in the end of the heat start to be decisive, in Ian Costa doing a very nice heat. Really good rhythm. This was a hard to surf wave, so he really did well. And PC with his last one, just changing the situation, going back to second place, showing off his surfing, showing what he can do. We have been used to good surfing from him. Wants to be on that top 10, and he just did go to the second place, as we have the next heat preparing. We usually have 5 minutes paddle out to go in the water to paddle for the next heat to paddle out, but as the waves are so small and close to the shore break, it's usually a 2-minute paddle out.
Little set coming through here, under 2 to go. Arkin, second prio, 385 the requirement. Keep an eye on the Australian Goofy in white. Also, Carrasco in the blue. Doesn't need well, he needs a 5.9, so he needs actually a pretty sizable number. He does have first priority, so when a decent looking opportunity comes through, he's gonna need to take that. Let's see how he goes with that. 90 on the clock here, and it all kind of distills down really to this next exchange, if of course we do get the waves to provide that. Meanwhile, on the prow, Paul Cesar would just have a little sniff on an inside to see if there's anything going on. He's in third prio, so can afford to maybe go to the inside, see if he can get a little bonus. Decides not to. That wave didn't quite have it. And with a minute to go here, he'll look to just patrol this. He's just got himself into an advancing position in the last few minutes of this heat, which is a little bit sort of get out of jail energy to it, if he can get it done. And he'll wait nervously and won't mind at all if the Atlantic decides to be measly and stingy and doesn't offer much, because at the moment he's going through alongside this man here, the Brazilian Costa. He's put a lot of energy into this one, into his waves. He's put a lot of kind of whip into his turns. And he's just maybe kind of brought the physical energy when the waves are lacking it a little bit. He's just had that edge, getting into the double figures. He's got about 1.5 points over the second place Paul Cesar Distinguin. And he's been pretty good value from the get-go, really, in Costa in this heat. That's going to wrap it up. I'm not sure we're going to see any waves ridden. It'd be disappointment for Arkin and Carrasco, as they're unable really to answer back, get any kind of a wave to try and ask the judges a question. We'll count down here and wrap things up. They're coming thick and fast. The 20-minute heats are flying by. A big smile there from Ian Costa. He's stoked. And a job well done by a Brazilian. Also our Frenchman, Distinguin, getting it done. The final couple of minutes in that one.
Yeah, that was a tight heat. We'll see a couple of tight heats during the day, as the conditions are favorable for that. But definitely Ian Costa, the standout there. Congratulations to all the guys.
More live surfing to bring you from the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. We'll go for a break. We'll see you soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
QS competition in Europe, firing up in Portugal. A couple of weeks of high-octane surfing, high stakes as well up for grabs. A chance to get into the Challenger Series if you can get yourself up in the top 10 for our men. You're going to be invited to a chance to step up for the Championship Tour next year. That's all yet to come in 2022. The Challenger's kicking off in Australia on the Gold Coast next month. But let's remain with the present as we check out René Granville, Afonso Antunes, Loan Nog, Matisse Verwoers, and for the first time today in the studio, it's time to welcome Chico by Chico Alves.
How are you, Paul?
All good, mate. How are you?
I just had a quick run from home because I just cut my trousers.
Okay.
I don't know how, but yeah, having breakfast. Happy to be back. Quick jogging in the morning to get in the studio, and great eat on our ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Afonso Antunes, very highly rated young Portuguese surfer. And this man, René Granville, always brings the energy. That one just ran away from him as he tried to go a left-hander. Fire down the line. The wave just a little quick for him. And a couple of small numbers in already. Afonso's got a 3.33. Matisse has got himself a 1. Nothing to get overly excited about thus far. How are you liking the 20-minute heats, mate? They start and then they're almost over.
Yeah, they have to be quick. As we see, White here. Well, he cannot really afford to fall in this type of heat. It's really quick, and you have to make sure you put scores on the board. As we see, Afonso here, quick snap there, and another one trying the tail. So Afonso on the 16-minute mark, putting a score on the board, which is really important. And now he has the time to kind of build his momentum. He has a 3.33, so he started off quick. I think, as you said, 20 minutes is really, really quick. It's hard to manage. Yeah, but mainly all of the surfers here, they come from the junior series of the, and so they are used to surf 20 minutes heat too. The older guys, they have a little bit more difficulty, I think, because they are used to do only the QS and stuff like that.
Granville having a wiggle down the line, gets a little snap, gets some drift, and gets it done. Someone who also got it done was Ian Costa, the winner of the last heat, and he's going to have a chat with Joanna Garnell.
Absolutely unstoppable this morning. Take me through your routine and how you prepare yourself for these competitions.
First of all, good morning, people. Yeah. I live just right here in Costa Caparica, so I know very well this wave, and the conditions were pretty tricky. Like, I was training like the whole winter, like bigger waves, better waves, and today is like really hard, and like anyone can catch a wave and like pass the heat. And I got super lucky to find a nice left and like give him a good score, and I'm pretty happy.
And so you live here, so you know these waves very well, but you never know what to expect. How do you prepare for any unexpected conditions?
Yeah, our like competitors, we are super used to that because we never know how it's gonna be. So we train in every kind of conditions, like surf every day, and when it's like this, we kind of like know how to do it. We try. We have just like 20 minutes, and it's super like tight time, but.
Do you think you made any mistakes this heat that will help you improve onto the next round?
Yeah, any wrong choice gonna like completely like puts you in trouble, and yeah, I'm super happy, super happy.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Well done in Costa. Wow, we've got a little drama in this one here, Chico. And we mentioned this sort of energy of Granville. A little too much energy, though. He's got an interference.
Yeah, I actually saw him pedaling for that wave, and it looked like something wrong was happening because he was really like low on the position. Yeah, as we see, we call this a snaking. Once the other guy is paddling towards the wave and he goes under it and he turns around, they call it a snaking. So I don't think you can do that in competition surfing. And yeah, that's why they award him with the interference. But I honestly thought it was really close, the call. What do you think? Yes or no?
I mean, the start of the heat, when we don't have priority assigned, we're going to the sort of old method of what side of the peak the surfers are on and who's deeper.
Yeah.
I just think...
I think this used to happen a lot before.
Yeah,
You remember when the guy comes from the inside and turns around
Yeah.
under it and gets interference because it's called the snake?
Just all feels a bit unnecessary, doesn't it, really, from Granville? He'd be annoyed because start of the heat, he got all the opportunity there.
And was a close-up.
Did he really need to do that? There's nothing on offer, really, in terms of the score. So he'll be a bit annoyed. However, he's still in with a chance. We have low-scoring heats. And chances are, if he gets himself an excellent score, on that alone, he could be getting through a lot of heats today in second place. I'd like to win a heat in single figures, possibly, but good chance to get through in second, maybe. We've seen quite a few scores in those sort of high 8s or 9s as a combined out of 20 make through in second. So let's see how he goes with that.
So now what happens to his scoreline?
That's a great question, Chico.
Normally it's like he gets his best wave.
Yeah, and his backup score
gets cut off.
Deleted.
Yeah, so Renan Granville now only surfs with one score. So
what do we half? I think we half his backup score.
Half?
We're going to half his backup score.
We have to change. We have to check that up because, yeah, maybe half.
He got himself a 1 and he's scoring a 0.5 for it. So whatever he gets on his backup, we divided by 2.
So it's completely makeable. He gets a 6 and a 6.
You'd have thought we'd have known that, wouldn't you, before? We actually had to look at our screen to see what was going on.
You should.
We should know that by now, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, particularly you, mate, as a competitor. I would have thought you'd...
I don't do this type of mistakes. That's why I don't check that up. But, yeah, so 10 minutes to go. Great chat with you, Paul, on this lull as we see White paddling. Oh, looks like a great wave.
Okay, let's stick with the backhand of Logan Nickel as he goes down the line and belts it. Whacks it again, nice spray. Little head whipping action from him and he'll just prod one up to finish. So a wave that really, the rhythm of it, all sort of laid out for him and it was easy for him just to stay in that critical section. It was a split peak and Toons went the other way, went right. And we've got scores to come in for that pair. Under 10 somehow, past the halfway point. Granville at the moment is still in a position to advance, despite having his wrist slapped and getting something of a yellow card for the interference. Let's check out Verwurst. Big section coming at him, hits it hard. Maybe just did his turn a little bit before that section. I don't know, let's see how that goes score-wise, but he basically took off going right with the left coming towards him, Chico.
Yeah, it was a nice turn. Critical, but yeah, as you said, I think he got up a little bit earlier.
He pulled it a little bit, didn't he?
But yeah, nonetheless, a big section, and
it's tricky.
We know the judges love a big section in this type of conditions. So let's see what that turn again. He comes off the bottom, winds up, and boom. Looks nice from this angle.
Yeah, it's good. I like the fact they disappeared and then kind of emerged again. Here goes Renan Granville.
Boom, big first snap. Another one, as we see him.
Oh, classic Granville. Love it.
Love it.
Oh,
what a wave.
He's had his cage rattled. He's angry. What's Alfonso Antunes got?
Yeah, he looks quick. That part looks nice under his feet. He got that click on the start. Another one. And, yeah, the wave kind of dying off there as we see what I think will be head-to-head with the wave of Granville. This was really well served. Clean transitions. You see his board is never under the water. He's like having, you can tell he's having fun surfing. And yeah, I really enjoyed this wave. Quick in transition, nice surfing. And yeah, I can't wait to see where that score from Granville is going to fall, because that wave was sick.
Nice and spicy, wasn't it? Couple of big bouts, angry turns really, and then he flares up at the end and nails that reverse. So we reckon a healthy number coming his way. He is slightly handicapped by the fact that his backup score will be halved, but nevertheless, still a decent chance to make it through the heat, depending, of course, on the scores from everybody else in this heat. If anyone in second place can get above 15 points, then it would be mathematically impossible for Granville, but his numbers in, it's a good one. 7-1-7 for him.
Well deserved. Really well surfed wave. 2 big snaps and air. He's stoked. And yeah, as you said, I think that error, that mistake could rattle him a little bit, but he chose to.
There's a couple of ways you can react to that adversity.
Yeah.
I would have just crumbled.
Yeah, me
and
too.
cried.
Yeah, and Renan
turned in
like,
on myself.
Yeah, like
he does the opposite. He stays positive.
It was like, yeah, you give me an interference, I go up, I do 2 big turns and an air to prove you wrong, that I don't make mistakes, you know? So yeah, great to see him responding to that problem in his early stages of this heat. 6 minutes to go, and now he needs to bat at that 1.62, which is something around the 4 range.
Logan Nickel goes to first. So it is our French 1-2 at the moment. Nickel Convy, as we'll check out kind of a steely grey scene at Caparica. Tide is on the ebb, high tide this morning. It was around about 6 a.m. So lunchtime on the low. There it is, 1:45. The low tide can get a little trickier when the waves are small around here. Mid tends to be favourable. That's sort of where we are round about now, just past that mid tide. Got a swing just over a metre, so not loads on it at the moment in terms of our tide. Got that beautiful crescent moon, if you had a chance to catch that last night. So in between our moon phases. Gives us the neap tides, the smaller tides. So a 1 metre swing, pretty modest really for Europe.
As we see, Jacques Correia, surfer from Azores, Portugal. He has been surfing good, looking sharp, happy to be here, and can't wait to see him surf. And
I want to see what Convy's going to do next. You can't take your eyes off him, can you? Here he goes, Convy up and riding, looking down the line. He's got some speed here, and he'll go with a little check turn. Ooh, and just flick a smooth reverse off the top. Very nice indeed. A little functional finish with the emphasis on the fun from Renan Convy, who's got an interference for being a little bit naughty early on. And then he answered back on the best possible terms with the 717, and he just caught this one, Chico.
Yeah, so he's getting a lot of speed out of that board. Quick snap there, and boom, blowtail reverse. Really clean, great style on those airs. So Renan will better his situation, I think. And yeah, he actually did.
He's in the lead.
He's in the lead now.
He gets a 4 for that. We half it for a 2 or a 199 to be specific. So his backup score is being halved. Ben Mundy will be taking notes furiously on this for his forthcoming book, all about priority. It's called Inverting the Priority. I think it's up to about 300 chapters at the moment. He's having real trouble editing it down. And after the major bidding war from a lot of the big publishers, he's been taking, well, he's had a nice advance on publication. Signed a pretty lucrative deal for that. Stay tuned wherever you buy your books. Inverting the Priority from Ben Mundy. Let's check out the recap and see how this one's gone down. Heat number 4 of a round at 96. We've had a bit of drama in it here, Chico. We don't mind drama. We like it.
We started off with this interference call. Really close, in my opinion. Renan there with the mistake. Luan here with a quick float there. A nice hit off the top. And another one. That board is looking nice and crisp. And him finishing it off this wave. Really well surfed by Luan, the man of the moment with this wave. Big snap there. Another one. And he goes for this no-speak reverse. Really well done. He was stoked. We were stoked. And Renan proving that you can start off the not that good and end up winning. So yeah, Really well served by René Granville.
Leading the heat at the moment, our French surfer, based in the southwest of France, but originally from Guadeloupe, I believe. And going well in this one, 9.16 his total. Logan Nickel, he's got a 9 out of 20 so far. Alfonso Antun's been very quiet here, Chico. What does he need to do with 2.5 on the clock? He's got second priority. He's had nothing real of quality to talk about. Let's stick with Verwoest, though, as our Belgian surfer heading down the line. Sees a section here, bang, and he'll tag it, and he'll go incomplete.
Well, Matisse has a 4, so he's completely in the seat. He only needs a small score, and he's looking great. His board looks fast. Looks like he only needs an opportunity, I think. He only needs a 4.98, so I think it's completely makeable. Matisse is a strong surfer, so I think if he can get one of these waves that we see on the screen.
Here's the fresh swell filling in. Chico bombs out the back. Opportunity potentially for Antunes.
We want to see some more action.
Yeah, we do. So just over 1.5 minutes remaining.
And we see Afonso there.
A crucial set here. Afonso looked like he was in position wide on the right-hander. This one will just kind of crumble through. Let's see what happens now. Final 90 seconds. Afonso Antunes has found a corner. Here he is. Looking for 4.51. A sort of zippy first turn, then he'll get a little double up section and navigates it pretty well. Nice clip off the top, bang! Throws up buckets of spray.
Oh.
Tags it again. And once more, and he's in rhythm on an inside, hits it really hard. And without a lot to play with, he's fired up.
He smashed that wave. That was such a well-served wave. Afonso only needs the opportunity. He's got the talent. And he's got the fire in him. You saw him at the end of the wave. He ripped this thing. So what a runner. Boom. First hit off the top, and he gets the bonus double up. We love a good double up. Boom. Quick snap there. He gets up there again. I love this one. Boom. Really tight on the lip, and another one. So, yeah, Afonso with a lot of turns, but really technical and fast. So, in my opinion, I think this will be the best wave of the heat so far.
Let's see where this goes score-wise. A big number, we reckon, for Antunes to get himself out of trouble. Third prior to that with not a lot of time on the clock. The biggest set we've seen so far comes through, and he manages to snaffle himself a right-hander. Here's your heat leader, even though he's had a priority. Well, he's had an interference. He is leading this one, and he's on the backhand, and he's shrouping, and he'll surf to the horn. As we wait for scores to come in, Chico, I can tell you're nervous, mate.
Yeah, 5.17. Afonso jumps to the lead. And, yeah, he's stoked. I love the passion. Yeah. Look at him.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, he looked really stoked about what happened there. And the man with the mistake, with an interference, he still makes it. So
classic Convy.
Classic Grandview.
Yeah, nailed that. We like the passion, we like the energy. I like watching him surf. He's an entertainer. He'll be coming up in the next round because he's through, along with the heat leader, Afonso Antunes, who turned the heat in the final minute. Gets the bomb, the double up, belts it about 7 times. Gets the score, gets through to the next round. It's all about staying alive. Looking to do that for surfers. Nickel, Correa, Cox, Lamotte. They're coming up in the next heat. We're going to bring Ben Mundy back into the studio soon. We'll see you soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
And welcome back to live action from the Costa de Caparica. We are into the round of 96, heat number 5 of the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Festival 2022. I'm Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Chico Alves. And they keep coming. Barney Cox, Logan Nickel, the two Welsh surfer in Logan, and Barney Cox from the UK, Jacom Carrera and Pierre Lamotte, fighting it out for a place in the next round, the round of 64. And I've been out for a little way. Chico, how was the last 2 heats? What was the highlights, or what,
Yeah, I love to see Sam Pitié surf. You look really sharp. He's got good style, really good technique coming from his dad, Didier Pitié, one of the best surfers ever coming out of France. So, yeah, he's following the steps of his father and looking really good.
Yep, in one of the highest heat titles of the day. Great surfing from Sam earlier on. There's Barnaby Cox there in the white. Logan Nickel sporting the brand new tie-dye platinum blonde hair. I like the look. I like it a lot from Logan. Travelling with fellow Welsh surfer Patrick Langan Dark. We might see Patrick coming up soon. So, real little tight crew from the UK. But speaking of tight crews, well, we got Joanna Garnell down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Mondi. Congratulations. That was like a last-minute win for you. That set just came out of nowhere, and you didn't even have priority. How are you feeling?
I'm stoked. I feel really happy. I haven't made a heat on the QS for a long time. And it's special. I was needing this. And now I'm just going to get my momentum and try to make some more heats.
Are you feeling your confidence coming back a bit after Peniche?
Yes, I never lost my confidence. I think it was just I needed a bit of luck, and finally I'm getting my waves and trying to do my surf. Still not 100% on my surfing, but I'll get there.
How do you think you're going to get to 100%? What do you need to do?
I need to work harder and work every day. That's what I've been doing since Peniche. No days off, so I'll just keep doing that.
Well, you keep doing that, indeed. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Alfonso. Yeah, that was a great interview with lots of insight. And, well, as he said, Chico, there is no replacement for sheer hard work. At the end of the day, if you want to succeed at this sport, talent obviously is crucial, but they've all got talent, these guys, but it's the hard work that can get you over the line, right?
Yeah, I think so. I spoke with Alfonso about what he was saying on the interview before. So I think having the opportunity to compete on the World Tour once gives you a good perspective on what you need to do to get better. And I think as he had a bit of a shocker there, that hit him hard. And sometimes when there's those moments, it's good for you to wake up and work harder. So I think he's doing that. So during the interview, we had this 5, which was a big snap there, and another one, low center of gravity. He has a lot of speed, and boom, finishing it off this wave. So Pierre Lamotte starting off really well, as we see. Barney Cox, he looked great on the round before, and he's looking good again, quick in transition and putting in a lot of turns in there.
Yeah, a lot of energy, a lot of effort from Barnaby Cox, and then see Lamotte having another crack. And then Logan Nickel. That's a big spray. Had one of his best results in the Azores last year. Got through to the quarterfinals, maybe, or the round before, and his mate Patrick got through to the semi. So great surfing there from Logan. As we see live action, that's Jacon Carrera sticking that backside up there a few times. Barnaby's telling, yeah, that's right. Alfonso surfed in the CT up there in Super Tubes, and in his second heat didn't even catch a wave. I mean, it was really tricky conditions. It was, you know, that classic super tubes just belting on the shore, 10s or zeros available effectively. And just couldn't find any type of corner or edge, so disappointing sort of blow, especially with all his friends and family and supporters there. But he's came back strong. Got away in the dying seconds and surfed it really well. So, yeah, you can see the relief. And it's nothing quite like putting in all the effort and seeing it come off, as we see. Pierre Lamotte staying busy.
Yeah, Pierre is looking good. He did a really good first heat on this comp. Really good left. He's got a good backside attack. And he has been surfing good these hard conditions. So I think he's one of the guys to watch out for on this hit. And yeah, he's looking active, as we see here, coming off the bottom. Great hit there. Nice kick out too. As we see Jacques Correia with a quick snap there. Another one. What a nice wave from Jacques. And yeah, 2 snaps to start off. And Jacques gets a 4.5 on his last. So starting off with a mid-range score. And as we see now, 11 minutes to go, waiting for the next set. We've got Logan Nickel yet to put another score on the board. And Barney Cox, he has priority now, so he wants to make sure he grabs a good one in the middle of the pack. And yeah, as we see some...
Yep, some more sets approaching. Swells filling in. We've got Jacob Carrera going to the left. We've got Logan Nickel going the right. It's a little swoop from Logan. Drives down. He's a big, strapping lad. Big fella. First solid aways. Just gets 2 turns in. See all these surfers. Shigo trying to get the top 10 qualification spot to get in the Challenger Series. Here's a quiz for you. Can you name 6 of the current top 10 European ratings? Yep. 6 of the top 10 surfers on the QS in Europe right now.
As we see Logan now, the replay. Nice snap there, and the wave kind of softening out a little bit. Hard for a guy his size. But yeah, going back to your conversation, Ben.
Yeah, what do you got?
Rams, Gaspar,
yes.
Jorgen, Johan.
Who?
Johan. He's not on the top 6.
Kuzne? No.
Yeah, Jorgen.
Yeah, Kuzne, yep. I'll give you that.
Yeah, Gaspar. And yeah, that's 3. It's only 10.
Pretty sure it's 10.
Yeah, it's only 10, right?
Yeah.
Why do you ask me 6?
Well, I didn't think you knew the whole 10.
Oh, I know the whole 10, mate.
I was helping you out, mate. I was helping you out. I don't think you do. Okay, keep going there. What else you got?
We've got, I think we've got more. Mimana?
No.
He's not on the top 10?
No.
Yeah, he's 20 now, right?
Huh?
He's on the 20 place. He's 20.
I didn't ask the top 20,
Can
mate.
you see? Because I really think he's on 20. Can you see? He actually is.
No, he's not. So, A, you're not in the top 10, and B, you're not even got that one right. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to remove you from commentary duties.
Yeah.
You failed the first test.
Who's on the top 10?
And I'm afraid that's just not good. Yeah, no, currently we've got leading out in front. I'll run you through the rankings. Just to put you out of your misery. Maxime Husseneau is in number 1 spot. Ramsey Boukhaim is in number 2 spot, courtesy of his win in Israel last week. Tristan Gilboa is in number 3rd. Jorgen Kuzene, equal 3rd. In 5th, Gaspar Lassana. A lot of Frenchies there. In 6th spot, Adu Amatrayan, a young bass surfer. It's been on
he's
fire.
ripping.
Absolutely ripping.
Really good.
Timothy Bissot is in 7th. Gatien Delahaye is in 8th.
Gatien made the final, right, in Israel.
Justin Becret is in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 as it stands,
is Patrick Langdon-Dark, who's the Welsh surfer, as we just mentioned, friends with Logan. So, yeah, big names in there.
As we see Pablo Solar, right? The coach from Spanish Federation.
Right. Yeah, giving Markel a few advice there. The back surfer coming up next. So, plenty of information being disseminated as these surfers just struggle to get a spot. These 4 guys really tight. 7 minutes to go, and Barney Cox needing a 4 to get into second. Logan Nickel needing a 3rd to get up into a 4.18 to get up into second. 7 minutes to go. So those surfers just outside the top 10. We're looking at guys like, big names. Thomas Debier, Lucas Silveira, Charlie Martin, who's still just squeaked through another heat today, Charlie Crivant, Francisco Almeida, Andy Crier, and Pedro Enrique. So all those guys will be needing big results both here and also in Santa Cruz. Vasco Ribeiro, your mate, our mate, Portuguese, his friend. Vasco sitting down in 20th. So
yeah, he's going to crack it.
He needs 2
results. He's going to do it. On these last 2 comps, he's going to do it.
Well, yeah.
Vasco has been surfing probably the best I've seen him surf in the last 4 years. So I reckon we'll see Vasco not do under 14 points score total in this comp.
Okay, big call there.
We should have like they have on football, like a
fantasy qualifying series.
No, like the betting, like where you just make your predictions. The fantasy of the QS.
So you're predicting Vasco to win this early on?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, he's going to need a result. He won, obviously won up in Santa Cruz last year.
No, I think
so.
If he doesn't win, he's going to be really hard to beat. He's my really hard to beat.
Yep.
It has to be a really informed surfer to beat him at this moment.
Okay, yeah, good. You see Vasco's fit, firing and in form. One of Portugue's great surfers. And he needs to get a move on though in this qualifying series. The recap though, it's been a bit of a slow heat if I'm going to be brutally honest. Pierre Lamotte has been the standout.
Yeah, started off really well. He did that first snap and then he was able to finish this wave off. So great wave from Pierre. As we see, Barney Cox, he normally catches a lot of waves and yeah, he has been flying a little bit under the radar on this heat. And yeah, wasn't the wave he was looking for, but making the most of it. So looking great. As you see Pierre doing his backup score here, the 367 with a big hit on his backside. And yeah, what a great recap.
Yep. That shows you where we're at, and that's where we're ending up with 4 minutes or 5 minutes on the clock. Barnaby Cox needing a 4 and Logan Nickel, the 2 United Kingdom surfers, both needing low scores to move up into that all-important second spot. Afonso, though, he's done his heat, but he's all about the work. We just talked about that. He's not resting up. He's not just going to go back and chill out. He's still working on his surf and still staying fit and going surfing. I like that. I like to see that. That's what the Brazilians kind of do. When you see those Brazilians on the CT or even the QS, just, you know, they're the ones surfing until dark. They're the ones out there at the first light. They're the ones that stay behind for events when there's waves. And I figure the more you surf, the better you get at it. And it's good to see Afonso chasing it down. But these boys, well, they want to surf. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining. And that man there, Logan Nickel, needing a 4.18. Barnaby Cox, about the same. It's Barnaby who has got the priority though, so he's in a in a good spot. If a wave comes through, he can pick it and take it. And Logan Nickel just trying to stay calm. This is his first heat of the event.
You see Carrera, 4th priority. So just trying to get.
Oh, nice finishing turn. Really hard to surf that wave. It was really small and hard. As you see Logan here trying to answer. Quick jump there. Oh, and he slapped off. The back foot came off the deck. So yeah, wasn't able to finish it off.
Yeah, I think a 4.18. I'm not sure if that wave had that potential. We'll never know because he slipped off at a crucial time. Hurrying back out there. Beauty of this beach. Sort of break. You know, you can be back in the lineup within 10, 15 seconds after a wave. Get another shot at the title. So Logan out there.
Hard wave though. A lot of bumps on the face of the wave. And there is, you saw his back foot coming off. So that's why he fell. Here, Jacques coming from behind, and this was the last turn of the wave, which was his best turn. And yeah, he bettered his situation with that last one, a 383. So judges liked that last hit he got, and yeah, he made the most of it. So Jacques securing that 2nd spot with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and Barney Cox needing a 5 with priority, as we see here. Tomás Fernandes warming up for his hit, looking focused, and yeah, what a great talent from Portugal too.
Yeah, really great style. Really smooth surfer from Estrella. You see how Tomás gets on as Barney Cox starting to scope. He's got priority. He's got 1 minute on the clock. And so there's a few waves coming. Surfers jostling for position. And it's going to be Cox who pulls the trigger. What's he got for us? The Englishman drives down the line, chasing a 4. He's not going to get it with that. Kicks out. That could be his last shot at the title was set. Meanwhile, Carrera, he pulls out. And Logan Murray pulls out. So, a lot of build-up. And Logan Nickel had priority there for a little while. Wasted it. And all 4 surfers, although they got waves, nothing to change the situation. And that might just be their last chance.
Yeah, as we see here, red, and yeah, such a hard wave. It was a closeout actually. So yeah, Logan couldn't really find anything on this hit, right?
No, a 3.5 and a 2.6, pretty poor return. Surfer of his capabilities. So unless something absolutely dramatic happens in the last 5 seconds, he's going to find himself out of the picture. And that's it. Carrera with priority holds him off and gets through. So unfortunately for the 2 UK surfers, they are out. Nickel and Cox will have to go up to Santa Cruz, reset. Pierre Lamotte and that man there, Carrera, are through. So good surfing from the young Frenchman. And he's through to the heat. It's really aggressive. Oh, and he's down. So, yep, well done from Pierre. And we are going to... So right now, as those official results come through, see Pierre Lamotte in first, and Jacques Carrera in second. Right now, we're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with more live action for the Estrella, Galicia, and Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Almada, Território de muitos.
Okay, welcome back to live action from Costa de Caparica. We are just to the south of Lisbon. We are rifling through the round of 96 of the Caparica, Estrella, Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. And we see some big names coming up. Thomas Fernandez, Samuel Hugo de Souza, probably the form surfer of the event thus far. JJ Vidal and Marcal Viza Carangua. So, pretty stacked heat, but it's been Samuel Hugo de Souza, Jose Ferreira, that's probably been one of the former surfers so far.
Definitely. In and out of the water. But let's just watch Jeje's last wave, just the one-turner. It's 2.5, but definitely Samuel just showing that Brazilian spirit with a lot of flair and energy in his surfing, and also a lot of attitude, positive in this case. A lot of positive attitude in and out of the water, so really keen to make a name for himself. He told us in the first rounds that he's got his game together. He's got a good shaper, Portuguese shaper in this case, a good group of people around him. This guy here, Tomás Fernandes, our surfer from Ericeira, really good surfer, especially in good waves. Markel from Spain, from the Basque Country in this case, Euskadi. And yeah, but it's fresh when we see a guy like Samuel, and in the beginning of the heat, we create some expectation to what might go down.
Yeah, he got some big numbers in the last heat. I think a couple of sevens in his lockup. Really fast, loose, goofy footer. And there goes Markel, the Basque surfer. Just kicks the fins out. Doesn't quite hang on. DHD epoxy. Looking pretty fresh. And we'll just see Tomás Fernandes. Been around a long time now. So Surf East QS series for, it's no longer the young gun. He's sort of heading up into the experienced sort of veteran sort of class. But yeah, only a young guy. Really smooth surfer. His right-hand point breaks suit his style. Opposite here is the Goofy. That's de Souza. That's the type of surfing he's been doing all week. Just fast, loose, quick. Really stylish, but still getting the power. Really vertical, which not a lot of surfers have been doing. And straight away, de Souza lays down a marker, as he's done all event. Just looking super sharp. Good wave selection. Great surfing.
Definitely. This last wave, we'll watch the replay in a bit. But live action right here. Markel, good first turn, and second one. So this heat is lighting up.
Yeah. So also on his backhand, just didn't get nowhere near the whip or the amplitude of de Souza. I've got one nice turn in, sort of halfway through. And yeah, you're right. Bit of a flurry activity the last heat. Bit of a dull, bit of a break, but we still saw a couple of surfers fighting and winning their heats. It's actually down on the beach. Joanna Garnell is with the winner of the last heat. All yours, Joanna.
Correct. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that? It's tough heat, huh?
I'm super happy to make this heat and to continue my way.
And there's a lot of times that you're sitting on your board waiting. What are you thinking about in those moments?
I just wanted a bomb for get a good score, and
So all you're thinking about is scores. You're not thinking about punching your other athletes in the water, just getting something happening in there.
I think I just needed another medium score for win the heat. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, so rather than advocating punching your other opponents, which is what Joanna Garnell seems to be advocating as some type of competitive strategy. He says, no, I just needed a medium score, actually. Just needed a 4.5. So pretty cool, calm, collected there. Pierre Lamotte, young Frenchman with a big future. Through to the round 64. Just waiting on those scores. So a 6.33 for that right-hander of Samuel de Souza. This man, bass surf, been super busy, only one turn here, but a nice one. Can't get any more open face. I think de Souza may have went the left on that one. The coaches down there just having to talk amongst themselves, swapping notes.
He's let's watch Samuel's last one. He goes for the air, carrot flip, but this wave is too small for anything, and this is the one turn from Markel, worth 3.57. And yeah, Samuel Eagle, I'm not sure. I think he's been living in Portugal for a while now. He has Mr. Whittaker as his coach. He's been spending time with Giacomo Correia from last heat, Portuguese surfer from the Azores. Really stylish surfer as well. And Luís Perloiro, he was there at the beach. And Gégé Vidal now to the left. Let's see if this wave has to offer anything. It looked like it was going to be kind of a closeout. We'll get that in a second. But Gégé Vidal representing São Tomé e Príncipe, a beautiful island on the west coast of Africa.
Yep.
Just a one turn. And Tomás Fernandes has the priority now. It's, you know, I can't stop noticing this 20-minute heats go by so fast. I was talking with Eduardo Fernandes in the athletes tent as we see Henrique Pirret getting ready for next heat, and he was just telling me, Eduardo, it's so different, the strategy when you have 25 or 20 minutes. It's just a different game.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, he's right. He knows that. Yeah, that extra 5 minutes doesn't sound like a whole lot, but just gives you some breathing room. But with these heats now, it's basically as soon as you get out there, it's just absolutely no time to waste. You've got to make every wave count and count early. And so far, we've got de Souza doing that, and the bass surfer. No surfer. No sort of big backup numbers as yet. More sets approaching. As we see, looks like Vidal didn't have priority. Didn't go that. Meanwhile, on his backsides, Fernandes. First turn nice. Bit of spray. Starts to warm up. So that's 3 turns. Just takes his sort of a fluid, sort of languid almost surfer. Doesn't force it. No sort of in between turns or wiggles in between the transitions. Really smooth.
Yeah, just took his time.
And got 3 turns in. So let's talk it through here. What do you think? What are you thinking here, Zay?
Yeah, nice bottom turn. He was really able to make the best out of this wave. Just putting the board in those little angles that he could. He got vertical, then Rayleigh here, little snap, and finishes off well. So it's probably second best or around there wave of this heat. He's looking for a 6.5 to advance, but that won't probably be it. So it's a 4.6. And now he will need a backup score. So he's in the game again, and you can't really snooze. Can't really sleep, you know, and be too still in a heat like this, because the other guys start to put scores on the board, and when you look at your position, you're looking to like an 8 points to go through. So you really have to work those scores step by step.
Yeah, you're right. And here goes Markel on his backside. His first little turn in. And that one's the bigger one. It's only a 2-turn combo. Just hasn't been able to get more than 2 turns in on a wave. He's looking really strong. You see D'Souza up and riding, fanging down the line. His board speed's just a bit different to everyone else. Goes to the air, can't make it. He's got a big air game on him, as you can see, but just no completion. Fernandez had paddle for that, just lost his priority. So again, just little errors like that.
That can cost
help
you.
his cause. Obviously with 7.5 minutes to go, and having just got a half-decent score, he really wanted to back it up quickly. It just made his life a bit more difficult by paddling for that wave and not standing up.
Yeah, and Markel just had a 5.13, so he goes to first place. And well, the difference, Tomas needs now 4.34, so it's still very open, still a very open heat. But Samuel D'Souza, he's looking to change a 2.6. So what we have in the sidelines is that if Samuel replaces that 2.6, this heat will be harder for GG and Tomas. And here goes Samuel. He wants to better his score, and he definitely did it. He's looks like he's on the Formula One on that board.
Yeah, so fast. JJ out the back, kicks the fins out. Yeah, he's got such board speed in these really small conditions. And again, just on his backside, looking really, really sharp. Mr. D'Souza trying to improve on a 2.6, which he will. Just rapid fire.
It's such like a QS surfing style, just so suited to these waves, you know, powerful, fluid, you know, just good to watch, actually. It's kind of like a ninja style in these conditions.
JJ, good turn, so just trying to improve on a 2.5 for JJ, but you think that might be a bit harder after seeing what Samuel did on his right hand up. 5 minutes to go. We're thinking D'Souza might give himself a bit of breathing room. Thomas Fernandez now still in that 4th spot, but only trying to improve a 1.9. So it's tight. D'Souza's scores just coming in. They look pretty solid. It's going to be up, improving on his best wave or thereabouts. So 6.33 was his first wave. And his second wave just about to drop now. As we see him go again, well, he's not giving the judges any time. Fanging down the line. There's the air. He hasn't been able to pull any of those off. 5.73 was his score for that, his last right-hander. So he's now got a comfortable lead. And the other surfers, though, much tightly grouped. So Thomas Fernandez now needing a 5.36. And JJ Vidal needing a 5.29. 4.5 minutes to go. How many opportunities do you think they'll get, Zay? Is it a case of just one wave from now, or you reckon they might get two cracks at this cherry?
I think one real opportunity each, if so. Actually the swell hasn't really been giving us any sign that it's coming in, but that's what was supposed to happen actually. You know, there's no real bump in the swell, increase in the swell during the day throughout today. So the swell starts coming in later today, and you're looking to have some bigger waves from tomorrow on.
Yeah, the swells are coming, and the surf is sort of paddling out to meet it now. D'Souza in a comfortable spot, doesn't need to get involved in any type of hustling, just trying to get the wave off the end. Surfer in red has priority, and he's about to use it. And here he goes on his forehand, driving down the line. First turn is good. See the other surfers watching the spray come off the back with a sense of dread, because the more turns he gets in, the more points he's getting. And he's pretty much nailed that wave, so he'll be happy with that. You can tell by the little thing. There's the Basque team.
Oh, they have jackets.
They got jackets. They've got the whole kit, mate. They're committed. The Basque team really get behind their surfers. The Basque Federation, really, really hotbed of surfing in Europe. Good government support, good internal support, good community support. And they'll be happy after seeing their man just whack those turns all the way to the beach. He was in second. He's going to make the job a fair bit harder for his opponents after that rapid fire turn. But we talked about that bit of a mistake that Thomas made paddling for that wave and was a priority. And right there was probably the wave that where the priority, you know, really made a difference.
Exactly, Ben. That's exactly right. But who was right as well was Samuel Eagle all the way through this heat. Had that really good first wave. But this guy, Markel, isn't making life easy for anyone. Surfing really well since the beginning. Looking really good on this epoxy EHD, Ben.
Yeah, ripping. Markel fought back on his backhand, his top. Wow, that was a nice big turn. Only one, but it was solid. But this man's a wind-up doll, just cranking up and watching him go non-stop. So fluid. Just ripping. He goes. Been the best surfer of the event for me, and he's continuing that trend. Just won every heat. Post some really solid heat totals. 90 seconds to go. So those requirements for Thomas and JJ have just gone up to 6-point rides, having Markel get a 5.6 for his last wave. So big sets. Well, I'll rephrase that. Sets approaching. Some of the larger waves we've seen of the whole event. The swell is definitely filling in. You can feel the energy. Fernandez, this is his chance. He's got a minute to go. He's got priority. He's got a right hander. Bit of the Ribeira de Ilash sort of look about it. What can he do? So he drives down the line. No turns as yet. Gets it up there, and just you can tell by the body language and the flick out that wave, despite being a set, despite being one of the bigger waves we've seen, just ran off, closed out. And that could be his event. Pretty much over before it started. Souza looked at that, didn't go. JJ. Okay, this is his last crack at it, needing a 6-point ride. There he goes. Doesn't mind getting those fins out. Fortunately, the wave just not really offering any opportunity as yet. He's working hard. He's not going to die wondering. Goes for the spin. Meanwhile, out the back. Whoa, crikey. Ooh. Samuel Hugo D'Souza is just contorting himself into all sorts of crazed positions. Not pulling it off, but showing you that he's not that far off it. The right section, the right wind.
He did say
he's going to go for it.
He did say he wanted to intimidate his opponents yesterday. I think he's doing exactly that today again.
Yeah, flips like that. So that's a wrap. D'Souza, it's his third heat win of the event so far. He's marching on to the round of 64. The Brazilian looking super, super dangerous. Look out for him. And
really good surfing.
So, yep, D'Souza, he's happy with that. Thanks, powers that be, for his performance. And we all saw the Bass surfer getting through as well. Right now, though, we're going to go for a short break. Come back with more live action. Paul Evans in the booth with Jose Ferreira. Don't go anywhere, folks. More live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the beach. Costa de Caparica Surf Fest plays host to qualifiers from across Europe, across the world. And a nice split in the next heat between France and Portugal. Let's check out Kylian Guerin, Enrique Pereitz, Nicolas Paulet, João Mendonça. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Zay Ferreira to break it all down for you with another 20 minutes of scintillating action to bring us on a slightly underpowered morning for surf. There's a little bit of crumble about it too, but nevertheless, performances lighting up and a big smile from that man, Samuel Ego de Souza, just tore the place apart. Seemed to have just an extra gear, didn't he? Got so much speed out of that board, Zay.
Yeah, he was surfing really incredible, really on form, but let's watch João Mendonça here.
Yeah, nice spring in his step, and he hits it a few times. He looked good in the early rounds, and he's looking to carry that over. Very clean and sort of tidy, isn't he, with the body. Able to stay light on his feet and keep the speed up crucially between the maneuvers. Just clocked that a couple of times. Decent way to start things off. Got some scores all to come in from an opening exchange. We lost 3 minutes in this one. We're going to have numbers for everyone except for Nico Pirate. Yeah, they say the local. An interesting way to start this off with our judges required instantly to put numbers down. Nicolas Paulet is a very polished and accomplished surfer. Very focused as well on the job at hand. And he was impressive 2 days ago when we saw him surf very early rounds. Or was it yesterday? So a little bit of a blur.
Same, yeah. He's doing well, though. That's the main point.
Also in this one, Kylian Guerin, and, well, what a winter he's had of free surfing. And that was one wave in particular. If you haven't seen it, check out his gram. A massive barrel that he paddled into up in France. Let's stick with the live. Here goes Nico Pirate, backhand attack. He does have the good tools on the backside, honed at Ribeira d'Ilhas, among other waves, up in the Ericeira region. Just one quick turn there for Nico, who has been competing on the QS for a number of years. Also kind of offers, not say a coaching role, but like a support crew role for other surfers as well, doesn't he? And always a positive sort of force around the contest area. Let's check out Guerin with a nice snip off the top. And he'll just flare up a little with release on the tail. So a nice two-turn combo that judges generally like.
Yeah, the average age of this heat must be around 18 or 20. So it's a very young sort of heat right here. So it will be interesting as these guys are also competing between themselves, as we have Paulet here. Really nice style, and he really has that backside locked in. The board looks good. And yeah, I think it was you or maybe Ben, we're talking about João Mendonça's he got hurt a number of times, and also something about growing issues with his bones, and he's coming out from that, and it's good to see him competing, good to see him doing well.
Let's go down and hear from Samuel Ego de Souza. He's with Chico by Chico.
Hi guys, I'm down here with Samuel Ego. Congratulations, he's going to speak in Portuguese. Como é que foi a sua bateria? Como é que você está sentindo?
Muito feliz, sensação de dever cumprido. Hoje o mar deu uma reagida, mas estou feliz por passar mais uma bateria boa com colegas portugueses, e contente e me sentindo preparado para as próximas baterias. É isso, agora manter essa vibe aí para os próximos hits.
E o que é que simboliza isso que você está usando agora na cabeça?
É um cocá indígena, isso leva um pouco da história do meu país, do meu povo potiguara. Essa é uma forma de estar mais conectado com a mãe natureza e uma forma de também representar meu povo. Muitas pessoas não sabem, mas sou indígena, potiguara, do povo potiguara, então essa é uma forma de levar um pouco da minha história, levar o meu povo comigo. Estamos num momento muito importante no Brasil nesse momento. O povo está lá lutando pelo nosso direito e gostaria de estar lá junto com eles, né? Porém, já que eu estou aqui trabalhando, fazendo minha parte, levando um pouco do que eu sei, levo aqui também o meu apoio a eles, com o meu cocá, quando eu posso, sempre que levo, eu estou com ele. E também algumas frases muito significativas da minha vida e também para o manifesto do povo potiguara. Então, está aqui meu manifesto, está aqui meu apoio a todos os indígenas, todo o povo, todos os parentes que estão lá lutando por nós.
Mensagem forte, portanto. Back to you, boys. He's happy, he's stoked, representing his country and proud to be here. Great surfing and into the next round. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Chico. Great stuff from Samuel. Very impressive in the water and a thorough debrief as well.
Yeah, he has a lot to say, and let me tell you, it's not empty words, it's meaningful stuff. So that thing he was, it's a crown?
Yep.
So he comes from an indigenous pueblo, and so he's representing that. He was also saying it's an important time in Brazil where indigenous people are fighting for their rights. We've been seeing all the destruction of Amazon as being one of planet Earth's lungs. And so he was just saying he wanted to be there, but he's also doing what he does best here, and so he's representing, and he just wants to keep it going and rolling. So really nice words, and P-Ray right now.
What a total legend, D'Souza. Pirate with a really nice turn, keeping the speed. He's got a big frame and he whips it around. When he does, he throws a lot of spray. So using those strong legs on the backhands. We've got a little more interference drama, and that is to do with the fact that the waves are small. Our surfers are very close together. They're short heats and intensity is high. So an interference to João Mendonça. Let's get a look at it here. What went on, Zay?
So I think João Mendonça probably didn't know he didn't have priority over Nicolas Paulet, which caused this interference. So
yeah,
no doubt there.
He chinned him in the back. You don't see a lot of surfers' chins on other surfers' backs, but I'm pretty sure in the small of the back there from Paulet, he would have felt the monton of João Mendonça. And that means, well, we will see punishment in the form of the low score being halved. Ton of replays here. Pirate, it's looking sparky.
Yeah, I think this was a 5.67. So his previous wave in the 3.9 on his last. So first place for him, and unfortunately João Mendonça with an interference right there. You know, he's a younger surfer, so not as experienced in competitions. That's why to start doing the QSs at a young age is helpful for your cause. Experience comes with time and with hours competing.
Noah Lede getting ready there with Jason Aparicio, his coach. The JA Surf Academy, that's Jason with a coaching program, pretty strong. Got a bunch of athletes at this level. And Noah Lede, one of the up-and-coming top outstanding talents. Sasha Garcia getting his final instructions. Also, we're going to see Raul Borman in that heat, who brings a ton of energy. Quique Suarez as well, the Spaniard. So an intense-looking heat coming up next. Our thoughts will remain with the one currently in the water, which does see one of our Portuguese surfers, Enrique Pirate, leading it right now. Nicolas Paulet, the Frenchman, he's got a number to drop as well. Good chance for improving for him. Pirate with a couple of decent fives. Solid scores, good surfing. He's managed to find the juicier sections, and he's kind of taken on the lip. Been rewarded pretty well in terms of points. But yeah, just revisiting that chat from Samuel. Super cool to see a surfer just sort of when they're a little bit in their element, you know. It just feels like everything's kind of working for him. Equipment, physically, he's feeling good. He's even sort of someone surfing with a cause, you know. He's got that behind him too. Certainly paying off so far, but a lot yet to come. He'll want to just package that energy and that impetus and bring it back towards the pointy end of the event. Here goes Mendonça, really nicely done. Shows, sorry, Kilian Guérin, excuse me. Kilian Guérin just showing us some nice style as he slides out that tail and gets a completion. Number to come in for him. 227 is backup score. I reckon he'll beat that with just that maneuver. But yeah, did you get a chance to check out Kylian's wave that he got up in France? Big bomb. People are calling biggest barrel paddled into.
Yeah,
in France.
The one he got out
exactly.
through the doggy door. And,
yeah, just the nuclear doggy door. Yeah, massive
nuclear
explosion.
Doggy door. What was that? Crazy. Yeah, that was one of the biggest waves I've seen there. Yeah, people are calling it the biggest one. Massive respect for that. You can, chop off your head in a wave like that. So.
Yeah, a lot of step-offs when the surf sort of gets that size up in Osgore. So
was that a step-off?
No, he paddled into that one. But it's one of those days where it is a lot of step-offs and people are getting crazy barrels. But yeah, he scratched into that one somehow. Do check it out if you're scrolling through the gram and have a look at Kylian Guérin's wave. It was pretty impressive. Here goes Mendonça in live action, looking to try and get out of 4th place. He could be buoyed by the effort of René Granville, who did get through with interference. And how he did that was he got angry and he got fired up and he turned that energy into sort of positive physical energy. That's what Mendonça does need to do here.
Yeah, also in a day like today, you don't need a massive score to go through. He only needs a 5.46, so it's it's not that hard. Waves are small, but it's not one of those days that you can easily put two 7-pointers on the scoreboard. So still anyone's game, and just it's also great to see when surfers go from being young surfers, unexperienced surfers, and then when they're around 23, 24, 25, you really start to see that experience kicking in slowly. Obviously, not always. Real experience comes a little bit later, but in the case of Henrique Piret, you can see that after a few years on the QS, doing the nationals, traveling, he's now mature enough to surf a heat with these conditions and be in 1st place, because he's a big guy, big surfer. This is not his ideal conditions, and he's just performing really well.
Under 6 minutes remaining in this. It's all sort of boiling down now with scores in, as we'll see live action of Guérin, who got a 4.37 for that turn. We saw him jam in that pocket on the last wave, and it does improve for him. It's his backup number, but it puts him in a better spot in 2nd. It makes the requirement for Paul stiffer. 5.8 now required for Nicolas. Mendonça looking for 7.56. Those are our requirements. And they are going to be tricky ways to catch. First of all, just to find that scoring potential, then also obviously to execute maneuvers as well. So a little bit of distance just between our surfers in 1 and 2 and the chasing pack right now. Paul will have the priorities. Had a little bit of time to think about his next effort. But a 5.8, quite a difficult score to surf to.
Yeah, definitely not impossible, but not easy.
Your high mid-ranger, you think you need a small number. You can basically kind of catch almost anything and get yourself something around the 3 or the 4. When it gets up to, that high 5 up towards the 6, you need a decent set wave. It's going to offer you plenty of potential. So when you've got that priority, that's the kind of wave you're looking for. You're thinking, I need to find a little bit of quality. Time's ticking away. I've held on to this priority. All of those thoughts going through your mind? As we see it, Aparicio. Let's have a little listen.
Great mix right there. Good team.
Noah Lady just checking out the lineup, looking for the options. Here's a paddle here. Kylian Guérin in 2nd place in this heat. He's got a section racing away from him, and he'll be unable to get himself on that. Meanwhile, Paul did use the priority. Let's see if he used it to great effect. He's on the wrong end of a 5.8. That's the requirement to come back towards his fellow Frenchman, Guérin. Henrique Piret with the 5s. Strong work done in the first part of the heat, and it's given him a bit of a cushion, a bit of a platform in this one. He hasn't needed really to kind of scrap around. 11.37, his total, pretty decent really in the grand scheme of things. Let's check out how this one's gone down. Just under 3.5 on the clock, and it has been Piret with the better of the early runnings, eh?
Yeah, as we were saying, Piquet has been putting his maturity here. We saw a chin interference. He did put his hands up in the air, so I really think in his mind he had priority over Pole, but he obviously didn't. Unfortunately for him, but here we have our heat leader surfing with maturity, tranquility, and power, which is something not easy to apply in a day like today. Looks like he's surfing on an epoxy as well, so a lot of epoxies. You'll see a lot of epoxies in a day like today. Guerin also surfing with an epoxy. You can see the speed and the energy, the vitality of his board. It's just that much easy to move your board with an epoxy because it's obviously lighter. And it looks like one of the last exchanges, Paul, this set.
Pirate will use his priority on a great looking right. Well, it's just the one section, actually. We couldn't see what was coming down the line, so not a great use of the priority. And he will watch Paul now, crucially, in second place. He'll throw that one away, but he's got a number, 6-4-3. A crucial number for Nicolas Paul. Bad news for Guerin, who right now will be requiring a number. Here's Mendonça, is a bit out of this. Guerin looking for a 5-0-1. He's got priority, a minute 40 remaining in this one. So Paul managing to hang on to his priority for quite a long time, and he did use it to great effect. What you want, obviously, when you use your priorities to improve on your score. That's what he's done. Here we go. We're looking at a paddle here from Guerin, and Paul asked a question of him, and he paddled 2 on the shoulder. It's Guerin's wave, and he's zagging along backside. Not sure we saw 5 points there, Zé Ferreira.
Yeah, I don't think so, especially because he got caught up on that last one there. He was going on a good rhythm, top to bottom, good bottom turns there. It's not easy to go for steep bottom turns in small waves, but yeah, that won't be enough for him. 50 seconds to go. So we have Piquet with priority.
Yeah, it's just a 3-1-7 for Kilian. Judges locking that in quick, so not enough. Falls a couple of points short. And Paul see the way he competed and paddled for that wave, and almost kind of saying to Kilian, well, if you don't want it, I'll be going, and you're the one that needs the score. Guerin forced to go, and there hasn't really been other waves. There wasn't much of a choice in terms of maybe something better coming along, but the wave just not providing, really. Just really ran out of energy pretty much the moment Guerin got to his feet. So a valiant effort, but he could be in trouble here. He's also in 4th priority as well, so he'll just keep going till the end. But Paul can afford to just patrol him and see this out. But he needs to be careful there. Ooh. He had a paddle.
You know, this was kind of like Piquet was the whale, Paul is the shark, and Guerin is the fish. So each one is trying to eat the other. Piquet was defending his first place, Paul his second, and Guerin is trying to attack both Paul and Piquet. So that was a tense situation. Piquet kisses his board. That's a sweet gesture. But let's see that, you know, that could be considered an interference of potential, but the wave was a closeout, so I think they won't really pay attention to that. But yeah, dangerous stuff there.
Good job for Nico Pirate, a job well done. That step down board going great for him out here. A decent performance. We'll go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more real soon. Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest, as we'll bring in a brand new quartet. Noah Lede, Quique Suarez, Raul Borman, Sasha Garcia. A Spaniard, a Frenchman, 2 Portuguese surfers take to the water in Caparica. Troubled waters for some, as we'll just get caught up with live here, and a nice rotation from Borman, who did that a lot in the previous round. Did it to great effect, won his heat, and he's fired up already. Love the energy from this guy. But in that last heat, a little bit of news to bring you. We saw that paddle towards the end, where Nicolas Paulet was trying to keep Guerin off a wave. He had priority over Guerin, but he didn't over the heat leader, Enrique Pirate. Pirate was deeper. There was a little bit of a lip crumble on what was a closeout anyway. Paulet will be crushed to hear the news that he got slapped with an interference, and he'll just end up in 3rd position in that last heat. Meanwhile, great news for Kylian Guerin. A decent news for Raul Borman, who starts off with a 5.67. So a decent way to kick things off for Raul. Big energy, big performer, and already fired up with the intensity. That air reverse, he's got that on lock. He can do it on small sections. We'll go backhand tools here. Quick little whip, and he's S-ing and slicing. And on a softer wave, he'll already have points to throw up a backup and give a total for everybody else to chase. And he loves it. So really well surfed from him. And you bring the fire, it's 20 minutes. It's basically a sprint, really. And straight out the gates, you do have to make your own momentum. That's exactly what Raul Borman has been doing here, as he'll belt this one. So a really good way to start things off. A right-hander quickly following up on a left, and he's already got a total of 9.84. Good stuff from Borman. This is the 5.67 as he goes to punt, collects that reverse, gets a decent sort of high mid-range score for that, and a really good way to start things off. And that fire, you're going to need that out here when conditions a little lackluster. Someone else who did really well in the last heat, found good opportunities, and he took them with both hands, is Enrique Pirate, and he's standing by for a chat.
Enrique Pirret, fresh out of the water. How are you feeling? Great scores, great surfing. You're a big guy and hard conditions. Tell me about it.
I'm really happy. It was really hard, like the waves are really small. But yesterday I surfed almost the same conditions in home. So I'm feeling good. The board is really good for these conditions. So I think my size doesn't matter for these waves. It's okay.
What was the heat strategy? You had quite a stacked heat. And what was your thoughts before going in?
I just thought about find a rhythm, like start early, find some scores, and then I saw the judges like my kind of surf, like power, and then I changed, and I was waiting for the bigger ones to get vertical, and I think was a good choice.
So power is the recipe?
I think they like it.
Power, speed, and flow, boys. Congrats into the next round, and back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Great job, Caparica. They ripped that. Good value. Couple of solid 5s from him. Some power surfing on the backhand. Plenty of spray. All of those good ingredients. One-way traffic in this. Borman leading it. Couple of decent scores. No one else got a wave yet. Let's have a look here as we'll stir the pot and see who's in position. Looks like Garcia gets to his feet. He gets a little stuck on his opening turn. He'll gather momentum again for a little bit of a late hit. So just a slight misstep feeling to that. Nicolas Lede, young Frenchman, opens up with a nice slap. Just kind of stops his forward momentum. Then he'll gather again and go into the lip. So kind of slightly going through the motions, but going through those motions really, really well. Timing on point. It's sweetly done. Decent start for Lede. His squad liked it back on the beach. And we've got scores to come in for all 4 of our surfers. Heat's on here. 15 minutes remaining. Let's have a look at some replays.
He does remind me of a surfer, Kieran Boulard. You remember? Yeah, really solid on this on his board, and nice wave for Quique Suarez. Solid, compact surfer, and yeah, our Brazilian surfer, Raul Borman. You know, Brazilians typically do very well in, well, they do very well these days in a lot of conditions, but they stand out in these conditions specifically because they're very, very energetic surfers, and they're used to these waves in Brazil, beach breaks. So it's definitely a challenge for European surfers that are used to, you know, surfing point breaks and bigger waves. Sometimes to go against energized, used to these kind of wave Brazilian surfers that are very hungry for results and to do well. We've seen that in the last few years with the Brazilian Storm. They're not going to give anything in the platter to you.
What can you tell us about Sasha Garcia?
Well, he's training with David Raimundo, which is a Portuguese coach. He used to be my coach as well. He's Vasco's coach. So he's living in Portugal for some time now. I can't say much about him to you, but he's living in Portugal, surfing for France, but he's Brazilian. So yeah, surfing well. That's all I can tell you.
Got a little vision there of Yale Pena, one of the outstanding talents from the Canary Islands. Tenerife is Yale. Looking for a tough heat. Going to take on Guillermo Ribeiro, Adrien Toyon, Diogo Martins. It's coming up next in our heat number 9 for a round of 96. 20 minutes, 4 surfers in the water. It's an intense battle, and that's been reflected in a couple of interferences that we've seen already this morning, and there could well be more when you're dealing with small conditions and 4 surfers in the water. Well, you will get elbows being banged. Let's check out Suarez here. He's a sort of stocky character. And a couple of crisp turns for him. Your heat leader, Borman, here. Got a nice section, got some speed. Ooh, really nice. Keeps the flow down the line. We knew what was coming. He collects beautifully for a finish on the inside. So nice variety from his turns. And he looks like he's enjoying his surfing right now. We are too. Here goes no LED. Little tentative hit from him. And another one, a really soft wave. There's not loads of points, but nevertheless, he does pretty well to navigate. Gets the finish as well. He got a 4.83 for his left-hander, which a couple of relatively routine turns for him, but very smoothly polished and put together nicely. I think the number might be a little more modest for the backup effort, but a good call just to get a backup wave. Don't sit there and be overly patient. That last wave from him drops in a 3.2. 3.2 for him. He's got 2 scores on the board. Let's see if Borman improves. This was the backup from Lede.
Yeah, small wave. Just a backup wave to keep going. But here, Borman, nice first turn and then punts it and put some amplitude, little no claim, or kind of almost a no claim. And Kike Suarez, very compact, small surfer, but really getting the job done. I'd like to see this kind of surfer.
Good number drops for Borman, 6.4. Just gets better from him. High score of the heat. So he loses his backup. His high score 5.67 becomes his backup, and he's got 12.07 points. He's got just under 11 minutes. And he came out the gates flying, and he's carried over that momentum from the early rounds. And he looks bang up for this.
And question. So if this was, you know, a South American or Australian region QS, you'd see a lot of air game in conditions like this. But we're talking about Europe. Why do you think this is? Why do you think might be some reasons as for European surfers not to go for the air so much?
I just think conditions at the moment, it's not really been the sections. I remember last year we had a bit of an air show go down on this left-hander as it drained in. We got towards, I think it was our Saturday of the finals weekend, and we just had people losing heats with like massive 16, 17s, and we're finishing and going out of heats. So I think it's basically to do with conditions, maybe also the early rounds. We've seen surfers maybe sort of less well-rounded, sort of overall sort of confidence in the heat, and I think as we see the bigger seeds come in through this round, we'll see a lot more of that. Yale, listening to some tunes, getting psyched. Spanish crew keeping an eye on things. I don't think in terms of tactics when the conditions are like this, you don't need to overthink it really. It's pretty obvious where the peak is. It's fairly obvious what the decent waves look like. Just a little bit of being patient.
Yale Peng have been competing for a while now as well. He's not a junior anymore, or at least he's not unexperienced. Grew a lot in the last years. Remember him really small with fluorescent teeth. And we'll have actually a very interesting next heat. Yale Penha, Diego Martins, Portuguese up-and-comer. Adrian Toyon, our European Rob Machado, and Gabriel Ribeiro, good surfer from Portugal. But as we speak, we have an interesting heat in the water. Still very wide open, this heat. Well, Noah Lee only needs a 377. Sasha has his life a bit harder. 5.77 to advance. And Raul really standing out in this one.
Yeah, it's all gone slow, really, since that opening exchange, and the addition of the score from Borman has been a sort of flash of quality throughout the midsection of this. It's been a bit quiet. Here goes Ludi. Live action on the backhand. He got that backup wave, which was important. Put himself into second, but he's in third right now after Quique Suarez's score comes in, and it's a low requirement for him. 3.77. That's the game today. It has been throughout this event. Surfers in third, even in fourth, looking for numbers around about that 4 mark or even less to get themselves to advance. Let's have another look at his wave here. Nice entry into it with a ton of speed.
Yeah, first vertical turn, then 2 snaps. He got a bit caught up on that back feet there, but finishes off well this wave. So 3.77. Let's see what the judges think. And Suarez, nice first hit, but yeah, a bit out of balance, a bit out of balance there. He was frustrated. He's a big guy.
Garcia's been really quiet, hasn't he? He's not done a lot in this heat. A couple of 2s for him, and he won't be advancing with those kind of scores. That was just his second wave. He needs a lot more where that came from. Needs to dig deep now, under the 7-minute mark. Noah Lidi does go back into second place, so a tight little tussle for second between Suarez and Noah Lidi. He gets a 4.07, so just enough. Meanwhile, this guy here looking for a 4.48 of his own. Quique Suarez, the Spaniard. A tight turn. Didn't have a lot to do there in terms of room to maneuver. Manages to just clip that one. And a little grimace back at the beach.
He could be a rugby player. He's, you know, very compact guy. Look at this. Very solid on his board. Very, you know, decisive of what he's going to do and doing it very well. I think he's, you know, the waves he's caught haven't been the best of the heat, but he's surfing very well so far.
Yeah, it's going to come in under for that. Just didn't quite get the opportunity to really lean into the maneuver. Just kind of flicked it out with his feet, really. It's a little combo done. It was neat and tidy, but it's not going to be the score. So he's still going to need that full 4.8. Check it out. Surfers getting ready in the next heats. And in this one, it's been Borman with the early running. He's looked really, really good. Okay, here goes Sasha Garcia. Needs something here. He's got speed. What's he going to do with it? Float. And he'll run out of wave here. So again, frustration from him. He won't add significantly to his total with that. And he's still going to be looking for a 6.07. He's struggling here as we get down towards 5 minutes to go.
And Raul, he's comfortable in first place, so he's just patiently waiting for something that looks good enough to better that 5.67. he can be easy. As we have the recap of this heat. And yeah, Raul Borman here, just starting off really well. Quique Suarez, our composed, solid surfer from Spain. I really like his surfing. And Noli D, solid as well, but hasn't been able to get the best waves. And this is what you have to do to, get that extra score, to get in that 6 point something range score. So 6.4 for him. And yeah, this heat has been not that slow. He's been having some good surfing.
Yeah, really close between second and third, isn't it? That's crucial. Look at those points, 8-9, 8-6. That's what we're talking about here. It's a game of fours, really. To get this advancing position, you've got to be thinking with under 4, maybe 1 or 2 sets to go. Here's the surfer currently in second place, Noah Lidi, and he'll whip one off the top, a little sticky, stab it again, and just keep swinging onto and inside, managing to stay really light on his feet throughout, keeping the board moving. There's a little grovel around on an inside, unable to add a final maneuver, but he'll make his way back out. Let's see if he improves on that and makes the requirement more difficult for Quique Suarez. Heat leader here, Borman. He's got loads of speed, and there's another maneuver from him where he goes to the air, reverses it round. He loves it. The passion, the fire, the energy. His crew are stoked on the beach, and he's just had waves. Every wave he's got has offered him one of those sections on the left. And his completion rate, according to my calculations, around about 100%. He's made them all. All right, what do we got here? Garcia, and late into that one. The wave was always running away. That kind of sums up his heat, really. He's had a bit of a nightmare with his wave selection. He's had closeouts, and he's never really been able to get the speed and attack. That's why his scores remained subdued. Novele Day didn't improve on his last one. So Quique Suarez still looking for a similar. Let's have a look at this. Nice and tail high. Raul Borman, an excellent score dropping in for him. 8 points for Raul Borman. So he's just improving, getting better and better. He likes these ramps on the left. The judges like his surfing. A massive total, 14.4. And that's going to give him a ton of confidence, for the next round.
Definitely. One of the best scores of the day so far. It's another excellent score. I think the second excellent score of today. So the judges counting that as a full rotation. And yeah, those air turns really, I think judges also send messages, little silence messages when they give these scores. They want to see more airs, probably.
Yeah, well, partly that, partly the fact that his scores have been. He got a 6 for an air that wasn't as good as that. So there's only one way they can really go, which is up in terms of the reward, in terms of the points. You get yourself a 6 for doing a little bit of a flatter spin, and then you get one with the tail higher, and you get that rotation all the way. Meanwhile, looking for a mid-4 and not getting it with that. Quique Suarez, he'll go down. And he'll be annoyed, and that might be his last chance in this heat, because he'll now, well, when he gets to the lineup, will be eventually awarded 4th priority. Borman in the lead. Crucially, the surfer in second, Lidi, has 1st priority, so you'll see him head over to Quique Suarez. We'll stick with Borman.
Another air. Little grab now.
Once again, he'll bring that in. So his completion rate will remain at 100%. I don't think it'll go in his top 2, but a very well put together heat from that man there. He's been fire all of these 20 minutes long, from the beginning to the end. Getting a score there for that last wave that would be very useful for surfer in 3rd. Suarez, a mid-range 4. Doesn't count for Borman, or throw it away. Does have the excellent number, the 8-point ride. We also saw an excellent score from Saint-Peter early on. Young French goofy going up to the excellent range. First thing this morning, Raul Borman flaring up, going to the air. They're looking really good. Last effort here from Garcia. Looking for 607. Can't see that on this wave. Neither can he. And he'll be frustrated.
Yeah, it's it's hard to be a big guy in a day like this. Although you can train enough to be that good. And
oh yes, please. I like to see. Don't see a lot of people pumping down the line while they're proning in. That's the kind of energy Raoul Bormann's bringing. As well as bringing the big scores, he's an entertainer, he's a showman, and he loves it. Just package it up, bring it back for the next round. He's going to need it as the big seeds continue to come into competition. We're going to bring you Heat 9 real soon. We're going to bring Monday back into chat surfing as well as we enjoy the work of Raoul Bormann. We'll take it a break. We're back for more live action across the Caparica really, really soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the live action. No, this isn't a fishing event, this is a surfing event. We've got Yael Pena, Diego Martins, Adrian Toyon, Gabriel Ribeiro from Portugal up and go. Old man in the sea, seafaring nation that is Portugal. 800 kilometres, a beautiful coast facing directly into the teeth of the Atlantic. We've got a little bit of a bump in the swell. We've got 4 surfers that really need to get through this heat to get in that round of 64. Seeding points are up for grabs, the all-important top 10 qualifying series points, and it's Adrian Toyon first up. Originally from Reunion Island, just goes for a big spinner. Really great surfer. Real smooth, powerful. Pena, different kettle of fish. He's more aggressive, more vertical, more compact. It's the beauty of surfing. Everyone's got their own little thing going on. Chico Chico Alves got his own thing going on. What's been happening in your world, Chico? What's the latest, mate? I haven't caught up really. Is the YouTube series going well? What's the grand plan for Chico domination? Hold the phone, he pulls out.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a long road, eh?
Yeah.
When you do entertainment, I think it's a long road. You've got to keep improving, and it says surfing, mate. You gotta train, you gotta write, you gotta have good ideas, think out of the box. There's so many stuff coming out these days that you need to keep yourself updated with everything, and yeah, just keep improving. I think it's the point.
Okay, well, speaking of keeping things updated, we've got Joanna Garnell down on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, Mondi, for getting my name all mixed up. But yeah, congratulations, Raoul. You were absolutely on fire, flying all over the place. Where'd you get all that energy?
Well, feels so good, you know. The conditions are super fun, actually. This kind of condition I was training for the last 3 months at home in Brazil, in my hometown. The left-handers are just, blowing up, and pretty good to blow the tail up. And yeah, it's kind of really fun out there.
What are you listening to get you all pumped up for those big airs?
Well, I like a lot of Brazilian trap. It's like super hyped up at the moment. And yeah, some reggaeton as well, like just to get the swing. But yeah, pretty much like that.
And is there any secrets with your board?
Well, I better keep it like on secret.
Well, congratulations. You're going to the next round.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so Goana Jarnell there. Just getting some insights, some Brazilian trap, bit of reggaeton. How cool is that kid? How cool is that man?
Yeah,
we all need a bit more Raul Bullman in our lives, I reckon.
Yeah, he looked like composed and really like enjoying life, you know.
That's the secret. That's the secret to success,
Yeah,
I've heard.
He didn't spoke too much about his board. So
he's keeping it secret, mate. Doesn't want to give the opponents any jump. He's happy to let... I reckon you're better off not letting them know about your music. That's probably more important. Tell them about the board. Keep your musical, like, your psych up playlist.
How's that playlist?
To yourself.
On your side?
Yeah. My playlist.
How's that playlist?
My playlist?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. All my playlists are pretty strong.
We can cry a little bit.
We can do it all, mate.
We can jump.
I've
we
got,
can cry.
Yeah, I can bring you up. I can take you down. I've got it all there,
Bring
man.
you
Get
up and
emotional.
take you
I
down.
can be frivolous. I can be fun. I can be serious.
What a classic guy.
My music
Composed.
reflects that. Okay, out the backs. Got some action. Toyon is in fourth priority. He's got the corner, got the right hander. If he gets away with this, he'll be a lucky boy. He might do. Meanwhile, on the left, the better option. And we can see how the Alpina went on that one. Toyon was in fourth priority anyway, so nothing to lose by taking off on that. And Pina went to the left. So coming up, 10:25 local time. Let's just see the replay here. Chico. Bit of fin waft.
Yeah, I just love the kick out. He's just like, did an extended bottom turn too. Really stylish surfer. I think he trains with Jonathan Gonzalez back home.
Right.
So yeah, getting tips from the best.
Yeah.
One of the best from Canaries. What a talent guy he is. And is he here? I don't think so.
I haven't seen. No, I don't think Jonathan's in this one. Saw a pretty cool clip recently. Him and Sancho went up to Scotland. Did you see that one?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Some pretty pumping thurso. And just as good to see Johnny just free surfing, just showing how good he is. Absolutely ripping. Sancho getting some barrels as well. So yeah, see that clip, check it out. But yeah, Alpina, yeah, there's absolutely no kind of better man to learn from. And legend of the sport. You see another Canary Island ripper there, Luis Diaz. Really strong gear for warming up with a bit of paddle board.
I can see some Nadal moves there. You can tell they have some influence by Rafael Nadal. Look.
Yeah, good technique. So his backhand looks a little bit weak, I would say there, but just got to firm that up. But Garcia firing up on the beach. Big event coming up. We've got all weekend to run this thing. As we see Toyon paddling furiously on his backhand. Can he get around it? First float. Just can't get there. Needs to show a bit of patience, I think, Adrian. Or, I don't know, maybe the strategy is to stay busy. It's a hard one to work out exactly.
There's a famous quote we listened on the Prime. You remember when you sir? Stay busy, but stay patient.
Stay busy, stay patient. There's your man Vasco. We talked about him earlier on. He's got the blonde crop. That board looked good. Going for a bit of a free surf. Just to him and Ramsey. See the two of the probably, well, number 2 on the QS series rankings is Ramsey. Vasco, one of the form surfers, good mates. And they're out to blow up. You see those two coming out. It's probably not a bad time just to probably pack your bags to come in. And some more.
As we see here, Joaquim Chaves having a quick massage. What a premium athlete. we see here on our screens, having a massage while watches the other competitors. As we see, oh, they have the machine. Look, what's the name of that machine? The one that feels like.
Well, it's a vibrating machine. Is what it is. So the machine that vibrates, and it's really good for just loosening the muscles and just relaxing you. And yeah, it's more and more used at the top echelons of the sport. And it's just, I think, I don't know the technical term for a vibrating machine, but I think that's what they use it for, and it really works. It really does. It just loosens you up. And yeah, everyone's getting ready. Everyone's doing their own sort of warm-ups. You see Ramsey and Bashka heading down the beach, getting the free surfing action in. Boys on the beach, limbering up. As we said, there's a lot at stake here. And we got the old the Teagarden two-step there. He looks like he's got his pants down, but he hasn't. That's an actual rubber band. Just learning to get the muscles fast twitch fibre. Here we go. Nice first turn there from Martins. Can he get it around? He can. But unfortunately, no more open face.
So yeah, both Portuguese having a bit of a shocker on this heat. They haven't found themselves out there. Diogo Martins surfed really well on the Nationals last week here in Portugal. He actually made a really nice wave on his backside, which was a 9. So let's see if he has muscle memory and gets back to that rhythm. Here, quite late to this last section. First turn was nice. So yeah, he's back on this heat. And Gabriel Ribeiro here, nice stylish surfer. Getting a quick snap, not too much space, and wasn't able to open up on that last section. So I think Diogo Martins got the nod there in this last exchange. 8 minutes to go. And yeah, so Diogo Martins put something on the board. And he's closer to Adrian Toyon.
Yeah, not much in it. So 12 minutes gone on the heat, and already. Yeah, still really tightly bunched. Only 8-point heat total, so nothing at all. See the bird's eye view of those 4 surfers there, just patiently waiting. Look at them, just stock still.
Every time I see a drone view like this, and it's a contest in Australia, I'm always like trying to see a shark.
You're waiting for the shark. Yep.
I'm always like, let's see if you can see Mr. Shark.
One will turn up. Yeah, you might get dolphins here. You might get, what else might you get? You'll
probably bet money having a swim. Not bad at all.
Yeah, that'd be good. Just lurking in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what a swimmer
dolphins.
You are.
Yeah, yeah, I can swim. Yeah.
Great arms and great flow. I think.
Yeah. Didn't really excel at any type of competitive zone, but always enjoyed it. Always loved swimming. Still try and do some laps when I can. There's the judges up there. Just in their little booth. There's only about 400 of those guys. And then the priority board, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see exactly each surfer knows by looking at that screen who's got what in what order. Another great innovation. It's completely transformed the QS. It's allowed the best surfers to get the best waves, and took the hassle out of it mostly. And right now, well, it's been a lull. Might worry about the tides. Here, it's getting lower. Low's about 12:30, so it tends to suck a bit of the life out of it. We might be all right. If you see surfer just getting the final sort of rundown about the strategy.
É gerir, e depois na parte final, logo vês. Se estiveres à frente, controlas. Se estiveres em segundo, geres ali perto do outro. Se estiveres em terceiro, vais à procura da onda que falta para dar a volta. Está bem?
Yeah,
Acima
okay. Chico Bashiko. I might need some translation there. What was he banging on about?
Yeah, he said to him, yeah, just make sure you get the first wave of the heat. I want to see you hustle a little bit on the start of the heat. I want you to be aggressive with the other competitors. And yeah, at the end of the heat, if you're first, just keep it simple. Don't use priority on bad waves, if you have second priority, just keep it close to the guy that is in third. So yeah, quite a lot of information.
Quite a lot of information to take in.
Yeah, but yeah, he looked focused, and he also said like just have fun. So yeah, keep it.
So do all that. Hustle your competitors. Get the first wave. If you're in the lead,
keep it simple.
Keep it simple. If you're in second priority, sit on third priority. But mostly, just have fun. As you see down the line, a lot of speed. Oh, nice little air. Little bit of a flick, but just doesn't land that one, Martin. So back out there. Still got Pina and Toyon in first and second. And those two also holding priority. As we see a few little lumps starting to appear. Can they pull through, provide some edges? We've got Pina. You can see in the middle of our screens. Looks like this is a little left, a little wedge. This looks good for the current heat leader. And he's pulled the trigger. First turn important. Bit of spray. Fangs down the line. And then got the second turn in. Good surfing. That wave just ran off really fast. As that tide dropping out. Not huge tides, but still having an impact. And now that leads Adrian Toyon out the back with priority. Just on 4 minutes to go.
Yal reminds me of Jonathan a lot. He's got some really like technical aspects of Jonathan surfing. So Yal, you're making sure he gets the best wave of the heat on this last wave. Really well surfed, tight surfing, and the wave was really well surfed. Really well surfed. So
yep.
Yeah, I thought was as we see him again.
Yeah, so straight up without priority. That's a nice bit of result if he can make it count. Just can't. So his last wave came through. He did improve his score. He's a 9.77 heat total. Here goes Toyon, trying to get a bit of gap between him and his competitors. Oh, there's a nice first slash. Second one's good. And a third. So that's good surfing from the Reunion Island native. And he'll be happy with that. That's going to put him up probably into first place, I'd imagine. 4 turns at that mayhem. Not his ideal conditions. Sort of known for big turns, big barrels. Likes a bit of open face to work with. But he's doing the business here in this section. What do you think here, Chico?
Yeah, nice first snap. Then he comes off the bottom and boom, quick jam there again. Yeah, he just surfed what the wave offered him, which is quite nice to see. Often surfers try to push too much. He just goes with the flow.
This third turn is the money one up.
Yeah, like this one. Boom. So yeah, Adrian Toyon with the 5-4-3. Betting, he was able to bet his situation, so he's in the lead now.
Yep. It looks like that's going to be enough for Toyon to get up into first. And that means Martins now and Ribeiro, who've been really quiet this heat, now I think 6s and 7s to get up into first. So in a bit of strife. Top seeds showing their class in these tricky conditions. And it looks like time is against them. Diogo and Gabriel, the Portuguese pair. Had a pretty remarkable career. Toyon in surfing, free surfing. He's done a lot of cool stuff. Surfed a lot of great waves. Spent a month in Hawaii. And managed to get some big barrels. Saw some really good surfing of him from Sunset and Haleiwa. So a little bit different here. Surfing the little beachies, but he's got his heat lead. And Pina is in second. Martin's in third. Ribeiro in fourth. 1 minute to go. And here goes Toyon again, fanging down the line. Little skate off the coping and then kicks the fins out and falls off. Just getting loose, having a bit of fun. Meanwhile, Ribeiro needing a high 7. This is his last chance, I'd imagine. Unfortunately, surfs well, but unfortunately for Gabriel, that wave didn't offer 7 points that he needed. He's motoring back out, not giving up. 30 seconds to go. You never know. You might get one chance. I like the attitude. And Martin, so this is his shot. He needs a 6.34. And he's on his backhand. Again, they're just running off a bit too fast, but there's another section here. That was a little bit sticky. And you could tell by his own body language, he doesn't think that he did enough on that wave to get the score either. And that means with 5 seconds on the clock, it looks like Toyon and Pena are going to go through. So Canary Island surfer, Reunion Island, the two Islanders wrap it up. And that's a well-surfed heat from Adrian Toyon. Pretty calm. Had to wait for that last wave. Didn't lose his composure and managed to get the heat win. So good stuff there from him. There's the official heat results down there. As we see Toyon just coming in. Job well done. He might get a chance to surf later in the afternoon. So official results are through. We are now going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with more live surfing action from Costa de Caparica in Lisbon, Portugal. We'll see you right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
We are back live action here from Caparica Beach, Portugal. You see Adrian Toyon just walking up the beach, looking pretty calm, pretty happy with his lot. And we're going to progress right on to the round of 96. Heat 10, Luis Diaz, Pedro Coelho, Ian Fontaine, João Vidal. My name's Ben Mundy, and I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans.
Hi, Ben.
Paulie Evans, a lot to discuss.
Oh, mate.
A lot of surfing action coming our way.
Twitter is going mental, by the way, blowing up.
The machine, the Twitter machine out the back, I just saw it. The reams of paper just printing off at a rate of knots. And straight off the bat, we've got, having watched Adrian Toyon in that last heat, Pamela from Santa Barbara is saying, who's your favourite long-haired surfer? And she's gone off straight off the bat, straight into it. See Luis Garcia, short-haired, moustache, stocky, and just gets his first turn in. There's another. Just can't finish off that second one. Yep, so that's Pamela's question, aimed at you, Paul Evans.
Current era, European QS or all-time?
I would like a current and then of all-time, please. Okay, live action though. João Vidal, fanging down the line. Big first turn, and then a second finishes off. Pretty strong start there from João. His coach told him to get the first wave. Well, he didn't get the first one, but he got the second one, and he'll be happy with that. Luis Diaz was off to a pretty quick start. 2 waves, a 4.17 and a 2. Vidal came back at him. Pedro Coelho and Fontaine yet to get their mark off. While Paul takes his time to think about that question, we've got a down on the beach. We've got Joanna Garnell, I think, with Adrian Toyon.
I'm feeling good. Happy to get one more win and to be here in Costa.
You're just going to keep on having fun?
Yeah, I guess it's the right way to do it. And there's better place to be for sure at the moment, but there's much worse too. So yeah, I'm going to keep having fun and hopefully come and have interviews with you.
And your board's looking really good. You're working with the local shapers, is that right?
Yeah, it's a Mata surfboard. I used to ride his boards 10 years ago, and we're actually staying at his place. And before, like 2 weeks ago, he was like, "Hey, Ma, do you need boards?" So he shaped me a couple boards, and they're very good. It's always nice to have boards shaped by a local guy because he knows the waves, the area, and it makes sense to me.
Well, that's some very cool insight. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. See you.
How cool is that? I like it.
Yeah, just picking up on the tweet. So I'm going to go all-time first. I'm going to go with Titus Kinimaka, the Hawaiian, Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Big wave charger,
Long,
legend.
Sort of long but wrinkly.
Waist length, pretty much.
Yeah.
Modern era, the current group of up-and-coming rippers, Kane Souza, mate, obviously.
Souza.
Not two names that you hear mentioned in the same sentence that often.
Now it's Luis Diaz spinning to win, 4.17. That was his first wave. And then we got replays here. João Vidal trying to spray his competitor. No better feeling in surfing. And just finishes it off nicely.
Twit's blowing up. Questioning from Penelope up in Reims in the Champagne region up in the northeast of France. Question for Ben. She wants to know how deep your surf knowledge goes. We'll have to wait for the Twitter because we've got live surfing, Ben.
Yeah, so those two competitors hadn't had a wave, no priority, and he just snuck it off. Deep surf knowledge. Probably like to think I've got some.
Penelope's question for Ben: which Championship Tour surfers manager lives across the street from this very beach? Praia Paraíso. She wants to know if you know the answer to that question. Great question, Penelope.
As we see live action from Luis Diaz, CT Surfers manager.
Do you want a clue?
Yeah.
Men's CT surfer.
Men's CT surfer. Yeah. Okay. Well, you got to think.
Do you, Ben, or do you just know?
Well,
I think it sounds like you're guessing.
I'm going to ask the surfer. Is it Kikash?
Do you want another clue?
Yep.
He's a world champion as well. A world champion men's CT surfer. His manager lives one block back from this very beach.
Oh, Ian Fontaine kicking out the back. And there's something about the priority there issue. World champion. I don't know, Paul. My answer is I don't know.
There's only 4 of them on the CT. It's post elimination. It's probably not Kelly Slater. So you got Medina, you got John Florence, you got Italo. Which one are you going for, mate? I'm making it easy for you.
Italo's manager.
Very good. Correct. 100% right, Ben. Well done.
Yeah, I nailed that. And what's his name, Paul?
Italo Ferreira.
What's the manager's
name?
Marco. Polo. Well, there you go. Didn't know that. You learned something the other day.
Knows more about surfing than Ben Mundy. Newsflash.
Yeah. Italo Ferreira's manager. Yeah, well, he's got a job on his hands, hasn't he? He's busy, that kid.
For that reason, you sometimes see Italo surfing out here and blowing up. And imagine what he'd do with these kind of conditions. There'd be all sorts going on.
He wouldn't be doing that. Not Fontaine. DC Fontaine. He's not up. He very rarely gets sort of hot under the collar, does Fontaine, but something's happened out there.
A little paddle flap. We've seen a couple of interferences already, and I saw you furiously scrolling down notes for your forthcoming book, Inverting the Priority by Ben Mundy. Coming to an online bookseller near you. Maybe soon, maybe in the distant future. Still working on it. Don't think anything has been slapped in terms of any wrists and any punishments going down, but we've seen some scores getting halved. Granville managed to get through the heats. Did see a bit of a nightmare call as well, right at the end of a heat. A surfer advancing in second, got the priority on a nothing wave. Got the interference. There's Vidal.
Yeah, Vidal sweeping on his backhand. Nice wave. If you get a little double section, you can't. Question here from Tony in Torquay.
Torquay Devon or Torquay Victoria?
Devon, South Devon.
The English Riviera, no less.
No less. He was saying, loving the commentary, loving the Twitter, like the long hair surf chat. He was going through a few of his own. He was racked his brain. And then now watching, not casting in his person anyway, Ian Fontaine said, well, who's your favourite bald surfers of all time? Given that, the long-haired dudes get a lot of credit, don't they? They get
for balance.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah. They like the bald chat. He's bald himself, Tony. So he's got some skin, literally got some skin in the game. And we see a tight sort of group here. Current and, as per last category, of all time.
I mean, if you're currently bald, I guess you always will be, right? Because there's no real comeback from that.
You say that. There is surgery available, I've been told. Literally, someone's told me that.
Unless I'm mistaken, doesn't The Rock pick his hair, but he has actually got hair. He does that out of choice. Kind of like young Zeke Lau.
Right.
I think The Rock, actor, wrestler The Rock,
has got a massive head of hair.
Yeah, if he lets it grow, he's got all sorts of weeds. Okay. Historically, got to get someone sufficiently niche.
Just get your favourite.
Yeah. I'm going to go, it's not completely bald, but I'm going to go Richard Schmidt at Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
He was always kind of had the receding. He had the receding, which you don't see a lot of these days.
I'll take Schmidt. I'll take
Big wave surfer charger.
Yeah, Santa Cruz set the tone down that part of the world. As we see, he definitely wasn't on the fringe of the action down there in Santa Cruz, but he was right in the thick of it. See Fontaine driving down the line, can't make it. Yeah, I'll take Schmidt. And of the current follically challenged crop, who are you going for?
I might go Jadson.
Yeah, Jadson.
Jadson.
Yeah. He's pretty. Love seeing that sort of that shiny dome sort of racing around the world. Legendary Brazilian surfer. And there you go. Pretty good. Like it. Tom Carroll I would have thrown in the mix for me.
As a current surfer?
No, it's all time.
But he wasn't bald then.
He was. I reckon the end of his career, definitely.
Okay, Monday, no real. Yeah, he's uncompromising. He was.
He was.
Okay.
I'm not going to brook argument on this one. Oh, and a bit of sort of sparky movement there from the young Ryan Coelho. Really just starting to warm up.
A lovely head of hair on him. Bright future in front of him. Ben, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel sick in the
angry?
stomach. I hate
bitter.
That's why I don't like puppies. They've got a future. Ryan Coelho, sprightly, young kid, full head of hair, dreams of professional surfing ahead. Real talented. See how he goes. Right now, the dreams, though, for these 4 surfers in the water. Well, Coelho, he's only had a couple of ones. Ian Fontaine's got a 4.57 in the locker, so he needs a really small score, 2.73. One of the few surfers in the event wearing booties, I've noticed. Obviously, does like to wear the booties up where he's from. I think he's staying in Brittany and Hoskia, pretty cold winter. You get used to them. Still like the old classic one booty sort of look. Many of the sort of Indo-Bali veterans used to sport. Always a bit of time for that. Anything else on the Twitter, Paul, coming in from your end?
Yeah, there's loads. I'm just scrolling through to see if I can find one that's broadcastable. So there is some fruity language in here, as you might expect.
Coelho, one big turn, really nice style, but only just got one in. So just showing what he's got. Really smooth character, but just needs a bit more open face. He's going to get through these heats. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Diaz and Vidal out in front, but not by much.
Yeah, question on Twitter. Here's a good one, actually. It's from Ray in Romford, up there in Essex. Don't know if he's a West Ham fan, but probably. A question for Ben. Wants to know, how do you get into commentary? What's the pathway? Is there an official qualification? Is there like an A-level or even a degree level? Or how do you get your in? Because it seems, well, this is Ray said, it seems like a very kind of glitzy lifestyle, very enviable life. So you get flown around the world, you get free dinners in the finest restaurants, you get paid the big bucks, and you get to hang out with professional surfers all day at the beach. Ben, how do you get into it?
Well, Ray, I mean, it's a question that often gets asked. I've done a few.
Ben gets this all the time.
I mean, those TED Talks, they keep coming towards me about this I say no.
Don't get paid for the TED Talks.
Exactly, which is why I don't do it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, when you cop up some bucks. They said, well, we didn't pay Steve Jobs when he was alive. I say, well, yeah, so what? What's that got to do with my commentary college? The School of Hard Knocks, I would say, Ray. Literally, I've had some knocks. As we see, Quello fanging down the line. He's got some speed. He's going to go to the air here, is he? No, just finishes off, tags it nicely. The traditional route.
Can you remember your first call-up?
Surf.
Do you remember your first?
Yeah,
it's like getting an England cap, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Did you get a
it
letter?
was on my home turf as well, at Newcastle Beach.
Oh, man.
I've told the story before when I rocked up. Terry McKenna. This was just beach announcing at the time, but there was big crowds, probably 20,000 people there. And Terry McKenna, a Newcastle legend, used to run, good surfer, and used to run the bodyboarding tour, and an announcer. He handed me a book, and it was literally on the front cover. It said the Surfing Book of Commentators' Cliches, and he'd written down all sorts of sayings over his years of what to say in different times. And I remember thinking, well, I'm not going to use that. As it's turned out, I've used every single one.
As it's turned out, you've written several books of commentary cliches.
Yeah.
Let's get caught up with Pedro Quello here. Get another look at this left as he just prods his way down the line. Keeps the speed going, looking to hang on to second. It's a small score, really, for him, but it's good enough to hang on right now. And it is a low-scoring affair with just over 4 on the clock.
But the traditional route is just through being involved in the surf media, and then sometimes if you're involved in the surf media...
Is there a lot of corruption involved? This is just my question, but is it quite corrupt? You know, is it cash in envelopes under hotel room doors?
Well...
Grease in the palms?
Paul, I would say, given that you got on the CT and I didn't, there must be some type of underhand corruption.
It's a meritocracy, isn't it?
It cannot be explained.
Cream rises to the top, mate.
It cannot be explained by performance-related key performance indicators.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring that up myself, but now that you've gone there...
Well, when you bring up corruption in the commentary gig, I mean, there should be some type of, I don't know, review. Some type of independent board, advisory board.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering who you listen to, I'm Paul Evans of the Championship Tour. Alongside me is Ben Mundy, who generally does kind of low-level QS events, stuff like that, local board riders, comps. It's great to have you online.
Gun for hire. Gun for hire. No event too small. No job too big.
QS 500 in a lake. Mundy speciality.
No, look, I'm not saying that the Yorkshire stand-up paddleboarding tour hasn't got legs, but I'll tell you what, coming from a man who has commentated on stand-up paddleboarding, racing, I mean, what type of sport you haven't commentated on? I mean, let's be honest here, Paulie.
You get to a stage in your career, it's all about just giving back, really.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, it wouldn't be fair of me to turn this gig down. I can tell you the money's not great.
Yeah.
But
I just do it for the fans, really. It's pretty much just a way of keeping the fans happy. And that's what are we doing that now? It's really hard to tell. 2 minutes on the clock, though. Diaz out in the lead. Quello in second. Just a 4.57 for Vidal, and Fontaine a 3.87.
Just to answer Ray's question, how do you get into commentary? Mate, your guess is as good as anyone's.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, but I would say anyone listening that wants to have a crack at it, come and just DM us, because we're looking for new talent, aren't we, Paul, all the time? We want to see more faces, see new faces, someone with that can, you know.
Yeah, maybe record some voice notes and just DM Ben Mundy. You'll find him on his channels.
No, I would set up the QS and commentate for the whole week, every heat, record it.
A long voice note, mate.
And send it to me. 49,000 gigabyte. That's one way to find out. So, yeah, it's no easy task. There is no answer to that question, unfortunately, Ray. Fontaine putting in the big ones. He needs a small score. He's not going to get it with that. See the frustration. Maybe just trying to get away from his competitors as well. Still got a minute on the clock. He needs a 3.87. So he had a couple of heat wins. Was feeling good. Right now he's not feeling so crash hot. 50 seconds on the clock. And plenty of work to do. As he just heads over. He might get a little edge here. The boys on the peak are hustling. 40 seconds remaining. Small scores needed. And you see some battling going on. It's Diaz here. He's the current heat leader. Fontaine, though, might get one more crack at it. 3.57 is the requirement. That first turn was sticky. The second one turn wasn't much better, but he likes it.
It looked like he was fielding a cricket ball then, wasn't he? He just collected that a fine leg and just threw it back to the bowler's end.
It over the bails. I worry about that first turn. 3.57 or 3.87. Well, he likes it.
Yeah, I think he had to do that really, but not super convincing, was it? I like a little mullet energy going on from Luis Diaz, and I like the way he put together this heat. Low scoring affair, got to get it done. He kind of backed himself throughout, really. This is nice.
Yeah, great surfing.
Nice and vertical. Just see on all of his waves, his board looked quite sort of free underneath his feet, didn't he? Had that speed throughout. Let's have another look here. Fontaine. Not super convincing, really. I mean, the quickest he really moved on that was the claim. And let's see where the panel goes with it. He's asked a question. That's what you got to do. You need a score at the end of a heat, at least. Before you do anything, you've got to get a wave and give the judges something to go at, which the number comes in, Ben. He's not going to get there.
Nah, 3.33, and I think there was potential on that wave to get a 4. I just think he just didn't surf it to his full potential. And that means he's out. So Diaz is gone. Sorry, Diaz is through. Qualo in second. And we have to say goodbye to 2 more surfers. They got other opportunities coming up to Santa Cruz after this. Speaking of more opportunities, we're going to go to a short commercial break and then come back with more live action across the Caparica Surf Fest for 2022.
Welcome back to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. My name is Zé Ferreira. I'm here with Paul Evans, and we're looking at our Heat 11. Gonçalo Vidal, Miguel Blanco, Seth Morris, Ryan Coelho. Diverse heat in terms of nationality, so that just makes things interesting. What can we expect from this heat today?
Well, this is around really, it's important getting through, obviously setting up towards the latter stage, kind of midway point really in the event. Surfers who've come in from the early rounds have surfed a couple of heats. This is where your top seeds coming in. That's why we're seeing some of the bigger names at this stage, and it's really about just keeping that ball rolling if you've been surfing and making heats. If you're coming into this, it's about picking up that pace and showing your quality, showing the judges something.
Yeah, so we've been having some nice heats, nice scores, nice surfing, nice strategy. A day like today implicates a lot of strategy. and intelligence from these surfers, as the opportunities are not there in every heat and every hour. But at the moment, who is ready is our interviewer, the winner of last heat. Take it away.
Thanks, that's right. Congratulations, Luis. How are you feeling?
Very good. A bit exhausted, like nervous because small conditions and it's hard for everybody, but happy.
Take me through your preparation, like your routines and everything when you're going through this competition.
I mean, just surfing a lot because it's been like very small these last few days. So getting ready for the conditions today, have the board elected, and yeah, just be calm, trying to be calm and take a lot of waves because priority with days like this doesn't really make much difference.
Where are your favorite surfing spots? Does Portugal make the list?
Oh, I mean, Portugal is amazing. I live in Canary Islands, so we have very good waves there. But for sure in Europe, I think it's one of the best spots here, Portugal.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you guys, Joanna and Luis Diaz.
Been thinking about getting an earring as it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn between tattoo and an earring.
You don't have any
tips?
tattoos?
Not yet, mate. What do you think?
Okay.
What would you get if you were me? You're on the wrong side of 40. You want to try and like keep cool. Earring or tattoo, mate?
Earring.
Okay.
Earring.
You
I
can always
think that's
take it out.
stylish. and
Yeah,
you have to get a skate as well.
Yep.
A ball, you know. You have to go to the ball.
Tattoo's quite tempting, though.
Yeah, but everyone has a tattoo.
Yeah, but not many people have got one that says Ben Mundy on. I was just going to get that.
Yeah, that's epic.
Yeah, on the bicep.
Yeah.
A little picture of him on the other one.
Put it on the neck, on the front part of the neck.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Apples here on the bump of the neck. That'd be cool. So in this heat, we have Seth Morris, the Brit, has been surfing really well. Miguel Blanco, obviously big wave surfer these days, has been going more and more to Nazaré. And Gonzalo Vidal, surfer from Spain. It's crazy how much Spanish and Basque surfers have been coming through. And then Ryan Coelho from Brazil, young surfer. And as we were saying, Miguel has been doing the dishes and doing his part in Nazaré. They had a beach cleanup. I think that was Sunday.
He's an eco warrior now, Miguel Blanco.
Yeah. He's been organizing a lot of
good on him.
Beach cleanups.
What a legend.
You know, a lot of awareness, and I do think surfers as public figures can have a responsibility for positive influences on people. He's definitely doing his part. Gonzalo here finishing off this wave. Let's see if we can get the first part of that. He already has a 4-point. The best wave of this heat so far.
Yeah, it's a slow wave here for Gutierrez. Does well to get that little whipping turn. And another one in. So he actually does really well after not being offered very much at all. Manages to click this several times. Ever stylish from Blanco, just the one hit from him. Manages to get it done, get out of there. I keep his score down, the fact that it was quite a short section, but nice little stab, nice and vertical. If you're going to do one turn, make it a decent one, and then make sure you make it. That's what he did. And it's reasonable from him. And we're just hoping for some more sets, really.
Sure, looks like we have some movement. As we have Seth Morris, the stylish Brit surfer. 2 turns there, and Ryan Coelho, smaller surfer, so he'll be flying in these conditions. He definitely has that advantage of speed in these waves, but then not as much expression and power. But let's watch the wave again.
Yeah, pretty light, not doing loads in terms of the amount of spray. A nice little flick off the top from him. I wonder if being light on your feet, I think it's an advantage in the smaller waves. I just think some of our bigger surfers, we've seen them go to sort of step down equipment. We've seen the wider boards from some of our heavier surfers that do seem to be going a lot better in these waves. I'm just wondering if you are smaller, you might be tempted to kind of stick to your normal boards. And maybe therefore you don't quite get that advantage. I'm thinking Enrique Pirates, we saw him, he had that board of the wings that kind of went in on the tail narrow, but it's pretty wide through the midpoint, and it absolutely flew for him out there in these conditions. Thinking about Borman as well. He's quite a solidish guy. Maybe that equipment is always ever important. If you find yourself a magic board for small waves, you're going to need it today.
Definitely Miguel here again with the one turn. I think he's using an epoxy. He is. So for everyone watching, well, let's just watch Seth's wave. Nice float. He looks, might be the painting, but it looks like he's using a very thick board, which would be normal for a day like this, since you definitely need a lot of flotation from the board, and the thicker the board, the more flotation you get. And especially now with this low tide, it's tricky out there. Tricky competition day. Joaquim Chaves, local boy. He's been going through the motions here in Portugal, doing the juniors, doing some European competitions, and he's a very promising surfer from Portugal. And Gonzalo is probably the surfer with the most rhythm in this heat, Paul.
Yeah, he has. And basically, whatever your strategy was before you came in, it's all about being pragmatic, isn't it? And just taking pretty much whatever comes at you. You don't want to really be overly selective. You're not going to get time to be particularly selective. Just surf waves if and when they come, and if you're in position. And how often have we seen surfers getting waves while they're kind of making their way back out from a wave? So that staying busy, speaking of commentary cliches, that's a popular one, but you can see why it pays off. Conditions like this. Seth Morris has been really busy, the Welshman. Quite a ton of waves. Unable to add anything that significant so far, but let's see if that approach pays off for him. But obviously, you're going to get a couple of sets, and there's going to be in-between waves as well. So quite a few of the scores come through on the in-between waves already this morning. Seth's going to have to be pretty patient. Hails from Pembrokeshire, West Wales. It's from Broadhaven, which is quite a wedgy beach break. Powerful wave.
How are the waves in Wales? Do you have a notion of how the waves are?
Yeah, really, I mean, there's a big variety. Yeah, really strong scene of surfers. Good sort of level. Great surf scene. Mainly
beach breaks, point breaks.
Bit of everything, like mainly beach breaks, but some points, some reefs.
Some slabs probably.
Yeah, and waves all around the coast. They make the South Wales is the sort of the main part where the waves are, but out in West Wales as well. You get the right swell direction.
Nice.
But yeah, really strong scene. Really cool local surf scene, and you know, you got your main breaks and then a bunch of other little spots sort of tucked away, just like everywhere.
Nice. Pretty cold, probably. It's colder than England, you'd say, in wintertime?
Pretty similar. If you go quite far up the Bristol Channel, so the sort of eastern end of South Wales, it's colder in winter. That more fresh water there does feel chillier, but they're pretty similar. Maybe a degree or so, not a whole lot different from Cornwall. I mean, it's only just literally kind of across the water.
Yeah. So nice place to go and discover. And Gonzalo here with his 3-turn right-hander, managing well. As we can see the surf schools there on the right. Bear in mind that Caparica is definitely one of the best places in the world to learn how to surf. We have a lot of surf schools, and there's a big surf scene here as well. Surf shops, surf hostels, you know, there's a big community. There we go. Teacher with a handful or 2 handfuls of surfers, aspirants, and Ryan here. Nothing for this wave to offer. 6 minutes to go. This heat has been quite slow, as we have Seth Morris, a good first turn, second one. Let's see if he gets something else. No, looks like a bit of frustration there. It's perfect for learning. It's not perfect for competing, but Miguel is making, it looks, the best out of this wave. So good surfing. He needs 483. He's in second place. That's a good tentative to move up in the ranks.
Yeah, be improving with that. Good second turn, wasn't it? Really nice second maneuver for him. Judge is going to reward that.
Ooh. So the last one was fire. And he wants to change a 4 point. So interesting exchange. It kind of looks like Miguel and Gonzalo are stepping up a bit in this heat. This wave looked good.
Yeah, a bit of crumble early on. He did well to get past it, get this little double up section here. And crucially, because he's carried over the speed from just projecting this little float over the section. See, as it goes a little steeper in here, he's just in the sweet spot there. And he is able just to sort of tweak out a little bit. And it's those little minor differences that make a big difference. So set up from Miguel, this, bang, really nicely timed. That wave get down towards the lower tide. It just kind of went hollow and went really shallow. And when it did, his timing was sweet to put his board up in the lip. And he will improve as well. Stays in second, but an improvement from Blanco, which will make the task slightly harder for that young man there, Coelho. He's chasing, as is Seth Morris. This is the backhands from Ryan. Pretty decent stuff, nice redirects. This wave was always running away from him though, wasn't it? And that's been the sort of shape of it in this heat. The waves are getting much quicker now. Earlier this morning, a little bit more water on the bank, but a little bit more shape. More kind of peelers coming through. So right now, not only have you got to try and find yourself the sets, you also got to try and find the ones that stay open.
Challenging conditions. Definitely, as we see, Mihimana, Tahitian surfer, competing for France. Very experienced surfer as well. Solid competitor. You know, wouldn't be surprised to see this guy doing well if he made it to the challengers. He actually been in the top 100 the last few years, I think. So he's used to competing with the big names. He's actually one of them, one of the big names, I would say. And at the moment, as it is, we have Maxime leading the ranks. Then Ramsey, Tristan Gilbord, Jordan Cousinet, Gaspard Lasserneau. Yeah, it's actually almost French, the top 10.
Here
we
goes
have the recap.
Gutierrez early on, and just able to throw up some spray. And he's been polished, he's been pretty sharp. Hasn't had necessarily the wow factor. It's been pretty workmanlike, and he's getting the job done. And in a really tight heat, which is essentially anyone's. Our Spaniard's been super busy. He's ridden 6 waves. His scores actually came on his last 2. This was the wave he just rode. And he got that little cooperative section at the end. Good enough for the 4.23. Blanco got a 4.8 for this. Sets up. And then as it goes steep in here, he manages just to tap that tail. Because he timed it sweetly, gets a big spray. That's from the speed. And it's a reasonable number. In the context of this heat, it's a pretty good one. It's actually the highest score, that 4.8. And it's been a real low scoring affair, which also means it's still open. And our surfers chasing, they need 5s right now, and they've not got loads of time left to get them.
Making their way into the water now. Next heat. And look at this. It's paradise for someone that wants to learn how to surf, really. Everyone goes through it. These guys have reached this stage in surfing, but they all started with a soft board or a bodyboard. So everyone starts in the same, pretty much in the same stage, not knowing, being afraid of the ocean. So if you want to start surfing, if you're afraid or hesitant, just go for it, try it out. You won't regret. It's definitely one. It's a very different feeling from other sports, since you're surrounded by water. You have that sensation in your tummy when you stand up for the first time. So it's definitely good for you, good for your well-being, good for your peace of mind. And we have something going. Wow, Paul. Nice wave there for Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel Blanco. And on the other side of it was Seth Morris, who had priority, and he's got a longer wave there. So they both stood up at the same time, and he was riding for an extra, 4 or 5 seconds. And he's got a little pep in his step as he tries to make it back out. See if he can get in the lineup before the end of this. Not loads of time left. Seth looking for 5, 6, 7 he was. Let's check him out. Oh, that was nice. Just snaps one in a pocket. Oh, and again. Not loads of forward momentum. That's basically because the wave is kind of cornering there, and he does really well to keep those turns nice and crisp. He's right in the pocket where he wants to be. There's his coach, Joel Gray, watching on. Give him a round of applause alongside Emily Curry. Blanco just tagging it. So, well, 2-part story there. If Blanco improves with this, that requirement will go up for Seth Morris. The judges with a little bit of thinking to do. Gutierrez. Been really impressed with his linkage. You see, every time he finishes with a strong turn on the end, it just adds you that little extra that rather than kind of running out of steam on the end of his waves, he's actually firing up for the finish. Judges have shown him favour for that, and he's been good enough to lead this one. His lead might be under threat, though, when the wave comes in for Blanco. Ripped a couple of backhand turns, didn't he? And we could well see Miguel moving up. It looks like it's going to be bad news for Wales and for Seth Morris. Also, Ryan Coelho is going to struggle now. We're all done.
We're all done. So Gutierrez doesn't improve on his score. Miguel does do that. And so Miguel ends up going to the first place, and Gutierrez in second. And as we go into the next heat, we'll do a little break now. When we come back, we'll have all the action coming up right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
And we have Miguel's backup board there. He went through with that last wave, went through in the first place. My name is Ferreira. I have Francisco Alves here with me, two of Portugal's finest.
You know it.
Doing this next heat. And we have Joaquim Chaves, local boy, as you are. What can you tell us about him?
Well, we've got stacked heat, me and Manabrai, looking sharp. He's put in a lot of work on the preseason. He's putting up a lot of clips working out, so he looks fit and ready. And we've got Joaquim Chaves, who's a great up-and-coming kid from Portugal, goofy footer with a lot of talent. Iker Trigueiros, don't know too much about him, but yeah, and Dean Van der Waal that we saw surf in the earlier rounds. During the break, we had Blue Joaquim Chaves with a great off-the-top snap. Good section there, and Mimana with a lot of speed, and boom. Did he make it? Yes, sir. Great air from Mimana Brai. So, great start of the heat for the boys.
Yeah, these boys aren't kidding around. Mihimana showing all his experience there with that air. When you start a heat like that, it means something. It means like you're not kidding around. You're not waiting for a two-turn wave. You're just going for it. So Mihimana Brai just making a stand there. And we have Joana Garnel with Miguel Blanco from the last heat. What do you have for us, Joana?
Thanks, that's right. Miguel Blanco, the winner of the last heat. How are you feeling?
Feels good. Stoked to make my heat. I came from Estrella this morning and got a bunch of traffic trying to make it like in time, and just stoked that I was still able to get a little surf straight to my heat. Waves were small. It was tough out there, but just stoked to make it.
Now, you've always got a very interesting environmental agenda. What's happening? What's been happening?
Yeah, we've been putting a lot of work into Hope Zone Foundation, the warehouse in Nazaré, just doing regular beach cleanups, and not only about protecting the waves, you got to protect the surroundings, its ecosystem. So just trying to create hope zones in the end. And yeah, besides that, just putting some time into regular beach cleanups. Gonna happen soon, some in Estrella, others with Rip Curl, doing the ROM search events, trying to, inspire the younger generation to put some work together. And yeah, respect a little bit of the ocean that gives us so much. And yeah, just looking forward, all the little activations, beach cleanups, and all the events. So then I'm able to travel in the summer and go South Hemisphere to chase waves.
Well, you're definitely inspirational. And you weren't surfing with that board. Why did you want to bring it up to the interview?
Yeah, actually today I didn't ride this one. I could have done, but I didn't. But yeah, this is Orc surfboards made with polyolo blank. It's a recycled surf blank. And yeah, just trying to give a little push into circular economy and just upcycling, and just try to bring the new aspect that, just surfboards, they don't have to be all white and pretty and Formula One, we can get something a bit more eco-friendly, and that it's not, that the performance is almost as good as a super high performance board, and then you're still being kind of eco-friendly, so why not?
Well, you're definitely the guy to listen to. We hope to see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. And Miguel, spreading the good word, the good vibes, the eco message. He's right in the middle of all that. He doesn't, he practices what he preaches. He's out there trying to always improve just in the little aspects of surfboard. design and being environmentally friendly. That's what we want to see. This Minamate, a break. Tahitian, really smooth. Got off to an absolute stonker of a start with a 7.5. And yeah, looks good. Oh, up the back there, Dean van der Waal, the Belgian. Busy start as we saw Joachim Chavez just banging down the line. Just put a bit on a, wow, that's a big finish as well. So lots of great surfing. That was a 6.5. See Joachim Chavez just putting on a just sort of bit musclier, bit bigger builds, growing up pretty fast, these kids, and just see as he starts to put on a bit of muscle and a more power coming his way, I reckon.
Yeah, he's a lot bigger than he was last year. So he, last year he was already really technical, but this year as he gains more muscle, he's getting he's starting to be a little bit more powerful. So yeah, technical and powerful. So he's got all, he ticks all the boxes to be here and performing well. So I love the way Joaquim surfs, actually. He's a goofy footer. He's the Goofy Boys. He belongs to our group, me and you, Ben. And he showed a lot of flow on that right. That right hander wasn't the easiest wave to surf. Was bending a lot to the middle of the beach, and he was able to fit 3 turns in there, and with a lot of flow, and he was calm surfing, which it's always nice to see someone getting an opportunity, using it wisely, and yeah, he did just that, and he's right in the mix with Mi Mana Brai. Mi Mana started off this heat with a 7.5, a really good air reverse on a meaty section. So Mi Mana showing off right off the gates a lot of confidence. Just throw the tail out and make it.
Yeah, first wave of the event for him, and what a way to start. Really powerful. Such a great surfer, those Tahitians. Obviously born and bred in quality waves. The surfing style gets smoothed around the edges. And yeah, Nahumana obviously also can pack some huge barrels. But yeah, really, really deadly in these little beach breaks as well. So Brian Chavez started off strong, and Ika Trigueros and Dean van der Waal needed a bit of work to be done. Swell just slowly sort of getting there, and it's pretty consistent. Not a huge jump in size. I think just probably more sets than yesterday. If anything.
I think the swell is building up slowly. Since the morning until now, we've seen quite a push. It's been a while since we were here today.
Yeah.
6 a.m. here on site.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
So nice to see you all day next to me, Ben.
Yeah,
what a pleasure.
Man, we've got a lot of time together, pal. It's good. And the future's looking bright.
It is looking bright. Even I know it's cloudy, but it's looking bright today.
Yeah, a bit of grey. Had a really nice sunny day. I would say, though, is it true? I don't know, I'll ask you, but when we get these sort of greyer conditions, you get a bit less wind, a bit less, that onshore breeze doesn't kick up quite as much, you think?
I think that tends to be something that happens here a lot. When there's a cloudy, like, kind of vibe, the wind kind of goes away.
Yep.
I think when you get foggy conditions, tends to happen that too, right?
Yeah, it's true.
A lot of comps we have in this area, it happens that.
Yeah,
you see the fog,
and
it's glassy, and then the fog comes up and it's onshore. So
real localized thing, as we see. That's Minamaya, this time on his backhand.
That wave looks nice, small but long.
So solid comp surfing there for Minamay.
Mi Mana there, showing a lot of strength. Boom, first snap there, another one. And he was able to finish it off. So yeah, I think he will get rid of that 3.10.
Okay, live action, Chavez, first turn, vertical, floats over the second. Can he get another one? He can't, just kicks out. Well surfed, just unfortunately for Chavez, just didn't have that extra little bonus section. And he doesn't get around it. Still looking good, that first wave of 6.5, always solid. to get any of those type of scores. And his first turn, Chico, was strong, right?
Yeah, he started off well, but then the wave kind of bended away, and he couldn't really fit another one of those. But yeah, he couldn't change that backup number. Might be a little bit gutted about that, but yeah, as we see Francisco Ordóñez, another goofy footer, warming up, looking calm, ready, trying to get ready for his next heat.
Yeah, big heat coming out. Luke Dillon, the experienced Englishman, and Marlon Lipke.
Oh.
Well, another experienced surfer as well from Portugal.
What a heat.
What a heat. Yep, some power-packed action there. And we'll see them coming up in the next one. Let's close up some action. Oh, hear the scrape of the wax. Luke Dillon there. Really composed character. Been doing this for a long time. Some big results over the years. He's the kind backpack, he's the kind leggy. The electrolytes. Oh, and meanwhile, down there, see Marlon just getting ready with some little tennis ball drills. Oh, that's the dog's going to like that. Nothing like a tennis ball to get involved. And just trying to take off their routine.
The dog is training too.
Yeah, dog's ready. So
great reaction time by the dog.
Yeah, he's fast switch fibers the set. 6 minutes to go on this one. Set's approaching. Van der Waal netting a big score. Hasn't got any scores on the board whatsoever. He's got priority. Looks like he's paddling for this one. Looks like there's a nice little left on it. He's going to have to get his skates on. Stick with the right. Oh no, so that's left, and you can see the frustration. That was his priority, and he managed to lose it on a pretty average wave. So he'll be a bit disappointed. And he goes back out, regroup there. Trigueros as well. Those two surfers just not getting into this heat in any shape or form. Meanwhile, the heat leader fanging down the line. Oh, that's a big, smooth aerial, and he likes it, and I like it, and I'm pretty sure the judges will like it. And we'll just see how he gets on. He's looking pretty happy with himself. That was a lot of speed, a lot of amplitude. So he's got some points on the board. Already at a 7.5. Here we go, Chico Alves. Talk us through this.
Yeah, this was a great air, great tail release, really technical. He's really good at this type of punt. He kind of throws it to the front of the wave, which is something he does really well. So yeah, Mimana showing he's got that in his pocket and he's going to use it. Yeah. So here we see Iker trying to build his house, but the wave wasn't that good. So yeah, Mimana showing that he's got the tricks in his pocket.
Yeah, he got an 8.4 for it as well, so a huge number and up to the excellent range.
And his 7.5 was quite the same.
Exactly. So massive heat total. Probably one of the, I would say the highest heat total of the event so far.
It is.
So the Tahitian absolutely on a tear. Chavez doing well. And now Trigos and Van der Waal. 4 minutes to go.
I think this sends a quick message to the other surfers that want to have big scores. Maybe one big punt.
I'm coming for you. Yeah, one exactly. Well, the judge has been rewarding because we haven't seen a lot of it, have we?
Yeah,
we haven't
exactly.
seen that many airs. So the judge is saying, look, there's a risk to it, but that's what we want to see. We want to see those progressive manoeuvres. If you go big and land them, there's big points on offer. 8.4 for a single turn, as we just saw. So, yeah, exactly. Get out there and flare up, guys.
Yeah. Get out there and just fly.
Just fly. Just do this. And, yeah, massive heat total. He's safe. I think you're going to see the heat recap now. And, yeah, well, it's all about the man in red, really. Started off strong and just kept on going.
Yeah, he started off really well with his air. Boom. 7.5. Quite similar to his 8.4, but the 8.4 was a big wave, as we see here. Joaquim Chaves. Big turn there, quick float with a lot of style in projection and a blowtail to finish this wave off. He's stoked, and this I think was the 8.4. Boom! Great rotation, tail to the sky. Look at the judges. Here I am, Nimana, with a 15-point total.
Yeah, exactly. Well called there, Chico, and
Thanks, man.
He's looking good. Spinning and winning. So it probably comes down to that one surfer Icap. Trigueros needing just a 5.84 to try and nip ahead of Chaves. And we'll just see if he can get one more opportunity. 2 minutes on the clock. Set's approaching. You think he might get a chance here? It's not priority. There seems to be a few waves that could work.
As we see some lines approaching the lineup, 1 minute 50 seconds to end. Let's see if someone will catch it. No, seems like a closeout. And yeah, last minute we have Mimana in the lead with an 8 and a 7, so he's comfortable. We have in second Joaquim Chaves with a 6.5 and a 3.83. Joaquim still trying to get rid of that 3.83. And Iker Trigueros behind the 8 ball looking for that 5.84. And Dean Van der Waal having a shocker of a hit with a 3-point total combined. So are they in the office for Dean? For sure. You know Dean, right? He's a ripper.
Yeah, he rips. He's a great surfer and just hasn't had any of the opportunities. This happens in these heats. Sometimes you just get out of rhythm, and especially when you've seen your other opponent just getting some massive scores. So yeah, Van der Waal, all part of the learning curve for him. He won't be happy with his performance. You have to go back and think about what he could have done differently, or what went wrong, why it went wrong, where it went wrong, how it went wrong, when it went wrong, why. I said why.
Yeah, I think so.
And then if he answers all those questions, well, then he'll be in a better position not to do it again next time.
And you will understand why
it went wrong.
Yeah.
Wow. And 20 seconds on the clock. I don't think he's even getting another chance. Good news for Chaves in blue. He looks like he's going to hold on to second, and the outstanding performer of the day, of the event so far, perhaps, is Mimana Bray. As you see, Van der Waal, last chance, needs an 8. And you can see he's not going to get that. So he comes in. That's a wrap. Here goes Bray. Bit of a victory lap here.
Mimana looked really fast, and it looks sharp. Look, boom. Even after the 8 finish, he's doing like 6s. So
yeah, well surfed. Really happy with that. If we get a chance to surf again, but he'll probably want to put in a performance like that. I don't know. Is that something you want to have surf again straight away after a performance like that, or are you just happy to park it for the day and come back? It's hard to tell, but here he goes. Boomtown. Fins high and dry, and lands it sweet. Okay, so we're going to come back with more explosive high-performance surfing right after this short break, and we'll be here for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Back to live action. That is the heat winner coming up to have a chat with his brains trust. They're all saying, yep, that was a good job, pal. Well done. That Pizel surfboard looks pretty sweet. And the Tahitian is pretty stoked. There we go, looking down south. Lovely cliffs and coastline of this super pleasant part of Portugal. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth. Two. Wow, legends. Is that to go too far in the Portuguese surf scene? It might be a bit overkill.
Mid legends.
Yeah.
No, I think Jose is a myth.
Jose, the man, the myth.
The man, the
myth,
and
the
the
DJ.
legend.
The man, the myth, the legend, the DJ. Jose Ferreira. How are you, Jose?
All good. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure.
Very interesting heat now. So 3 Portuguese. Well, Marlon is surfing for Germany, but he's Portuguese at heart. Then Luís Perloiro, Francisco Ordonhas, up and coming, and Luke Dillon, one of our favorite surfers, Brit.
Yeah, he's got a 3-way Portuguese battle ahead of him. Looks like he's looking at this wave. Doesn't get that one. Yep. So Polello, Lipke, bit of mixed veteran, youth, and everything in between. Had a pretty strong heat yesterday, I think, Marlon. Surfed well on the left-handers. So we'll see how he's getting on. And yeah, plenty of swell coming our way. It's just slowly filling in this afternoon. Ramps up again tomorrow and then just starts to get pretty solid. Bit wind, bit onshore, but good waves coming our way. Chico, I'm pretty excited. Some of those rip bowls off those groins hopefully coming to play on the tides. But a man who absolutely nailed the last heat, Miname Bray, and he's down there with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Congratulations. That was really great surfing there for you. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. Actually, at the beginning, I was kind of feeling like not stressed, but kind of weird feeling because it's the start of the comp, you know, and yeah, obviously the waves right now with the low tides, it's pretty hard, you know, so you got to be picky, and that's what I did. I'm stoked to get the 2 good ones. Yeah, I saw that the low tide was the wave were closing out, so I was trying to do like one turn, one good punt, so yeah, I made it. Yeah, I'm stoked.
How do you prepare yourself mentally? You said that you were stressing out before. How do you get the moment in your head?
Yeah, I was trying to breathe when I was in the lineup, just to breathe and like giving like positive words and everything, and yeah, just go with the flow, and it worked. I'm feeling good, my board's feeling good and everything. It's just the start of the contest, you know. Every first hit is always like stressful. Once you made the first one, after you keep going, you know.
And what's your goal here on the QS, trying to get back on the Challenger Series?
Yeah, for sure. For the regional, I'm trying to qualify in the Europe region right now, and that's my goal for sure. And yeah, Challenger Series and WCT next year.
Yeah, that's the thinking. Good job. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Cool insights. Breathing's important. If you don't breathe, you're in all sorts. I liked the Tahitian Cola. That sounds nice, doesn't it? You see, sponsored by Tahitian Cola.
Yeah, sounds refreshing.
Anything for Tahiti is better than anywhere from anywhere else, right? As we see, Perla just snagging it up there. Yeah, like a Tahitian Cola just be really nice, bubbly. I want to taste some of that.
And the logo.
The logo's good.
Be cool.
Yeah. So everything's good about it. I'm going to get some. He must have some in his car. I wonder if he's got some in his car, do you think? Might be able to give me a little try.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You need to refresh.
Yeah, I do.
yourself.
Yeah, I do need to refresh. It's been a long day in the booth. What have we done? 13 heats today. Whistled by 20-minute heats, so they're really short and sharp. There's been plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity.
Oh, this wave looks
and
so good.
Dylan on his backside. He's going to have to fade. Haven't seen that many times. Oh, sticks it up there and can't make the second one. So he'll be a bit disappointed he didn't finish that off because he had a good score coming his way. He'll still get probably a good score for that one turn, but unfortunately for Luke, it just ran off pretty fast. I'll get Chico Alves to break this down.
exactly the points where he made a mistake and how he could have sort of maximised his points on this wave. See the replay. It's right at the back. Lewis is getting a 3.33 and then Ordonez smack him on the inside. Francisco in the white, so all the surfers getting some action. Dylan probably getting the pick of the wave in terms of quality. Just see how he caught on. Out the back, Martin Lipke live action. And he's just on his backside. Gets some spray. That's nice. So a couple of big turns. You know, small wave, but he just juiced it absolutely. And he just kicked through. Twitter obviously has been sort of ramping up throughout the day. We had a talk.
Look at him.
Look at him. It's one of the questions coming in right now. That was said Karen from Caparica. She's local, actually. She's still watching the webcast though. Nah, come down and she'd watch it, Karen. But she's saying just saw Marlon paddling really strongly. Who's on the QS series? You two guys surfed in the QS over the years. Who's the best paddler? Who's the strongest paddler? And do you get points for it? She doesn't know surfing that well.
Who's the best paddler?
Yeah, who's the best paddler?
I think there's gifted guys that paddle really fast and others that don't paddle that well. I don't know the difference.
Exactly.
Jose wasn't
one
like
goes faster.
Jose wasn't like a good paddler.
I wasn't that much of a good paddler.
Yeah, me too. I think Vasco is really good.
Yeah,
paddler.
Vasco just flows through, and Flip Gervis.
Yeah, Flip was like I thought he had a jet ski all the time on his arms.
Yeah, he definitely had a jet ski, and this guy also has a jet ski on his legs.
Yeah, he's looking strong. But yeah, I think some
Flip
guys
Jarvis.
Some guys just paddle faster than others.
Yeah, I know.
Toyon probably paddles fast, and stylishly.
Yeah, right. Okay, this is stylish. Look at these backhand vertical turns. Dylan.
Ouch. This is one of the best waves I've seen throughout the day.
Cool hand, Luke.
One of the most beautiful waves. Kind of looked like that Chico Alves backside, you know? Stylish. Sort of.
Hanging it up there. Who's the... Karen, she loves this chat. She loves the QS, getting the inner circle of the QS. She said, okay, I like the paddling chat. She's followed it straight up with another one. Hold on, I'll just take some of the swear words out of this because she's got a potty mouth as this Karen.
Karens are the best.
Who's the gnarliest competitor? She's saying on the QS. Who would do it? Who? She says, pardon it. She said, who would kill their own mother to win a heat? Basically, is what she said.
Ooh, own mother.
Yeah,
that's hectic.
I know.
I think
she means metaphorically, not.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've got a bunch of them. I think.
You mean in the European region?
Yeah.
Or
Let's I think we have a really good competitor that has made its name known really widely around the world, which is Aritz Aramburu.
Aritz.
I think he's such a fearless competitor. Not in terms of aggressiveness, but he's so intelligent and he makes always the right decisions. And he makes sure he doesn't fall. So I really enjoy seeing him compete.
I can't imagine him killing his own mother to win a heat, though. I mean,
come on.
That's not Aritz's style, is it?
No. Aritz is
He's the sweetest guy.
He likes to win. Okay, yeah, I like it. A bit of a different take on it, but I like it. What about you, Jose Ferreira? Hold on, the whole thought. We got the local Portuguese Francisco up and riding. Oh, that's a nice first turn. I like that pink spray.
Oh, nice.
Two-turn combo from the Grom. Looking good.
Clean surfing there. Well, I would say, Charlie pops up to my head like straight away. He's a passionate competitor, not afraid to show his thoughts. So
I could see him killing his mother too.
French connection here.
Pauline Nadeau, Minamate, Alain Rao. Look at all those brains trust. A lot of great surfers down there, all hanging out. Tessa Tyson. Fred Robin. So, just a real solid crew, the Frenchies. A lot of experience and a good pack. Meanwhile, splitting the pack. is Lewis on the inside, comes in. Can he finish it off? Nice. So it's big numbers coming through here. Just Dylan got a 6.43 for that last backhand vertical tackle, and 3.67 for the one he fell off on. He's got the lead, but all scores to come in for all four surfers.
Waves look fun now.
Yeah, waves improving.
Getting better. And yeah, I remembered Mehdi Verminardi was also a very furious competitor, and Stephen Pearson, the Tahitian guy.
Yeah,
remember
blonde.
that? Blonde guy.
Yeah, blonde Tahitian. Yeah, I remember him, Pearson. Yeah, right.
I was afraid of him.
I think Jose is just like letting everyone know who he was afraid of all life.
You always have those guys. You always have those guys. You don't want to. You don't want to go against, even if
about the nightmares.
Even if they're sweet, it's like no.
Your nemesis.
We have a thing.
Yeah, we got a thing. We got history.
Yes.
We got beef.
We got a beef.
This was a fearless competitor, João Tunes. The father of Afonso Tunes was one of the best at competing at his time.
Yeah.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, he's talked about as the Tom Curran of Portugal.
Yeah, out there looks quite the same, and the look too.
And the glasses.
Sexy look.
The glasses.
Actually, is that Tom Curran?
Yeah, and he plays.
He's Tom Curran.
He also plays the guitar.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I see Afonso there trying to get some tips on how to play guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you two making a little band.
Hawaiian
Tom
band
Curran and his friends.
Ukulele in Hawaii, a little bit.
A little bit of that. A ukulele.
Yeah, ukulele.
Yeah. Okay.
Or just a flute. I can see sheep.
Yeah, yeah,
just
with
the
flute. Pursing his lips. Yeah, I can see that. Well, that's actually that's a good question, and Twitter's picked up on that, and they're saying if in the current heat the four surfers were to form a band. This is Pedro from Porto. He's saying if these four surfers in the heat were to form a band, who would play what instrument? That's his question on Twitter. Jose, he's asking Jose Ferreira. You're the musician of the group.
So I think Luke Dillon would be on the sax.
On the sax. Yeah, I like it. I always thought maybe double bass.
Or double bass, yeah.
But yeah, you can switch. Yeah.
Francisco Ordonez on the drums.
Right, keeping the rhythm, keeping it tight, yep.
Perloiro on the guitar, and Marlon singing.
Right, lead man Lipke, they call him.
Oh, he would be all over the place with that microphone.
Yeah.
Shaking air, interacting with the public.
Yeah.
Making sure everyone is in the rhythm focus. And Marlon, he's got an amazing voice, actually. If he wins, I think we should ask him if he can.
What were the name of the band? Marlon Lipke and the Lip Readers. Marlon Lipke.
Lip Readers.
Yeah. Hot Lipke Houlihan.
Hot Lipke.
Hot Lipke Houlihan. Here's the recap. This is Dylan's couldn't get that third hanger up, but he came back strong. Lipke. Sorry, this is Lewis from Portugal. Nice, smooth forehand attack. Meanwhile, on his backhand, this is the wave that got him the lead. Luke Dillon, strong, powerful. Loves the sax, plays the double bass, and just smokes it home. In a jazz club, he'd be all over it. And then Lipke, the lead man, the lead singer. The man, he wants all eyes on him, and no wonder with sort of action like that. Great surfing. And current situation sees Dylan out in front, and then surfer in red, Lewis in second, but now Marlon Lipke just needs a 4.20, and Francisco, the young Portuguese, up needing a 5.03. So tightly poised, 3.5 minutes on the clock. Pedro from Porto likes that band game. He's on a roll. He said, "What about the commentators? Who would play what instruments if you guys all formed a band?"
Well, what do you think, Chico?
I think Jose might be just the guy that.
He's on keyboards.
The cables. The guys from the cables.
The cable guy.
I could clap to you guys.
Yeah, roadie. Yeah, someone's got to
yeah.
carry the gear. You're right. Yeah.
The guy that has the cases with all the material.
Yeah, the roadie.
Ask him to
So
bring
we
us
don't need
lunch.
him. We don't need him on the band.
Yeah.
We just need him to make sure
Yeah,
everything is
I mean,
working,
he's an
the lights and everything.
Yeah, he's an integral part of the band, but he's not in the band.
In the band, yeah.
I mean, without
Not in the stage.
He's there, but he's not there.
Yeah, I
He's
got
just making sure the cable is on and
yeah.
So
It's an important job.
the broadcast guy.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. So and then I see Paul maybe doing some kind of singing, but not too much. Only back vocals.
Backing singing.
I see you with a little guitar.
Me?
And me
On guitar?
singing, quite slow, but not too fast.
Right, you're the lead singer, are you?
You can be.
No.
That's a humble choice from you.
And an unsurprising one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I just see someone doing back vocals.
Chico
and
Alves and the Chipmunks, we call ourselves. What about Goanna? The Garnell, where's she?
Oh, right. I think we can have some dancers. We need some. It's always nice to have some kind of choreography going on. So, yeah, I think we
should be happy with that.
We are the dancer. It's always a good show.
I think Garnell might be. I think she's better than a dancer. I think she could maybe what are we missing?
I think she could play
what
the
about
harp.
the bass?
The harp.
Oh, the harp. the electronic harp. Yeah, I like it.
That could be cool.
But then Paul doesn't have a job again.
It's all right. Chico Alves and the Chipmunks. He's backing singer. He's fine. He's just at the back doing the doo-wops. And the wop-doos.
Yeah, just gotta see if the cables are right for your microphone, though.
Yeah, exactly. I think
it could be a few.
It's nice to have someone
I can cut
on
off
my
your
back,
voice.
trying to see everything is right.
Yeah.
For the performance.
But probably for your performance, I could. Yeah, there's always problems
on the cables.
Yeah.
Cutting the cable off.
Paul
right
has to
in
sing.
the middle of the song.
Yep.
As I see Ordóñez there, trying to get another score on the board.
Yeah,
he only needs a 5-0-3.
Yeah, I don't think he got on that wave. A bit disappointed. Lipke's still chasing that 4.2 as well. On the verge of going out. One of the veterans looking like he's in a little spot of bother at this stage. He's hunting up the coast, looking for a wave. You can see his opponent sticking with him. The Grom's not giving him any room to move. Dylan just starting to get involved too. He's like, well, if you're doing it, I'm going to get involved in this. Try not to let his competitors behind. Lipke can't lose. He's got priority though, so I'm quite sure what I overread. So he's just hunting a different part of the bank, furiously looking for something. He's done some yards in the last minute, but this could be the last crack he gets. Dylan's got priority and he's going to use it just because he can. Not giving anyone any breaks is Dylan. That's dog eat dog world, and he wins. Good surfing. He's happy with that. And that's a wrap. So Luke Dillon, a deserved winner. Not a whole lot of fireworks in that heat. It's a bit of heat in the commentary booth though. Quite enjoyed that. The Twitter,
Yeah, it was
Twitter was
amazing.
strong,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Thanks to
That just
Pedro
made
from
the
Porto and Karen from Caparica, who provided some very illuminating questions. And you see Luke just coming in. Official results down there at the bottom of your screen. And so right now he's going to take a bit of time off, have a shower, have a bit of a relax. That's all we're going to do, just for a short few minutes. We're going to go into a commercial break and then come back with more live action from the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest for 2022 straight after this.
Almada, Território de muitos.
Este é o terceiro dia de competição deste Estrella Galicia.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica, Estrella Galicia Surf Fest, firing through the round of 96. Let's check out Iago Dominguez of Euskadi, Lens and Insibia Avia from France, Paco Alonso out of France, Rafael Silva from Portugal. A brand new quartet take to the water. 2 will march through to the next round. The quick start, ever important. Dominguez getting that already, throwing points on the board. And here to talk you all through it, alongside myself, Paul Evans, with Zay Ferreira. And we're enjoying some quite intense competition on a day where the surf isn't really firing things up. It's all about the competitors to bring the heat, to bring the energy.
Some interesting movements in terms of strategy.
Here goes Aracibia Avia on a left hand. He's pretty patient. He's got a really light stance on his board. See how he waits between the front and the back foot. He's got a spidery kind of technique, and it translates really well in those kind of zippy ways where you need to go top to the bottom quickly. That particular one went a little bit soft for him, but he'll be looking to try and just kind of work out the geometry of some of these waves here. See if he can put himself in the juice. Find himself a section. Someone who did exactly that. It's the strapping lad out of Newquay Cornwall. His name's Luke Dillon, and he smashed his last heat, and he's standing by for a chat with Joanna.
Yeah, Paul, you missed out on the autograph signing as soon as Luke was getting out of the water. I know you wanted an autograph from him, but obviously that a lot of maturity and a lot of experience came in handy, because there at the end you truly show some strategy, right?
Yeah, I was talking to Marlon before the heat, and we were kind of just saying that comps have just been like that for sort of like 10 years. Just we always seem to get the smaller waves, so we just had a little laugh, and then I didn't know if there was another wave behind that, but sometimes you just got to be a bit brutal, so I just had to go.
And what's the strategy talk with all your buddies? What's the talk?
We've got Garage in next heat, and I just said to him it pays to wait for a bigger wave, and even if you don't surf it as good as you can, it's easier, so better chance to get a bigger score.
What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Watch him in now, and then I think we got one more, and then the ladies are in. So just chill, cruise, and hopefully let that swell fill in a bit.
Stay here on the beach the whole day and support your crew.
Yeah, it's got to be done. It's nice to have a big squad of us from Great Britain. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice not to be the only one here.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Squad goals, hanging out with the British and Irish massive on the beach. Loving it. Good vibes. Surfers are doing well. Another good heat from Luke. Really enjoyable to see.
Let me tell you, I have a crush on this Great Britain crew.
Hey, I could probably have a word with you, see if I can get you an in.
Yeah, like a guest list or something.
Maybe not for the whole event, but just maybe one day.
Yeah,
not finals day, but
2
probably,
hours.
Yeah, maybe Friday would be all right. Finals day, you get a lot of requests, don't you?
Yeah, or even, in the intervals of our commentating, I would just love to spend some time, maybe give a hand.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I reckon you'd thrive in that. Good fun, good energy, big support, ever important in terms of yeah, just offering a bit of advice and just in general being there for whatever the requirements are for the surfer is about to go out. The debrief on the beach as well. Always brutally honest from your mates. Can tell you what you did wrong, what you did right. All of that stuff. You can process it, try and use it. Someone has used a couple of opportunities in this way. Iago Dominguez, the young Basque surfer. Highly rated. Kind of an interesting guy with quite a radical approach. He's going to have to just dial that back a little bit in these kind of ways and really meat and potatoes kind of surfing. Try and find the meatier sections, try and hit them. He's doing all right so far. A couple of 4s, Rafael Silva. He's got a 2 under his belt. Alonso and Avia really looking for something at the moment. And we're almost down to the halfway somehow in this, because these 20-minute heats are just flying by.
Fly by, they fly by. It's crazy. And we were discussing with Eduardo Fernandez just a while ago. He was saying it's just 2 different ball games when you have 20-minute or 25-minute heats. It's just different strategy, different everything, different approach. So in a 20-minute heat, you really just got to be active, you know? That's like one of the priorities in every heat.
All right, live action. Here goes Arancibia. Can't get a first turn away. And he'll get a sluggish second one, and he'll be a little bit annoyed that wave didn't offer him more. Here goes Alonso. Kind of winds into a bottom turn and then gets some speed down the line. It's pretty tidy and reasonably polished, but not loads of impetus in those maneuvers.
Low center of gravity for him, which helps him then go up with more, create more acceleration, more amplitude. It's hard to have that amplitude, and I think that's one of the things that was most impressive with De Souza, with Ian? Yeah, Brazilian surfer. But let's watch Iago.
Bang, backhand, whipping energy, stabs the board, and then he'll go for a little hop and a skip and try and finish. Incomplete on the finish. First turn was good though. And in tricky conditions, our judges are really sort of analysing how vertical those turns are, how much lip was taken on, and all of that stuff that we enjoy about the criteria when we get into it. Diego Dominguez opening up with those 4s. He gets 3 for his last one, so he won't add to his total. He'll make his way back out to the lineup, try and find himself a better wave. He'll also take 4th place priority. A French pairing unable to get anything of real quality going so far in this one. There's not been a lot of quality overall, really. Still very much low scores. That means it's anyone's. Here gets Rafael Silva. He likes the look of a right here. He's up on his feet from a nice drawn-out bottom turn. Clips the lip. It's pretty smooth. A little bit of speed and flashiness to it, too. Here goes Arancibia. Ooh, good first turn, straight into the bottom turn. There he is. So a nicer combination for him. And he'll be feeling a little bit happier, still with plenty of work to do. Better stuff from him. Just a little bit more power to the wave offers him ease of speed and maneuvering. Zay, give us your 3 hot tips for small wave shredding, mate. What do surfers need to do? How do you surf better when the waves are sort of waist high? What do you got to do?
Well, first of all, you got to
catch a tennis ball.
You catch tennis balls. Catch balls is jump. Yeah, just interesting
on a Bergwinkle
right there. But yeah, definitely a good warm-up can help. I would say 60 or 70% of it is the board you choose to go with. So equipment really plays a big role when the waves are small. And then I think it's just your approach to the wave. If you're feeling energetic, that usually helps you in small waves. So if you're a bit more apathic, you know, usually you can't do one thing that is very important in small waves, which is paddle very fast. So enter the wave with speed. That sets you up for the wave. And I think in small waves, the first part, so the paddle, the takeoff is very important to set up the wave, you know.
Okay, how do you paddle fast? Just move your arms quickly.
Yeah,
basically.
One after the other.
I like it, mate. These are good tips. I'm going to take this on board. Here goes Lance Arecibiavia with a couple of quick whips. Got him good enough for a 4.53. Good enough to move him up the seconds. There's Silva, live action. A soft left, though, not a great wave. And he'll just snip away at this a few times with a kind of modest amount of speed. And I think the scoreline will be relatively modest too. It goes Alonso on a right. It's nice and steep, and he'll flare up.
Nice.
And he airs down to the flats, recovered it with those youthful limbs and knees, and then gets the reverse done. So with not much of a wave, managed to create a little opportunity for himself, and he's fired up a little bit, kicks his legs, he's excited. He's happy.
I like that center of gravity. He just goes really down. Let's see. Look, he goes fast, and he had a nice pop. It wasn't a tricky air. It was a normal air reverse. I like that. Stylish surfer. Paco Alonso, French surfer.
All right, guys, Iago Dominguez, your leader, the Goofy, on a good-looking left. Here's some speed. Bang, first turn. Leans into the bottom turn. Ooh, that was nice. And he is squeezing the juice hard here.
Ouch.
So 4 blistering maneuvers performed at speed with some nice crispness to it too. And once again, see him kicking legs because I think he's fired up. And we talk about how to paddle fast. Yeah, you just move your arms quickly. There it is, it's demonstration.
Yeah, there's a big discussion about either you...
yeah, it is a great debate, mate.
You play with your feet when you're paddling or
not? Here's live action. Here goes Arencibia on a bigger wave, which will rattle away from him a little bit. Are you a kicker or are you not a kicker, Zé Ferreira?
Let me tell you, I don't really believe the kicks really help you in terms of speed, but it definitely creates this kind of urgency to do something, you know. So you get all active. And your competitors see you're taking it seriously. Rafael Silva there, not quite what he wanted. But yeah, kicks or no kicks, you know, everyone kind of kicks. You know, Mick Fanning kicks. You can definitely see him kicking. Kelly Slater doesn't really kick. He just pulls his board underwater and just uses that speed to enter the wave.
George McDade, the Irishman, getting ready for the next heat. He's going to take on Arne Bergerwinkel, Kepa Uri Uziel as well. Coming up in the next one as we get close to completing this round. 2 more heats after this one. And the round of 96 will be all wrapped up. In the next round, we will see the quality ramp up once again. The bigger names, the big performers coming in, looking for big performances in Portugal. Nothing to get particularly excited in this one so far, but the recap has been a dominant Basque surfer, really, this man here. And he just built on the quality with his last wave, a decent effort. This was early on, and he opened up with some fire.
Yeah, so much energy on those legs. And Paco Alonso making the best out of the small waves he's getting. He has a nice board. It doesn't look like an epoxy, but he's definitely surfing well there. And this is the best wave of this heat. Look at this energy, speed. The very low center of gravity as well is helping him. And Paco Alonso again, let me tell you, I think this guy is kind of on the roll. Young guy, never heard about him before, I must be honest, but he's a good surfer.
Strong finish from him, hits the closeout section, looking to lose to 2.43. His backup wants rid of that, wants to put a little bit of breathing room between him and the chasing pack. They don't need big scores. Got a number drop in for Arencibia. Only needs that 2.84, assuming Alonso doesn't improve. So Lons gets the number. that he required, 4.2. Puts him into second, but we are going to get a score for Paco Alonso very shortly. And if it's bigger than a 3-8, he'll find himself back in second. So now with time running out, Rafael Silva, he struggled in this, got a couple of threes. Ain't cutting it so far.
And Paco looks like a younger, and he is, right, a younger surfer with a
He's gone back into second now, so nice little ding-dong tussle, the seesaw, 4-2-3, locks in for him, so gets it by about half a point, and it's good enough to put him back in second. So Lance had about 30 seconds of being in an advancing position in this heat, and now he's back at the moment, looking at an elimination. He's got 3 minutes, though, and only needs the 4-6-4. Silva looking for 5-8-9. Have we got some waves coming through? Here goes Lance. He's up on the backhand on a sort of slopey corner. It's a setup first turn, a little bit more vertical with the second, and it will be an incompletion. That wave had no down the line speed whatsoever, so a real contrast for some of those kind of zippy closeouts. That one just sluggish, not much scoring potential available, and he had to force the issue a little bit, forced it too hard. And this will eat up a little bit of time. He'll get back in the lineup with around about 2 to go, and he'll have last place in the priority pecking order, Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll have one last exchange, but Lan's really classic style, classy stuff from him. Unfortunately, couldn't make that last one, but you can just see when he takes off, you know, the flow, the style of each surfer, and Lance has obviously an European traditional kind of top to bottom style, which is always good to see.
Under 2 minutes now. Dominguez has dominated this one. This was Paco Alonso, who's fired up nicely. This came in as the 4-2-3. He basically finished with a nice bang on that closeout section. Just delayed the bottom turn, didn't he? And that allowed him really to put a bit of spark into that hit. And I tell you what, those small numbers, those little fractions, well, they all count when scores are low. But no one getting into double figures here. And it's not a lot between surfers, particularly in second and third. Less than half a point in it between those two French surfers. At the moment, it's the one in white who is in the better position. Rafael Silva with second prio. He's got to try and make a move, and he needs a high 5. He needs to go close to 6. So Paco Alonso with third priority. Just kind of watches that one as Alan Sibia had a little look.
Yeah, Lance will try to steal Paco's priority. That will be his goal at the moment, so he can still go for another try. But with 50 seconds to go with these conditions, his life is not that easy.
Yeah, he saw Paco let him go that one. He could tell that wave was just going to dribble away. And that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Rafael Silva needs something here. He's looking for a 5-8-9. Here he goes. Bit of speed. And the wave just runs away. That sums up his heat. Frustrating, really. He's not had much. That was his 6th, 7th wave, but it's lacking in quality, really. Dominguez, it's been pretty good value, really. Picking the better waves, better sections, good rhythm to everything he's done. And let's see if we get another wave ridden. But it looks like young Paco Alonso.
Paco is a smaller guy, but he hasn't very mature surfing. Right, his stature is kind of like Ryan Coelho's, but his surfing is just way more mature. And victory lap here for Iago. Is he going for an El Rolo?
Dominguez gets it done, opened up with a little quality and improved towards the back part of the heat. Only rode 4 waves, that's all it took. Good enough to get himself a win, get himself through to the next round. He'll take Paco Alonso on with him. We'll say bye to Arancibia and Silva. And that'll wrap things up for our heat number 14. A little debrief on the sand here. It's a little energy in the ocean. Not loads of it. We've got plenty of surfing to bring you, though. Stay tuned for more.
So it's number 15.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Round of 96, the penultimate heat of a whopper of a round approaches. We'll check out Arne Bergerwinkel, Garoj McDade, Kepa Uset, Esponda Uri Uziel. I'm Paul Evans, joining me for more searing insights and to share some of his encyclopedic knowledge of the surf world. A few bits of funny thrown in too. It's Ben Mundy. Hello again, mate. Ooh, we got live action. Here goes Kepa. And he's up and swinging, bang, hits one. And he'll have a little hop onto an inside. Tag a whitewater section, a little redirect off the soup. Nicely done right behind him. Bergerwinkel looks keen. We've seen him catching the tennis ball. He's caught a wave now too. And on the backhand, some slicing. One turn from him, stabs it up. 20-minute heats. You don't get long, get that quick start. That's what these two have done. Hey, Twitter's gone mad. Yeah, Twitter's is gone mental. I've got Sarah in Sevenoaks here. She says, CT's Paul Evans really enjoying your commentary. Ben, still making my mind up. But she wants to know about your knowledge of current events in surf, man. She's got a good question. We'll just stick with live now as we check out Irishman Garoj McDade. Wow, nice vertical hit from McDade. Unfortunately, from his point of view, no second section. And he'll look to hustle his way back out the back. Sarah in Sevenoaks is enjoying also watching Uri Uziel rip this one as he goes down the line. Wow, that was really nice. Oh, it's all happening. Bergerwinkel up and swinging. So, a frenzy, a flurry of activity, all sorts of scores to come in. The judges will be tapping away at those keyboards, checking out replay. Sarah wants to know, Ben, current knowledge of surfing in Portugal. She wants to know who's been voted the Portuguese surf coach of the year, Ben. And I'm assuming that means 2021, the reigning Portuguese surf coach of the year. This is voted by all the Portuguese surf coaches. Is that your final answer? It's incorrect. Sarah in Sevenoaks said you can have 3 guesses. It might surprise you, Ben. Got to think outside the bun a little bit here, mate. Oh, that was spicy.
Hello. Yeah, so thanks, Paul. Sorry, a little bit of an audio issue there. So we're talking about the coach. Yeah, you said who's the coach? I'm going to say, I said Seabra. It's not Jose Seabra. Other Portuguese surf coaches, so that's my next kind of challenge. That's good. We get a bit of time as Kepa goes left. And
do you want a clue?
Saka Perez.
It's also incorrect. Do you want a clue?
Yeah.
On his Wikipedia page, it says he was the first surfer to successfully surf a dolphin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think you might know who I'm talking about right now.
That famous dolphin surfer, Richard Dog Marsh.
Is absolutely correct. Portuguese Surf Coach of the Year, as voted by the Portuguese surfing coach community. This is some good backhand action here from Uri Uziel.
Really impressed with his surfing. I haven't seen a lot of Uri Uziel, but there's been a lot of Israeli competitors. Some, to be frank, probably not up to the QS standard, but not this kid. He looks really, really good. And I can't wait is there a glittering ball held for that occasion? Or is there some type of black tie event where they all announce the winners?
I think you might get a golden clipboard as the prize.
A little moleskin notebook.
The clipboard door, as it's known.
So Uziel on his backhand, lots of spray. Just flow as well. Surfing really, really well. Meanwhile, you saw on his backside Bergerwinkel keeps going. And Boomtown, nice little finish. Good style as well. Yeah, I was surprised when, I like to check Richard Dog Marsh's Wikipedia, just every couple of months just to check in, see what he's been up to. And yeah, I was unaware that he was the first surfer to ever roll a dolphin. And I mean, what an act. I mean, I knew a lot about him, and I know a lot about the man, but just that particular. I mean, I heard of Bells. Everyone knows about Bells. So, he got runner-up against Nicky Wood in '87. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that he, I think, once finished in the top 16. But I didn't know about the Dolphin business. Did not know about that.
Gorocha McDade leading this one right now. Got the 4.67 for that one turn early on, so judges rewarding him for some feisty business on the backside. Speaking of a man who brought his own energy, kind of brought loads of speed to proceedings, got rewarded with scores from the judges. That was Iago Dominguez, and he's standing by for a debrief.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. That was a lot of waves ridden there, and you managed to get the win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good because it was hard to find the good waves, and I just tried my best to catch two best waves like at the beginning of the heat. So yeah, I'm really happy to find those waves in these hard conditions.
And you've got a big Basque country team supporting you. What have they been saying?
Yeah, we have I don't know, like 10 people supporting us, like Basque guys, and that feels really good for you and your motivation.
Do you want to call a few people from the Basque countries to come down to Costa de Caparica and support you?
Yeah, I wish I have my mom here, my sister, my dad, and my girlfriend here.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks a lot. See you.
There you go. I saw him, a photo recently, I think about a 20-foot wave at Punta Galea. Charging.
Mad charger.
So really, but interesting about the tweet about the Surf Coach of the Year.
Portuguese Surf Coach of the Year, as voted by the...
Who would you vote for your own person, not Surf Coach of the Year?
Not Dog.
No.
Nah.
No, I did. You did. No, I didn't say you had to be Dog. Could be any surf coach out there. And I do get a tweet though while you think about that coming in on the back of the awards type topic. We've got just waiting here, Larry from Lisbon, close by. McDade floating down the line. He looks sharp. He's been surfing in Ireland, surfing massive waves.
Wanted to make that one.
Should have made that. I just had I don't want to drop names. I had a bit of a chat to my friend Craig Anderson during the week, and he was saying he'd been over in Ireland catching some massive waves, and he was just saying how brutal it was and how big it was, and how guys like Conor Maguire and Gerard McDade were absolutely blown apart how much they were charging. So
good shout for the long head surfer as well. Lando?
Yeah, well, if you'd asked me, which you didn't, I would have put him in as one of my favourite long head surfers for sure. But no, Larry from Lisbon's saying if you could do any type of Guinness sort of record in surfing, what feat would you go for?
Well, Larry, you're talking to someone who's already got one, which we'll get into in a sec, but break this down from Uri Uziel. He's ripping.
Yeah, Uziel, really impressive. Smooth, linking his turns, throwing a bit of power. Out the back, McDade just needs to get this second turn in this time if he can. Waits for it and gets it up. Really aggressive, good surfing from McDade as well. So I'm not quite sure what his requirement was. A lot of waves getting ridden. I'll give it that.
Oh, I like it. Uziel, he's fired up. And I like his approach here. And I like it when everyone gets waves in the beginning. Get an opening exchange. First couple of minutes, everyone's got a score. It just brings that energy. And everyone just going hammer and tongs at it. And this one's been an interesting encounter to watch go down. Bergenwick with the lead so far, a flat 10 out of 20. So he's doing all right. He's got himself a 6 for his last wave. Let's get a look at this here from our Israeli.
Yeah, small wave, but he still manages, and he's a big lad as well, but he still manages really to just fang across the line. Nice little head claim. A different approach here, a lot more vertical from Girauge, and he just cracks that and finished off. Only a small wave, but well finished. Something he didn't do on the wave before.
Yeah, good finish there from McDade. So Larry wants to know if I could have any world record in surfing.
He said if you're going to do a Guinness Book of Records, I mean, that could be anything from, there's all sorts of records, aren't there? Like some of those silly ones where someone surfs for 850 days in a row, or, there's all those type of ones. But yeah, if you were to take on a Guinness Book of Records record, what would it be in surfing?
Well, are we going to talk about what went down in September 2019, Ben? Would you like to go there? because you know, and I know, and I know that you know, I actually got a Guinness World Record most commentary days in a calendar month. 29 days in the month of September.
You didn't actually get a Guinness record, did you? You proclaimed a record.
They've been in contact. They haven't actually done the ceremony yet, but they got in touch. I did 29 days out of just the 30 days in September on the commentary tools, Ben.
I'm not one to overly praise you. That was a pretty incredible feat. I need a new one, though.
Ooh, nice fire here from Huset as he belts it with some speed. Looks for a finish. The wave went a little crumbly on the end, but he got manoeuvres done early on. Here goes McDade, forehand this time. Snaps to put himself back in the pocket, and he's aiming at a section as he'll just keep going down the line, working this thing. And a little float to finish, so unable to really tee off and get loads of lip, but just surfing to what the wave was offering in third prior to that score coming in. So scores to come in for third and fourth. We might shuffle the pack here. Not sure if Kepper's going to get that 6 that he needs, or even McDade get the mid-range 5. Here goes your heat leader, Berger-Winkle. And not a wildly dissimilar wave to what we just saw Garode ride, except for a really strong finish, beautifully timed.
Yeah, 2 turns. Travelled a lot of distance to get his turns in, but then served them really well. So, and that was just after he got a good wave before that. So he's got a strong lead, I think, now. Berger-Winkle looking good.
How about you, Ben? What Guinness record were you like? You also got to go for something achievable, right? I mean, you got to know where you get to a certain age, you kind of realise what your strengths are, maybe what some of your weaknesses are, and you got to think, what can I do? What can I bring to the sort of canon? What's not been done, or what could I do better?
I mean, we've seen our fellow commentator Chico Alves eat a lot of pastel donadas on a surfboard.
Yeah,
that could be some type of record.
I've seen him eat quite a lot on land as well.
Yeah, well, he's got that record. Let's see.
If you want to be in Joel Gray's crew, you've got to have the same haircut. There's a lot of that similar sort of short back and sides going, isn't it? Quite business-like.
Yeah.
You can imagine them on the tube, maybe. I mean, by that I mean the underground, with a little kind of leather satchel.
Yep.
Going to work to do business.
Yep. I mean, I might have a record for the amount of articles written about Kelly Slater over a continuous period. I think I'd like to, I very doubt there's more journalists who've written more pieces on him, but that's not particularly what I would be vying for.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, maybe. I mean, you could do those maybe for some charity. You could, surf for a day, 24 hours straight. It's probably been done. A crack at that. See, Uziel having a crack at that. Got a 5.5 and a 4.5. Berger-Winkle, really strong. He's getting, understandably getting better and better every time we see him. And that was the Israeli though. Smooth. Got a 5.5 for this one, I think. And just tagged him. He was happy. And put him in second place. And then this was the last wave. Just came in. It's a 4.7 with a nice finish. Hiya! Put a karate chop to finish it off. So he's got the lead. Uziel got second.
Can I nominate you for a Guinness record?
Yeah, sure.
It's not the most number of unread articles about Kelly Slater. Most things forgotten or left behind on the QS in Europe. And I'm talking sunglasses. I'm talking baseball caps. I'm talking insulated drinkware. Let's say jumpers and jackets.
Yeah.
I mean, how many things have you forgotten in how many places, Ben, you think?
I would probably average...
You've left a trail of lost property around some of the finest surfing locations in Europe.
I would say half dozen per event of individual items misplaced.
You tried to leave your iPhone and your hat in here on the very first day. We only came in and did about 4 hours of commentary, and you still managed to lose your phone. That's something that you try and work on?
I haven't actually...
show personal growth?
I've never lost my phone, touch wood.
Okay.
Remarkably, but I don't know why I just said that. You always try and improve, Paul, or just go with it, man. It's just things, man. You don't get attached to things. It's just, that's a problem with the world. And you see Uziel on his backside.
He's an Israeli ripper, and he's in full flow here. Great second turn from him.
He's the best Israeli surfer I've ever seen.
It's opening it up, and he's belting it. And he's in second place here. But he doesn't like second. He wants to go for first. Let's see where the judges put that. Good stuff from Uri Uziel. He's absolutely flying ahead. Got the 5.5. And that one turn, let's see where that goes. Bear in mind, McDade got a 4.67 in his very first wave for one backhand turn. Let's get another look at this, Mundy.
Yeah, nice. This wave sort of opened up. He's just a little bit caught in his rail there. I'm not sure if that's going to be one of his counters, but good style. Whenever we had, I think it was Pedro from Porto, which he tweeted in before. He was pretty happy with himself about, and his question, I might ask it again, because I think it's got legs, this one. He was saying that, yeah, in terms of if these 4 surfers in this heat would form a band, what instrument they would play. That was Pedro's.
Here goes McDade, working his way over. Not sure he'll add too much to his score with that.
Yeah, he wants the instruments they play and then the name of the band.
Okay, I've got Uri Uzi as the front man. He's your vocalist.
All right.
Arnie Bergerwinkel, I've got him on rhythm guitar. I've got McDade on drums, your rhythm section, rounded out on bass. Kappa, who's set?
Bass. Yeah. And the name of the band? I mean, what about Arnie and the Bergwinkles?
Arnie and the Uziels?
Arnie and the Uziels. Good, like it. Thanks, Pedro. Boys having a bit of a chat there. Gerard, this is first heat of the competition. Waited a long time. It's a cutthroat business now. He just needs a 5.56. Surfed well, just hasn't had a couple of extra sections the other guys have got. Kappa, who's needing a 6.36.
We got a little improvement, didn't we, from Uziel? Got the 4.73 for that turn on the backhand. Just nudged up that requirement for McDade, for Huset. Just over a minute to go in this one, and it's tight. Those requirements are there. They're pretty sizey. Kappa needs a 6.36. He's got first priority. That's the good news. Bad news is he needs to go right up the scale, really. Kind of double what he's been getting for individual waves. So if he's only ridden 3 waves, been really quiet. It's not paid off. Bergerwinkel's also been relatively quiet, just ridden the 4 waves, but his third in particular was a wave of real quality. That 6.17, just kind of standing out, really. Along with that 5.5 from Uri Uziel. In these kind of conditions where opportunities might not be loads of them, you've got to take them when they come. That's what those two have done. I'm not sure we're going to get much more surfing done on this one, Ben.
No, it looks pretty flat at Ocean. 20 seconds on the clock. Rather petered out somewhat. They disappointed. But Bergwinkel and Uziel deserved that one. They're sticking to their opponents. Yeah, you're right. It's all over. She cried. Fortunately, a bit of a damp end to what was a pretty entertaining heat. But unfortunately for the Irishman and the Basque surfer, they have to keep their eyes on Santa Cruz. Bergwinkel and Uziel are through.
That'll wrap things up for our penultimate heat of the round. Good job, Arnie Bergwinkel, getting it done, not catching loads of waves, riding them pretty well. Quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more live action real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Caparica Surf Fest. Let's check out Teva, Pushkoa, Noah Dupuy, Stanley Norman, Siam, Nikichin, Evans and Mondi in the studio to talk you through it. Maybe bring some tweets as well. Just generally keep the surf stoke buzzing high, Ben.
Yeah, exactly right, Paul. You cannot keep the stoke away from our sort of vibe zone. We are loving this. It's small, but it's competitive. And these guys, there's a lot on the line now. Last round of the 96. So we've had a paddle battle at the very start. Becret getting involved early. And sorry, it's not Becret, that's Pachuga, just driving down the line. So he just muscled into that one. Often that first non-priority situation, it's just who wants it more, Paul? Often it comes down to who's willing to put it all on the line. In that instance, it was Teva.
Just kind of muscling his way into that wave. Pushkoa. And getting a little crack of the whip done. Good enough for the 4.67. It's Noah Dupuy, the young Frenchman. He's been around for a while. He's still pretty young in years. He's built up a bit of experience competitively. I'd love to get a big result here. Here goes Budes, Stanley Norman, with a couple of hits from him. Meanwhile, there's Teva on the backhand. And just whipping it and flicking it. Oh, it's so close to running over Stanley Norman there. There wasn't a lot in that. So, Ben, what are our rules if someone runs someone over in a heat, Ben? That's the question that the surf world wants answering.
Well,
how does it work?
The surfer paddling out,
yep,
can't interfere with the surfer riding the wave.
Right.
So, in that instance, as we see, Sam Nicholson just getting off to a start there. Yeah, in that instance, basically the paddling surfer has to avoid any type of altercation. Sometimes that's impossible, just the way the ocean works. In that case, they don't give an interference on either side. But yeah, basically, it's the surfer on the wave's got the right of way.
Should we have a chat with Anna Bergwinkle, winner of the last heat, standing by for an interview?
Thanks, that's right. Congratulations. Were you hearing all the support from the beach? You have a big crew with you.
Thank you. Actually didn't. Like in the water, I was kind of focused just on doing my thing, but when I came out, everybody was clapping. It was making me feel like I won the comp.
And what have you been doing this whole year? Where have you been surfing?
Been in, when I was in the last years in Israel, and then just before, we had a training in Germany, actually doing a check, physical check, checking how hard and everything. Before that, I was home in Ecuador.
Okay, and how did the medical check? Are you all okay?
The doctor say I'm all good. I'm all good. So lucky.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good stuff there from Bergwinkle. So grown up in Ecuador, surfing for Germany. And part of that strong push from the Germans in surfing. Of course, the charge led by Marlon Lipka. We saw a couple of heats ago, went all the way to the championship tour. Other surfers with that shared heritage of being from Portugal and Marlon, names like Nick Von Rupp, of course, going great guns in the big wave arena. And all things kind of free surf, charging, slabby. Anna Bergwinkle, a sharp competitor, Ben.
Yeah, he's improving a lot too. So a lot of waves we missed. Yeah, no, Bergwinkle has been around for a little while now and just seems to be improving. Working with the German team won't be hurting that. And it's pretty switched on. Body's fine, the doctor said. There's Noah Dupuy getting a couple in. And Siam, another Israeli surfer, getting what was a pretty poor wave. Teva, it's been so busy. Probably got 4 or 5 waves at least in the first 5 minutes, and that was that was so tight. And Stanley Norman driving down the line and getting 3 turns in.
So, 7 minutes in, pretty strong start.
Good, great tweet in here. This one's coming in from Wayne. Wayne's in Derby. Says, Ben, you're into your fashion. You like to keep up with things like that. A bit of a traditionalist, he reckons, but you know, you do stay up with the modern trends. He wants to know, you got to go through the surfers in this heat and pick a sort of an item of clothing that you think would suit them best. If you were just going to offer them a little bit of image sort of consultation, what would you go for? And he's actually thrown one out there. He says Siam Nikritin in sort of an oversized silk shirt.
Flouncy sort of blouse type
Maybe
thing.
accessorised with an espadrille as well. Or a loafer. Ben, what have you got?
Well, I'd like to see Stanley Norman with a flat cap. And I'd like to see him wear it all the time and never take it off.
Okay. Live action here, Nikritin. Oh, that was really nice. Oh, and the commentator's curse. I just did him there, didn't I? Just complimenting that finishing manoeuvre. And he goes incomplete. Noah Dupuy. Ooh, good turn from him. And another one. Nice combo there from Noah. He's done well here. Ooh, and went for a little bonus manoeuvre on the inside. Good combo there from Noah. What do you like in terms of his vêtements? What advice are you giving him? What style tip? What would you like to see Noah in?
I'm thinking Noah.
Well done on the flat cap, by the way, because from no run up, you just nailed that straight off the bat. That's the correct answer, actually, for Stan.
Dupuy, I'd like to see him. I'm thinking muscle tee.
Okay,
I
good.
just think that, yeah, you know, especially in the French summer, it gets warm.
Oh, Stan!
Stan the man spins to win, and he likes it.
Oh, yes, please. Norman fired up in the soup. Gets the rotation done, stomps it clean. Then a little fire in his belly from the Cornishman. He's not wearing a flat cap right now. He might be wearing the lead in the heat when the score drops in. Looking for 5.84. Let's see where that goes judging-wise. So you got the muscle top on Noah Dupuy. You got the flat cap on Stan Norman. What's Tiva wearing?
Tiva, I'm thinking.
Stick with live right now. Here goes Nikritin. And he's sticking to these lefts. And he just juices up the board. Fires a nice turn. He'll be a little bit miffed about going incomplete on his previous. And looking to wash that off straight away with another wave.
A trendy overall. You know, there's a bit of a trend for overalls. See the kids in Peckham Rye wearing it these days. And they look good. You know, they're quite high cut above the...
Got like a thicker cotton, kind of a canvasy type of material.
Yeah, you could wear it like if you're doing some metalworking, but also looks good when you sort of hit the clubs as well.
Yeah, yep. That's Tiva. So you just left for Siam. And it was Wayne in Derby that suggested this sort of oversized silk shirt.
I mean, it is a fair suggestion.
A sort of floaty, kind of flowy.
Yeah.
Maybe in the purple or...
Almost like a magician's kind of outfit almost. I could see.
So what's Ben got?
There we go. Wait, what have I got?
Here goes Pushkoa. He's up and riding and swinging. Cracks it. Keeps the speed and gets a finish as well. The heat leader trying to add a little bit more to his numbers. We're still waiting for a score for Stan.
Yeah, I'd go. I mean, something I've never been sort of brave enough, cool enough to really commit to, but a leather dog. I've never really... And also, the threat of divorce has always been... hung over its head as well. So yeah, I'd just go a real like sort of thick leather jacket. I'll wear it in summer with shorts.
The baggy leather, a bit like Lovejoy. He likes that sort of big, quite a big sort of baggy.
Big baggy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, warm.
You're not allowed to get a leather jacket. The wife won't let you get one. Why is that? Why? Why does Sarah hate you so much, Ben?
She just, she was in the fashion business for a long while.
Right.
I think she's just picked up, I don't know, she might be
jaded. She's got her red lines, and one of them is a leather jacket on the husband. Let's check out Lucy Campbell. Getting up to come up in the round of 48 for the women. She's going to be taking on Alice Barton, Juliet Lecombe, Lucia Machado.
What I used to do is I used to go back to...
See the actual coach are just having a chat before the event.
So Alan Whitaker, strong in the coaching role. Juliet Lecombe down there with our mate, the commentary star from Anglet a couple years ago. was really good fun, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was good. He's a man with a plan. Lucia Machado, she looks relaxed. She's with her parents down there.
Ya lo sé.
Now having a chat with the coach.
So Roman Lole in coaching duty with some of the Frenchies, some of the squad out of the French Basque country. This is Team Spain, Canary Islands specifically.
Pero de repente hay más parones y de repente alguna más grande.
We've got a nice little analysis there of where the bigger waves are and whereabouts exactly you want to be on the heat. So watching the last few sets go down, the coach just giving that information of what's just happened in terms of where the waves are. A lot to take on board for our surfers.
Yeah, you don't want to overload them with information, but you want to give them sort of just enough to build their own strategy and be comfortable. Difficult task, especially in these tricky conditions. Seen Norman, his backside this time, go down. He got a sort of mid-5 range for that aerial manoeuvre, a 5-1 actually. So even the second is Dupuy. Took a long time to get to that turn, then a long time getting out of it. Actually, the turn itself was quite nice, but it's not really going to help his score.
Yeah, not a big number required for Dupuy. 3.61 was the requirement, Ben. Do you reckon he got it here?
No.
Okay. Thumbs down from Mundy. In terms of the score, the requirement for Dupuy.
The other problem I have
You're quite correct. Comes in as a 2.7.
The other problem I have personally with the leather dog is I sort of always associate it with our good friend, and speaking of surf coach, Andy Kings's roach brooch that he once wore to a party where the cockroach had been flattened into the leather imprinted in it, and our good friend Sean Daly called it a roach brooch. Sort of, I can't disassociate the two.
Kingy now the mastermind between Australia's, well, surfing success, particularly in the next Olympic cycle.
Absolutely. Yeah, back as the head coach of Surfing Australia. Or, as our other friend says, just pushing pencils. But yeah, big job. Got the whole of the Olympic budget. Got the future of Australian surfing. I'll tell you what, there's no better person to hand that to. Give the reins over to Kingy.
Mastermind of the Medina World title last year.
Helped Fanning to a couple. Absolute, just a surfing nut. It's always in it for the right reasons, for the right people. So, yeah, but the roach brooch is still something I can't ever get out of my head.
It goes Nikritin coming from behind, vertical. It's just the one turn though, and he's sitting on 2s right now, and it'll probably be at best a similar number to that again, and he needs to get going here. 5th wave from him. Stanley Norman occupying 2nd spot, got the 5-1 for the air reverse on the forehand, but he's still got that 3. It means he's vulnerable, and it's all quite compressed really. The requirements aren't huge. Noah Dupuy looking for that 3.61. That is not a big score. Tiva Bushko with the lead. Got about half a point over Stanley Norman at the moment. It's on the right of your screen there. That's Noah Dupuy waving his arms, wants to know a situation. A modest requirement for him, the 3.61. Yeah, the flat cap is interesting. You quite often see that with an older dude try and get a little bit funky, don't you? Sometimes a retired footballer goes a flat cap, don't they?
Yeah.
Sort of, when they
Cantona sported one for a decade. And a beard usually.
A beard and a flat cap. Classic older dude. Here goes a young guy, Noah Dupuy. He's flying down the line, looking for 3.61, taps it. Woo, and he gets the punt in. Now, is that going to be deemed complete, Ben Mundy?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
They're pretty gnarly on those things. It's got to be really clean. It's got to be. There can't be any doubt, really.
He did really well to get the board up in the air for a start, so we're going to give him loads of credit for that. Whether the landing was stomped, no, it wasn't. It's a 1.7, so about halfway towards the points he required, and it will gobble up a wee bit of time. Nick Cretin on the prowl, looking for a 5.27.
Like the flat cap, Matt Hoy used to sport a flat cap. He was always a bit of, didn't mind that. It's funny, the sort of hat wear of choice, it does vary. The new sort of vogue for the Australians is more the traditional kind of a Kubra, the old, the proper old school sort of Kubra hats tends what the Owen Wrights and the Ace Buckens get around in these days. Teva, really strong start. Only got a couple of falls, but it's been a low-scoring heat, and that's why he's in the lead. Been busy.
being just a little bit more sort of variety in his turns. Almost took out his opponent there, but just hung on. Noah fought back. Thought that wave maybe scored a bit high, to be honest. That was a 4.5. And then Stormin Norman. He came back with this throw. Nice air. And that was clean, and he liked it. The 5.1, that got him to second place. But he's in real strife because his opponents only need a low score. This man needs a 3.61.
Dupuy up and swinging good. First turn, loads of speed. There's a second. Smooth. Recovers and collects it. A little finger flick as well. Just the 3.61, the requirement for him. Good chance of getting that with that kind of surfing. It was speedy and linked together. It was pretty smooth. And now Stan Norman might be on the ropes here. Meanwhile, other side of the peak, Teva.
Yeah, sticking to these rights. Just been managed to get these little wedges and just made a mistake. This is the way they're trying to get the 3.61. I think he's got it. They were two pretty crisp turns. Saw some fins, came out.
Super technical, wasn't it?
And he didn't need a big score, so we might be seeing a change. Norman, though, fighting back with 41 minute on the clock. Got behind the section.
Not a super cooperative wave, was it? You see the contrast in the wave. He's never really got a chance to take on the lip. He kept having to keep going down the line.
These two again.
And we saw Taylor get real close to Stan paddling out in the first part of the heat. That time finished up his wave before we got to the paddling Norman, who might be under a bit of pressure when the score comes in from Noah Dupuy. Stan's going to get a score of his own if he improves on a 3. That requirement will go up for this guy here, Noah Dupuy. But he surfed that wave really well. And judges are still thinking about the score with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, there's the English connection.
Oh, and Welsh and Irish.
And Welsh, the United Kingdom.
And Ireland.
And Ireland. British Isles.
Bang! That was Bushgoa finishing off real close to Norman.
And Nickerton, it's his best wave of the heat. It gets up there. A little too late, unfortunately, for the Israeli surfer.
Dupuy's going to get the score. It's going to be a decent number for him. And here's Stan Norman. So this is live action. He needs a number. So a little slashing first turn. Ooh, that was nice. Keeping the speed going. Well, he's having a crack. And he'll just try and squeeze every little bit of juice. Let's see if we can get the requirement for Stan. He's going to need something around about a 4.5, something like that, I reckon, if my maths is correct. So Noah Dupuy goes to first with that left-hander, and the linked up turns flaring up by releasing the tail on the second turn. Puts him into first place. Norman only needs a 3.74 though, Ben, assuming that Teva doesn't improve. Whew. There's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on here. And a 3.74 for that little right. It's going to be there or thereabouts, you'd think.
Yeah, I reckon he'll get that. But did Teva improve, crucially?
That one big turn, you reckon? More than a 4.17.
The Bradley Onya model there. Understand, Norman.
Haven't seen that Gotcha logo at the front of a board for a while. Gotcha making its move back into the surf world. Iconic brand. But has he got enough? He doesn't really know what his requirement is at this stage.
Squeaky bum time on the beach as we wait for scores to come in. Judges, well, they are judging furiously up in their tower. And nervous moments. Just waiting to see exactly how this went. So we're going to get a score to come in. Well, Nick Cretan's got a number 2, so 2 of these 3 that you can see on the screen, green and red, both got numbers to drop. And as well, a number for this guy here, Englishman Stan Norman. Undy would like to accessorise him with a flat cap. Is he going to be surfing in the next round? We're going to find out soon. We're on 10 to hooks here. So Teva doesn't improve, crucially. So the requirement stays 3.74 for Stan Norman. Nick Cretan looking for a 6.01. I think we might see a little bit more sort of energy from him if he got away with that order towards the end of the heat. So I'm not sure if he's going to get there. So crucial for Norman. This score, 3.74. He got some variety, got those 3 snaps done. One of them threw some spray. Maybe not the fastest wave we've ever seen surf. And it fizzled out a little bit at the end. So, Ben, did he get the number?
I don't think so.
Okay. You don't think so?
I think it's going to be really close.
I reckon Noah Dupuis, he's safe. Probably.
Yep, he's out in front. So he'll be happy with that. And we'll just see how the others are going to go. They're going to be tight. The judges are taking their time. You would normally not take this much time on a 3.74. Which I'm not quite sure why. What sort of context?
Should we have another look, Ben?
Yeah, let's have a look. So he goes wide. Didn't know what he needed. It's a nice little slash there. This next one might. Oh, you know what? I think he has got the score here. I'm going to change my mind. Having seen the replay, that's
3.74 the requirement, Ben.
Yeah, I think that's a 4-point ride. I think that would have been given a 4-point ride earlier on in the heat.
And he put it all on the line. Did well to get that opportunity right at the end. Noah Dupuis, who struggled a little bit throughout the heat, found that little bit of quality. So, wow, okay, we didn't see this wave from Nicky Tin, and he does get the 6.27. So that's why the judges taking their time. That's not a wave I think we saw. And so he goes up into second place, and now Stanley Norman's looking for a 4.01. So that requirement has gone up. Siam Nicky Tin, not sure we saw that 6.27.
And look at that. That's a spread on that Stanley Norman's a 4.13, so it's enough.
Oh,
anyway.
It gets the number. The requirement goes up. It comes in. So Nicky Tin goes up into second and then back down agonizingly into third. Drama at the end of that. Wow, what a finish. So Noah Dupuis getting it. Stanley Norman crucially getting a massive 4.13 really in the context of staying alive in this. Disappointment for Nicky Tin and Bushgoa. And that'll wrap up our round of 96 for the men. We got women's action to bring you. The round of 48, heat number 1. That's coming up real soon. Before we get to that, we're going to get a quick commercial break. Join some more live action from beautiful Caparica real soon.
Yeah, last year I won my first QS in Costa, so it was definitely a special moment. And it's just like a lot of beach breaks with so many peaks that normally there's always a bank that is really good, and he definitely has a special place in my heart.
Campeã europeia, a primeira portuguesa a conquistar então um título de qualificação europeia aqui. Uma salva de palmas para a Terezinha.
It's the same joy that I started surfing. It's the same joy that I have now. So every time that I go surf and every time that I'm training, I have that goal in my mind, which is to qualify to the World Tour, and I want to belong there and stay there and fight for my other dream, my other goal, which is to be a world champion one day.
Welcome back to the Galicia Caparica Pro 2002. We just saw a little clip about Teresa Bovalo, our European champion, and did pretty well last year here as well. So she was talking about her dreams. She definitely wants to qualify. We all support her, at least me and Chico here.
Yes, I think she's been a standout over the last years. She has improved her surfing a lot, and she's looking good. One of the main seats for this event for sure. And Portuguese woman surfing looking great. I think we've got the 3 first spots of the European Tour. So yeah, during the break we had Blue, Alice Barton starting off this heat with a 2-point ride, hard wave to surf, and Juliette Lacombe, she actually had 1-2. As we see, this was the replay of Lucy Campbell during the break. Quick hit there. And this was the replay of Lucia. Nice snap there. Couldn't fit another one. 3-point right for Lucia, and Lucy Campbell with a 4-1-7. So a lot of action, non-stop waves for the girls. As we see green paddling, Lucia Machado. And yep, that's a closeout for her. So for sure looking for a better wave now. And yeah, conditions are improving. And as we go for an interview now on the beach with the last heat winner. Take it away, Joanna.
Thanks, Chico. Congratulations. There was a lot happening from the start to the beginning with that great suspense at the end, and you got the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, happy to be here. Great support, great people here. Always good to be in Portugal. The waves are kind of hard, but it's like that's the point of the game. You always gotta find some like a little wave to find out. It was hard, a lot of good surfers in every heat, but yeah, I'm happy I made it.
You were standing here thinking about the mistakes that you might have done during your heat. What were those mistakes?
I think I precipitated myself too much in the beginning, catching those little one, and then I should have wait for a proper big waves because that's what it scores. And that's what I kind of did in the middle of the heat, and then I got this big wave, and then I did 2 little turns, and I got a 5-point something. So yeah.
Well, you can't really predict much watching the heat before, but are you hoping to keep on going today?
Yeah, I hope they continue with the boys after the girls, because the waves, it's kind of building up with a little bit more power than yesterday and everything. So yeah, I'm having fun in the water, and then maybe boost a couple airs to have fun.
Well, if that's what you want, that's what we're going to try and cross our fingers to see you surf today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So, thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Noah. He wants to keep going after the women's round of 48 is finished. And it's, yeah, actually the waves are starting to look a little bit better. The wind was supposed to come up, west wind, so onshore, straight onshore here. But it's not really affecting. It's, yeah, the waves look good. And Chico, you're from here. You surfed here all your life. What do you think the surf looks for the afternoon?
Well, I think with the swell arriving and the wind like this, Costa can be really fun, as we see live action here of Alice Barton with a great hit off the top. As I was saying, I think, yeah, Costa gets really good when you've got this light wind and it gives you a little bit more opportunity on the wave to attack it. And I like when the swell is kind of building up and there's light winds. It gets really fun. So I understand what Noah is saying. And yeah, he felt some energy in there. He wants more. And yeah, let's see what our contest director, Hugo Pinero, decides for this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Truth is, when you go through your heats and you might have a need after, if you start putting in your head, in your mindset that you don't want to surf again, and then you have to surf because the contest director decides so, you might not be in the best place mentally because you didn't want to go, but you end up having to go. And does that play a role in your preparation when you're preparing for the next round?
Well, I think that's right on the point. I think your mind plays up against you all the time. So if Noah comes out of the water and says, yeah, I'm done for the day, and then he gets the call up and he needs to do another heat, he might be thinking, well, I wasn't thinking about this. So I think when you're a competitor, you have to accept what's in front of you and not really struggle with it, not really oppose too much because you can't control it, right?
Yeah, you're just going to waste energy.
Yeah, exactly. You have to surf what's in front of you, and whatever happens, you know? You need to deal with it.
Go with the flow. And here we had a very good wave for Lucia Machado, two-turn wave. So, and also we have the replay of the last of our red surfer, 2 turns as well. So this last exchange was nice. This last one from Juliette. She was in 4th place.
Yeah, Juliette Lacombe there with a great wave. First snap was great style, French surfer. Great backside attack there. She got up early, and yeah, she has improved the score. And Lucia Machado, quick backside turns. On the previous round, I had the chance to commentate her heat too, and she's looking good on her backside. So yeah, they are scoring big turns, and that's what the ladies are offering us. So great heat on our ends, 10 minutes to go as they wait for their next set. And yeah, so we have Lucia Machado in the front with that last wave. That big backside turn was well rewarded. Alice Barton there with a 6-point total. And yeah, Campbell and Lacombe looking for that second or first spot to advance. So a lot of action to come still. And I would like to give you a question, Jose. Have you been surfing these days?
Yeah, well, not as much. Actually, I didn't surf since last Saturday. I've been focusing on this here. And the waves have been small in Costa de Caparica, so didn't really go for a surf after this. And also because the tides here play a big role in surfing, and usually in the afternoon, tide hasn't been the best. So we have our high tide in the morning super early, almost at 7 a.m. Then obviously 6 hours later, we have our low tide. So at the moment, we're pretty much close to dead low. The tide is pushing in now. It will be high at 7 again. And usually when the tide gets starts pushing in, so getting higher, the swell comes with that. And since we have a building swell for tomorrow, I think we might hope to see some bigger waves this afternoon. And probably a free surf after that for us. But we have been seeing a lot of, I don't want to get too nostalgic, but in our time when we were competing, there were mostly surfers from Europe, from France, Spain, and Portugal. A few surfers from Great Britain, but not that much. And in this event, there's some swell in the outside as we see the beautiful image that's called Bugio. You've been there, right? You surfed here before?
Yeah, I did, but you need a jet ski to go there. It's really far away. This camera gives you a different perspective. Looks really close, but if you start paddling that way, you might end up in Carcavelos on the other side of the river. But yeah.
And also if you go there without a jet ski, you might get lost in the currents and die.
Yeah, probably. I never tried, so you want to try it out?
So volunteer. Someone should volunteer for that.
Yeah, just give it a go, and I'll watch it. So we have a big lull in our action now. What's going through your mind when you're in the water? There's a big lull, and it's a close hit, Jose. What do you need to think?
I don't know. It really does depend from person to person. And
what you think?
I would think happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts.
I would breathe. Let's watch Mrs. Machado with a good hit off the top. She's looking good, solid, and loose and clean surfing. I would think about my strategy. I would try to calm myself down. It also depends on what position you're in, right? If you're in first place with 18 combined score, you don't really have to worry. But if you're in third or fourth place, you have to think about your strategy and also to breed, because you never know what might come after that. That's the position Campbell's in, and so she just had to calm herself down until she get this opportunity. Let's see if that will be enough to threaten the second or the first place.
So happy thoughts is the recipe, right? Happy thoughts.
Well, happy thoughts can be a lot of things. Can be strategy, can be calming yourself down, or thinking of flowers for some people.
Oh, nice turn from Juliet. Couldn't fit another one. Quite late on that last turn, but the first one was clean. She was looking to improve on a small number, so that looks like might help her cause. As we saw Campbell too, with the nice right-hander with 3 turns. So let's see what the judges think about that. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go as Campbell jumps to second place now. So Campbell looking great. And this was the replay of Barton. Big snap off the top. Comes around the section, another one. And the third. So great wave from Barton.
This Great Britain's contingent is really going off the roof. We've been very surprising. It's been very surprising, and new faces, great surfing from our Great Britain crew. But actually, as I was saying, so the coach right here, I'm not sure whose coach he is, but definitely one of the athletes out there. And we've been seeing surfers from Poland, a lot of surfers from Israel, from Germany, Belgium. So a lot of countries that a few years back didn't have that much connection to surfing. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's the growth of the sport. I think once you get involved with more promotion, you reach more people, and once you reach more people, there's more people starting to surf. So, yeah, it's nice. It's a good signal. It's because WSL is putting on a good job to make sure surfing gets out there and gets known by everyone. So, I think it's a matter of time to see more and more countries involved. This is just my perspective as a spectator. And
that's a good neutral perspective. The Olympics helped as well.
Yeah, for sure. Is the recap.
Recap right here. Lucia Machado opening very well with that 6.17. She's definitely taking this one home with a combined score of 2 digits, and then another hit. Simple game for her, but effective. And this was one of the best waves. Look at this. 2 nice bottom turns straight into these snaps. She caught her rail a little bit there, but the damage was done before. And so good surfing this first heat.
Yeah, the ladies are looking great, on point. They look angry for more. They're ready. They woke up early, and yeah, I'm really impressed. Lucia Machado, on the last round, she made some big backside turns, and yeah, she's doing it again. So she looks like she has been training a lot on the off season, and yeah, we have a close heat on our ends. Close score, so anything can happen in these last 2 minutes. I think for sure Campbell and Lacombe are scratching their heads thinking, once I get one wave, I'm going to destroy it and go back to second or first. So yeah, as we see Campbell pedaling.
Was that what you usually think when you're in third or fourth place?
Yeah, normally is where I'm at. So I'm used to that place in terms of airspace. I'm used to that third and fourth position and needing always something, not really being comfortable.
What would you say to someone that is in third or fourth place with 2 minutes to go? What do you have to think?
I have a famous quote already that I said on the first day, that Paul Evans loved it, and I'm going to say it again, which is, no one is going to remember tomorrow. So that's my go-to for attitude.
No one cares that much, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go for it, and no one is going to remember in 2 days. There's so much information coming out that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
If you're just like a guy that want to cruise and have fun, if you want to make the challenge a series, for sure someone will remember, and that's you. So keep focused and don't think like me. As we see Lacombe here, boom! Wow.
She needs a 4.87.
Is that a 4.87, Jose?
I think it's one of those times I wouldn't like to be a judge, but I think it's just a little under because we've been having some waves with more than one turn and 2 good turns, which have been around that scoring. So that will be hard. 50 seconds to go though. And 5-2-3. So
you had a mistake, Jose.
Yeah.
She nailed it. So I thought it was a massive turn, and I thought she would make it, and you were in a position where you thought was not enough.
Yeah, I think you're in the wrong place. I think you should go and judge, really.
Yeah, I'm good at judging. I had some close calls, but I really thought it was a deep,
it was a good one.
Yeah, it was a
good
steep
bottom
section.
turn.
As we see here again, boom, and going. Not making around the section, but that last turn she had, the 5-2-3, was really strong, and the section was kind of steep, so the judges love that, and it looks hard the waves now.
Yeah.
So that's the end of that heat.
Definitely quality there over quantity. That's what the judges want to see. And also what we want to see. There she goes. Juliette Lacombe, first place in this heat, goes from 4th to 1st in the dying seconds of this heat. That's surfing competition. Everything can change just like that. That's what makes it interesting as well. And stay with us. We're going on a little commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the second heat with 2 Portuguese surfers. 1 Portuguese surfer. Anyway, stay with us. We'll see you in a bit.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action from the Caparica Surf Fest. Live from the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, just south of town. Across the bridge you'll find a stretch of beaches nestled between rock jetties, shaping up the sand and shaping the future, potentially, of some of our qualifiers from around Europe. Let's check out Jade Menien of France, Annette Lelio from Israel, Evelyn Hooft from the Netherlands, Beatrice Costa of Portugal, and Paul Evans, joined once again by Ben Mundy in the studio to break it all down, answer your tweets, and in general to keep you entertained. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, entertainment is the name of the game. Just looking across to Lisbon there, I thought I saw some smoke, some type of fire going on over there. But we're on the south side, and the waves just starting to clean up. The tide pushing in. Got the sort of business end. We're starting to get into the sort of business end of the women's division.
Yeah.
And already some big names starting to show up. You see a lot of hassling. Whoa.
Annette Lelor, live action here from our Israeli goofy foot. Such a good surfer. One of the outstanding women from the QS in Europe for the last couple of seasons, really. And she will be wanting to get herself a spot on the Challenger Series. Jade Menien of Southwest France. Just kind of soft the wave for her. Unable to really get much go in terms of speed. A lot of scoring opportunity either. Do I see a little bit of sunshine trying to poke through, Ben?
I think there might be, Paul. I think tomorrow's supposed to be good. I think this afternoon clears up a little bit. Always adds a bit of sparkle to Caparica, the beaches of Caparica. Real sort of sunny sort of vibe kind of a place. Speaking of good vibes, yeah, I think it's about time. We keep saying how just a great surfer Annette is, and how she's really at that level where she could make, you know, a stint or make a bit of a mark on the CT. She's that good, but she just hasn't had quite that big couple of events back to back to get there. And this is the start of it. It's the last chance for the women before they go to potentially go to the Challenger Series. So it's right now, it's make or break.
Beatrice Costa just working one over on the backhand, unable to go complete though. Because Evelyn Hooft, who surfed well at this beach 3 years ago when we first saw it in action down here in Portugal. It's a nice turn for Evelyn. Gets the finish, crucially. Very important to do that. So yeah, a bit of sun coming through, so maybe it might get a bit easier for the batsman. There's a little bit of swing this morning with the overcast conditions. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from a happy French woman who went all the way from languishing in fourth to taking out the win. She's standing by for a chat down the beach.
That's right. Congratulations, Juliet. You looked like you were building up your score very patiently, but you're just saying that it was very stressful for you. How was it?
Yeah, it was like a stressful hit. Didn't start the way I wanted, but at the end I saw that small one coming. I was looking for like a I4 or something like that. And I was like, all right, you gotta bend your knees and just do a turn and up. Like they're gonna give the score, and they gave it to me, so I'm happy. Yeah.
Now we're on day 3 of the competition, and it's your first day surfing. Are you glad you're surfing in these conditions?
I wish we could have like more waves, and I'm glad I made it because I heard tomorrow it's supposed to be more waves. So yeah, glad to make it so I can finally surf some good waves.
Are you going to choose some beaches along here the coast for some free surf?
You mean like today or?
Yeah, today, tomorrow, before the competition.
I might chill today. I don't know, and just like get ready for tomorrow. Yeah.
Some well-deserved rest. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joanna. Good job, Juliette Lacombe. As we rejoin live action here, her compatriot, Jade Menien, and she'll go down incomplete. And she's looked a little out of sorts in this, in a couple of quick ways from her, but nothing overly convincing. Big total on the board from Annette Lelor out of Israel. Look at that scoreline, Ben. It's already got just 12.5 points thrown up already, and we've got only just under 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, she's absolutely stomped this heat in the first half of it. And yeah, cut above. It's those other 3 surfers now that are going to have to battle for that, pretty much that one place. So yeah, it's sort of like exactly how she would have played it out. Had the strategy, going to go out there, bang a couple of big scores in the first few minutes, and then sit back and watch it unfold. Yeah, she's done it.
Loads of tweets coming in. David in Leicester, big question for Monday. Really enjoyed the chat about the beaker culture. Bell Beaker people that inhabited, well, they started really this area, but spread all across Europe as we check out a warm-up from Camilla Camp, surfing for Team Germany, but from Portugal. The question from David Lester's, Ben, you go back to any of the sort of civilizations from any period in history pre-surfing, but with your surfboard, what board did you take, and whereabouts? Where would you go? Would you be sort of first person to introduce surfing, I don't know, to anyone? You can pick any of the great cultures. Where are you heading? You got a time machine, you got a board. First of all, what is that board?
Well, maybe I think.
Good question, David. Great question.
I think the period of time might sort of maybe determine what board.
No, you can take it from now, mate.
No, but what I'm going to think about the era I'm going back to. That will inform my board choice.
You don't want to get burned as a witch if you go back with a sort of carbon technology into the Bronze Age.
Yeah, exactly.
Put you on a ceremonial pyre.
I mean, as soon as you go back 100 years, you get no crowds. So the crowds aren't really a factor, are they? As you see, a big turn there in real time, in live time. I'd be kind of inclined to go back maybe to the Hawaiians, like the Hawaiians in the 17th century, and just sort of tell them what's about to happen. Surfing's potentially about to die out. Don't listen to those missionaries. Keep up the good vibes. And I could also just sort of, frolic. But I'd take back I'd take like a nice 6'6" mini mal, 6'8" mini mal, just to
mini tanker.
Yeah, mini tanker. Is that what the mini tanker?
Yep.
Just to give him a bit of wow factor. I could have been sort of heralded as some type of white god, but I would say no. That's not the way it works. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I might try that. Wouldn't mind hitting sort of Peru. The Peru around sort of 500 BC. Sort of hitting the long lefts on some canoes, hanging out. Back then. Maybe probably a difficult time to be alive in many respects, but it'd be quite nice to go check it out.
I think what would be a real challenge is if you got a toothache. That'd be a real bar. You wake up one day and the old wisdom teeth is flaring up a bit, and you're just like, what are my options here? Yeah. I think dentistry would have been a little bit subpar back in the day compared to modern standards. Other than that, everything else I think was probably better.
Well, there was just announced today, wasn't there, the dinosaur found in America 66 million years ago, hit by an asteroid, and actually hit by the asteroid and still got patches of its skin on it. One of the most well-preserved dinosaur fossils in history, and happened to be just at the exact time when the asteroid took it out in the Mexico City. They reckon it was down the Gulf of Mexico, and took out most of the dinosaurs on the southern American plains. So, I mean, that's probably going back a bit far. I don't need to go back that far, really, to the asteroid belt. Just mean the dinosaurs.
I thought you might have said last year at Caparica as a place to go back in time too.
It was a good time.
Lucy Campbell there getting the debrief. Disappointment from her. Also, Alice Barton, the Welsh woman. Those two bowing out in that last heat. We saw Jade Manian jump from fourth to first. I like the no surfing approach. Asked if she's going to go for a surf. She's like, nah, she's going to rest.
I mean, she has done 20 minutes of surfing, so you don't want to overdo it. You don't want to overcook it. Oh, this is actually, I'm going to bend my knees. The judges love that. I suppose it is true. And, last minute, done the job. More swell coming.
So just to answer Dave's tweet, you're going back to Hawaii.
1700s.
Okay.
Before it was invaded. Out the back, though. Oh. Costa. Yeah, the tweets are coming in thick and fast. As you see, well, Jade down the line. Finally finishes off one of a wave. She'll be happy with.
Yeah, Manian getting an effort. Trying to build up the score. Here goes your heat leader. Dominant in this one. The Israeli Lelor. That wave uncooperative. She'll just kick out. Just commanding performance from her. Powerful goofy foot. Her sister also in this event. Noah Lelor. Another great surfer as well.
Frank from Liverpool's asking about the trophies. He's saying, I haven't seen the trophies for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. He's interested in it. But he was saying if you could have one single trophy from surfing on your mantelpiece, what would it be? Again, no time limit on this.
You could even choose your year if you wanted to. If he's talking about the event or the actual trophy itself, I think he's focused on the actual trophy as a tangible thing, as a fungible token.
That's easy, actually. I'll go for the 91 Marui Pipe Masters title that Tommy Carroll won. That was sponsored by a Japanese company, Marui, wasn't it? It had this little sort of samurai kind of. There was like sort of sleeves almost, like leather sort of bits on the side of the trophy. I really like that.
Where the headdress? Is that sort of some type of pipe master kind of head?
No, that was that one.
That's
what
one
I'm talking about. This is Marui, yeah.
You wore it on your head.
Yeah.
I think most trophies, they should do that. Even those big cups, they just make a hat out of it. Wear it around for a day.
How about you, Ben? What trophies from surfing fancy? I mean, you get...
Oh, paragliding. Yes, I mean the Bells Trophy is not.
I mean,
it's an obvious one. But
I don't want to preempt.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, I nearly said it, and I said, "Don't say it, Paul."
It's an obvious one.
Yep.
But probably one of the more recognised trophies in surfing, obviously.
Just on that, sort of as a factual point, the event isn't named after the Bell. The Bell takes its name from the event, which is a property. It was the Bell family,
the Bell
right?
family.
It was a farm.
Exactly, yeah, the Bell. And there's still many a Bell down there. Members of the Bell family still live in Torquay. Exactly. So it's called Bell's Beach. They had to drive through his farm to get there back in the day. I'll tell you what, I'm struggling. I mean, Frank from Liverpool, he's come with a good one because when you think about it, there should be more recognisable trophies in surfing. It shows you that they haven't done a good job of them. That no one none stand out. Eddie Aikau, has that got a trophy? Must have some type of wooden sort of curved figure, I'd imagine. Wouldn't mind the Eddie just sitting up there on the mantelpiece.
It's one of the good ones, isn't it? Let's see who's going to be adorning the trophy cabinet with silverware from the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Could it be that woman there, Annette Lelor? She's thrown down a marker with a big performance. I tell you what, Evelyn Hooft from the Netherlands. She's come swinging back. She's got a 6.17. So that 7.73 from Annette has been not quite matched, but she's got close to it, has Evelyn Hooft. So we're checking out Beatrice Costa, who struggled a bit in this one. She's in fourth right now. She's got plenty of work left to do. Her requirement is a 7.61. She had many in, now in fourth. Looking for a 6.94. But really, it's been Annette Lelor just sort of stomping her authority in this one, Ben.
Yeah, got off to a strong start. Been a bit slow since then, since she locked up a 7.73 for that backhand attack. So she hasn't had to do much. She can afford to wait, try and get a better wave. Evelyn Hooft, as you say, she's not one of those surfers. A lot of those Dutch surfers often sort of grown up in different parts of the world, but she's born and bred, still surfs in the North Sea and doing a great job.
Sweet in here. So we just get caught up with replays here. And some highlight action, some standout surfing going down in this heat. And this was Evelyn Hooft. We're just picking her up, belt in the end. Good enough for a 6.17. She likes it on the kick out. So Michaela in the Isle of Wight. Question for Ben. Wants to know if you could take something out of surf culture. It could be an object, it could just be a thing. You like to see something and never see the like of it again. What would you remove? Great question, Michaela. Let's stick with live. Manyen, quick in and out. Ben, what are you deleting from the history of surfing or the present? I can answer first if you like.
Yes.
Would you like me to go first?
Yeah.
While you have a little ruminate on this great question.
Yeah.
Anything that's shaped like a surfboard that isn't a surfboard. So I'm thinking sometimes you get seats where the verticals are shaped like. Sometimes you get menus in a little cafe. Nothing looks good shaped like a board except a board. So if you could never make any kind of rendition of a surfboard into anything other than a board, that would be mine, Ben. Good question.
Well, many a surf cafe freaking out right now at the thought of that. Well, I was going to go a bit bigger. I was going to take away localism, just extract that from the vibe. You know what I mean? No one owns anything. No one owns the ocean. just, you know, you can have that. Take it away, please. So, yeah, a bit more broader. I tend to think I'm more of a big picture kind of a guy than you're more the sort of small, sort of detail, sort of irrelevant kind of things. But, yeah, it works. The magic still happens.
Ben Mundy would like to remove localism. The same Ben Mundy, you went back to Australia recently, but I think in your previous trip to that, didn't you drop in on someone who was in the barrel at a wave that you haven't lived at for over 20 years and went, mate, I'm from here, mate.
He was from there as well.
I don't know your face, mate.
I didn't know.
Is this the same Ben Mundy?
He
the
was
same guy?
No.
Is this the same guy?
It's the same guy, but the crucial information, he was actually from that place as well. He was born and bred there as well.
Okay, so you were striking down localism.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I was like, look, that's the old rules. This is the new way. Just dropping in.
And Estrella making her way back out. Still looking good in first. 12.56, big numbers thrown up in the first 8 minutes of this. Evelyn Hoof, she's improved as well. Brought some quality, got that 6. Crucially, secured the second spot. Struggling Acosta and Manien with nothing really to get excited about in this so far. And in these kind of conditions where it is tricky and it is a bit marginal, you've got to find the best ways. Once you've done that, you also need to show some good surfing. And it looks like Lelo will take some confidence to the next round. Still like to work on a backup, though. Just got the 4.83. Here's Hooft on a softer wave, and she needs to try and stay light on her feet. And she'll bring that one in, and it was a small wave. And with, well, about 35 seconds to go, she's going to beat Chip, Ben.
Yeah, she's done it. She's absolutely just heavy-footed away. She's had a good heat there. She was under the cusp a little bit earlier on. Got a couple of big scores. She's done well here before. So Evelina Hooft will be happy with that. Second place. Waits the shores just to make sure no one else is going to steal her thunder. I think she's pretty safe. Costaning the big score. As we see the heat leader, Leilor, just rubber stamp her win.
Yeah, she's looked really good in this one. Very good indeed. Equipment looks dialed in. The surfing's on point. The timing's sweet. Throw in loads of spray. Crucially, getting the good waves as well. Picking the juicy sections. Not loads of them on offer. You need to be pretty accurate with what you're doing. And she's done that once again. And will be safely through to the next round. Not a high-ranked event for the women. This QS 1000, so you really, Surfer First Stature is just thinking about the win in terms of helping in their quest for getting up on the ratings towards a berth in the Challenger Series. Needs to go for a win. Got a lot more surfing yet to do, though. But so far, so good from Anat Lelor. Evelyn Hooft as well. Well surfed by her. And those two really dominated that encounter. Getting past the low tide mark here in Caparica. You see plenty of sand on the beach as it does widen. And we'll swing and bring it all back in. It's going to wrap up our second heat of the round of 48 for the win. We're going to see Camila Cardoso, Lucia Martino, and Melania Suarez Diaz. Loads of talented women coming up in the Caparica Surf Fest. Stay tuned.
Almada, território de muitos.
And welcome back to the distant shores of that Sintra Castle in the distance, overlooking Lisbon, sort of outcrop to the north of our base. So we're looking, sort of casting out views northwards from Costa de Caparica over the city of Lisbon itself there in the foreground, panning down across the river, the Tigres, that empties out on the southern side of Lisbon City and over to the sunny shores, or increasingly sunny shores of Costa de Caparica, where we have yet another heat underway. The women's division is on, round of 48. We have Lucia, Martino, Melania, Suarez Diaz, Camila Kemp and Camila Cardoso all up in running here, vying for what is a pretty big points and money on offer. And that's Suarez Diaz, Canary Island surfer, great style. Some more action here while we're on the break. That's Lucia, just sticking it up there. So 4.67 for that, so a strong start.
You can see the waves are increasing a little bit. A bit more energy in the ocean, a bit more face to work with. And I was wondering how far do those cameras go? It's got like Sintra Castle, it's probably like 40 kilometers away from here. By car, I mean, on the straight line must be like 20 or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's amazing how it just sits at the top there. Like, but yeah, it's a bit of a mission to get there, but it's so close. And we see Cardoso getting up there and slamming it down sharp. Cardoso just trying to get a start. Match Martino, the best wave so far of 4.67. Yeah, if you haven't ever been to Sintra Castle, one of the most beautiful castles in Europe, and an absolute treat. And not far from the coast, you can surf in the morning and castle in the afternoon.
Exactly.
Or castle in the morning or surf in the afternoon, however you want to do it.
Or you can surf the castle.
Surf the castle.
In a rainy day. Melania Suarez Diaz from the Canary Islands. Nice, clean surfing.
Okay. Right now, though, down on the beach, we have the winner of the last heat with Joanna Garnell.
That's right. Congratulations, and you were dominating since the beginning. Are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to be back after an injury that took me out for almost half of a year. I'm excited to be back here in Caparica. I love this place. I love Portugal. I'm here training with Manuel, my Portuguese coach, and yeah, enjoying every second of it.
Why did you pair up with Manuel?
I feel like he's a good guy. He has a lot of experience. Him and Teresa has a good bond, and he's a good guy overall.
And I know that you wanted to say a few words. Do you want to just give a little intro?
Yeah, I just want to say to all the families that have lost people from them in Israel that took from the Hamas organization. I want to say that this hit is for you guys. And נשיקות לכל המשפחות ונשיקות למשפחה שלי, אמא ואבא ושון האהוב שלי, אוהבת אותך. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay. There we go. That's Annette Laylor. And we have some live action here. And that's Cardoso swooping. Nice first turn. Little wrap on that. And then finishes it off. And does a belly face forward flop. But again, you know, she'd done the hard yard. She'd got the big turn in, Jose Ferreira, but then just a real silly mistake not to finish it.
Yeah, it's one of those little mistakes you count in the end of the heat as being an important mistakes there. But Lucia Martino not looking to make any mistakes. She's an experienced surfer, surfing on a big board, looks like an All-Americ. And that was a nice wave from Lucia.
Yeah, surfed it well, surfed it all the way to the end, and no doubt get some points for that. So we've got a replay here. Just a little bit funny on that first turn, but just connecting the bits. That third turn is probably the best one and finishes it off. So these surfers, QS 1000, so the maximum points you can get is 1,000 points, but that could be enough. They're all vying to get in the top 6 on the qualifying series rankings. As we see Cardoso wrapping around again. Hope she finished that one off. Oh no, that was a replay, obviously. The side view of that belly flop.
That first turn though was nice.
And this was a pretty easy section. I'm not exactly sure how. She tried to just pop the fins out a little bit too much maybe. But still gets a 3.93 for it. Yeah, so the top 6 on the qualifying series go through the Challenger series. None of these girls so far in the top 6. I've got probably the closest is Camilla Kemp, who's down there in 19th spot. So Camilla would need to win this event at the very least. Well, I mean, you can't do much better than that, but she would have to win this event to potentially move up into those important 5th spots. At the moment, we've got Teresa Bombolo, who's way out in front. She's basically qualified.
Yeah,
Francisco Baselco, Mafalda Lopez, 2 Portuguese who also pretty much home and hose, you'd think, and Nadia Arastabi on 3,600, and then Sanchez Orton and Rachel Presti. So they're the 6 girls currently holding the position. Pauline Adot, the French veteran, is in 7th, so big tournament for her coming up. Yolanda Hopkins, Tessa Tyson, also all just in the mix, just below the cutoff. So it's going to be really interesting at the end of this event. See Camilla Kemp here. She's the one that's sort of sitting down in 20th spot. But that's a nice turn from CK and another, so finishes off well. But yeah, towards the end, it's unlike the men's. The men's have got, there's a single men's event on in Santa Cruz next week, so they'll get another shot with some big points. But for the women, Jose Ferreira, this is it. This is the only shot they can to just try and get 1,000 points and get into that all-important 2nd spot.
Yeah, exactly. So very, very important event, and let me tell you, this is like a kind of a historic moment for Portugal, as we see Sarah Leixada, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, preparing for her heat, and this is the replay of Camila's last one. That was a 4.2, but it's kind of a historic moment in Portugal where you have maybe for the first time in a few years serious contenders to qualify for the World Tour, at least in like technically speaking, in terms of technical level. Mafalda Lopes, Teresa, Camila, Yolanda, obviously Kika Veselko, she's a bit younger, but so Portugal never had a surfer in the CT. I think Spain has had, France, obviously, not Portugal.
No, yeah, the women's surfing really starting to show the strength and depth. A little bit late to the party, but they're coming through strong now. And yeah, you just hope that one of those girls, whether it's Teresa or Mafalda, Kikesh, they can get all the way through in the Challenger Series and get on the CT. They're all good enough, aren't they? We've seen Teresa Bombolo. She's been on a bit of a winning streak in Europe over the last few years. She keeps winning all the events here, and then she came really, really close again in Hawaii to qualifying for the CT and just missed out. So she's knocking on the door, but I think the time for her is now. She's been on a roll for a long time now. She just needs to, take that form, European form, when she travels. But yeah, Mafalda Lopes also a great up-and-coming surfer. So yeah, they're all hoping to get into that Challenger Series and then really do some damage. Starting with Snapper Rocks, the first event, which is to be held in May.
Wow, that will be quite something to see. And also, it's a good comparison because, there's always this talk that the level in the challengers is not that different from the CT. And obviously there's differences. Obviously you have the top 10 in the world. They're really some steps ahead from everybody else. But in terms of level, the top 100 is able to perform almost, as good as the top 32. And it will be very interesting to see a Challenger Series in a spot that used to be a CT. We had that with Jeffreys Bay a few years ago, and that was interesting as well, and will be interesting again this year.
Yeah, what a place to start off. Obviously a CT spot for many, many years, well, since 2000, or maybe 1999. And due to the changes and the format scheduling issues, it's been starting off as the start of the Challenger Series. So, yeah, a great opportunity for all those, up-and-comers to get a taste of the Superbank. Real big crowds line the point. It's a real great atmosphere down there for that when that's cranking. And, the first step is in these very Superbank-like conditions we got today at Caparica. Swell just hanging in. The tide is pushing in now, so I think what we're going to see over the next sort of couple of hours is a pretty good improvement in the conditions. Going to run through the 8 heats of the women, and then make a call in terms of what's going to happen with the round of 64 of the men's. But as it stands, we're definitely going to finish this round and see where we're at. And if you noticed, probably like elsewhere, if you notice in the lineups around Portugal, just a lot more female surfers in the lineups. Jose, have you noticed something that you've sort of seen over the last 5 years or so?
Yeah, definitely. It's curious. We have a lot of feminine movements in Portugal regarding surfing. We have the Boogie Chicks, which is a very big bodyboard school in Portugal, only for girls back in the day, but this is the recap.
Yeah, recap.
Melania Suarez first wave, 3.5. She's in second place at the moment. And Lucia, using her leverage in terms of experience to secure her first place in this heat. She had 2 good waves, 2 solid waves. Well, the scores weren't that high, but able to secure her first place. But yeah, Ben, we do have a lot of movement. Also movement in the heat as we
live action. You see Cardoso. First turn, she needs 3.07 to move into second. She finishes off, quickly sets about going straight back out the back. Not sure if that's going to be enough, but she knows she's got 5 minutes, she's got time to get more. Yeah, what do you say the bodyboarding club's called?
Yeah, Boogie Cheeks and
Boogie Cheeks.
There was this sisters Rocha. They used to host the women's world tour in São Pedro in Bafureira, and they would always make this kind of surf camp around it, only for young girls, and so we have a lot of women in the lineups, but then that step to go from the lineup to competition and in competition, that's a different ball game. But we definitely have more and more female surfers in the lineup, which is refreshing.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, isn't it, really, at the end of the day? If you can get enough women surfing, then you're going to get some really talented ones come through. I think this generation, hopefully, will get it. Cardoso, she did get the 3, so there's a turn. And got a 3.93, so just did enough to get through. Now, Camilla Kemp needs a 4.57. She does have priority, but she needs a wave to come in the next 3.5 minutes. Suarez Diaz, surfing green, in third. She needs a 5.26. So there she's there, just praying. She's in third priority in terms of where she's sitting, so not in that enviable position. but she's going to sit and wait and hope for the best.
Yeah, a lot of waiting as well. We see all the action, but we don't see the waiting as much. For instance, Camille only caught 2 waves in 18 minutes, 17 in this case, 17 and 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's it. It's, you know, she's got priority. She's not a bad position. Really, just time starting to tick against her, but she can get any wave she wants. She might be eyeing off one here. It'll be the question of handling the nerves. Split the peak. Camilla going right, Martina going left. It's only a 1 wave turn and an off for Lucia. Let's see how Camilla went. Going the other way.
I'm curious to see that.
She looked quite late on the takeoff, as if the wave was running off. But
yeah, 0.5 might be that one, right?
Yeah. So no good. Camilla also used her priority in that instance. So that would go down as a mistake in the coach's book. She only had 3 minutes. But the wave she chose, yeah, wasn't the wave she needed. It's a tough one, isn't it? You got 2 minutes on the clock. You can't be too picky or choosy. But as it turned out, that wave just didn't quite deliver anything at all whatsoever, and she now needs a big score, and she doesn't have priority. So she's in a bit of strife with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, I can't stop saying 20 minutes go by in a blink of an eye, especially when you're in the water and you have 20 minutes to perform and go through the next heat, but it's the same conditions to everyone.
It's Suarez Diaz. She needs a 5.26. Last shot here. First turn's crisp. Second turn strong in the foam. They're both foam climbs. And although she surfed it well, drone angles are a little bit deceiving in terms of size, but we'll see. The heat leader currently trying to get in. That's not going to help her. So yeah, we'll just see. She needed a 5.26. It's quite a solid score. And we'll just see how she went. This is the wave.
Yeah, she's surfs good. You can see she's stylish with a clean surfing approach. Just unfortunately, in a day like today, your surfing level is not, well, it is important obviously, but your wave selection is probably 70 or 80% of the importance of the strategy, I'd say.
Yeah, and that's what's one up there. So Camila Cardoso gets through, and Shia Martino as well. It wasn't a heat full of fireworks, but we've got 2 winners and we've got 2 losers, and that's the way it works every time. It's a brutal, cutthroat sport, and unfortunately for Suarez Diaz and Camilla Kemp, 2 of the highest seeds in that heat, they are both out. We're going to go out as well. We're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Estrella this year Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the shores of Costa de Caparica. In Lisbon, we are here for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surfest 2022. Shout out to Estrella Galicia, actually and all our supporters of this event. So many people with so much effort and time and energy to making these events happen. It wouldn't happen without the support of those sponsors. Just purely for the work sort of opportunity and as a way of thanking the supporters, I stayed back and had quite a few Estrella Galicias last night just to help them with the tasting and just to show my support for what they've done. And yeah, I mean,
one has to represent.
Yeah, and it went down a treat. I'm not going to lie. They slid down all too easily. But yeah, Estrella Galicia, massive supporter of surfing over the last couple of years in Portugal, and yeah, props to them. We also had the Almada municipality. Some of the councils were coming down. They too were helping out Estrella Galicia with their beer tasting, just to make sure that they knew that everything was okay.
And I must say, I'm gonna follow your example on that as my senior fellow.
Yeah, I like to think I'm helping you through, mate.
Reference, so yeah.
Mentor, I think is probably the word you're using.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna follow the same path.
Yeah, it's important that you you know,
learn,
keep abreast of all the different sponsors and what they're up to. And we see a bit of a fierce paddle battle going on now. It looks like it's going to be won by Salgado. Now, this is a young girl who is big talent up from the Santa Cruz area, I think I'm led to believe. And only 15, I think. So really, really big opportunity for her. And a big test for the young girl. Started off strong though. Maria Salgado, a bit of a paddle battle and came out ahead. So that's a good sign. Right now, that's speaking of good signs. We've got the winner of the last heat down there with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, congratulations. You were catching a lot of waves and it certainly paid off. Was that the strategy?
Well, it was not like that because I started really good and maybe I could like relax a little bit more, but I was nervous because it's my first hit of this year. I didn't go to Israel, so I'm happy to make it through.
What do you usually do to prepare and to calm the nerves before a heat?
For me, so difficult because I'm always super like not relaxed at all. And I'm trying to come to watch some hits before my hit and just surf as I do in my freezers. But sometimes it works, sometimes not.
Did you watch at home or did you watch here on the beach?
I watched it here at the beach, like the last hit for the boys and the first two hits for the girls. And the conditions were hard today, but I'm happy to start like the hit like that.
Do you think it helps watching the heats before, or when you're in the water, it's nothing like that you've seen?
Yeah, for sure it helps because you can check where is the spot or even the scores that they are giving, the maneuvers and the hits before they were giving like one good turn, good score. So I try to get those waves like the bigger ones.
You were going on judging criteria.
Yeah, I try to sometimes.
Well, congratulations. You're going into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Joanna, for that. And thank you, Lucia. So she was a bit nervous, but she came through. And happy to be fighting another day. Sets approaching here. We've got some new swell filling in. The tide's pushing in as well, which we're thinking is going to help a little bit. And we've got a paddling here. Bahia Frediani. Frediani does one big turn, which talked about Lucia seeing the judges rewarding one big turn. And Frediani must have seen that as well and hung it up there.
And I think we'll have some action. Emily Gussoni.
Yeah, just trying to get that wave and couldn't get it.
And I was going to ask you, from a scale to 1 to 10, how nervous do you think, in general, surfers get before their heats? Well, it's obviously different from case to case, but
yeah, well, I've never really been in that position, but different people, you know, react differently to nerves, don't they? Some thrive on it, some get really, really nervous, but especially these relatively inexperienced competitors, and especially in the early rounds, you know, that first heat where there's so much time and effort's gone into this, just the training, the travel, the watching, the competing, you know, it all comes down. It just comes down to 20 minutes, and if you get knocked out in your first heat, which is a 50% opportunity of doing so,
exactly.
Yeah, it means a lot. So here goes Maria, just putting it up there. Yeah, had some intel from up there on the Santa Cruz beaches that this young girl that's going places.
Yeah, I think so too. You can look at her style and her approach to the waves, and also to her competitive approach. You know, 3 waves. There's surfers that didn't catch any waves yet, so good signs from her. Sarah Lisiaga fell down on her first.
Yeah, she waited a while for that wave and fell off. Meanwhile, at the back, Gassoni, the Italian. It's a nice looking left-hander. 2 waves too dissimilar from what she rides in the Mediterranean. Had a good run of swell up there over the last couple of months, actually. Some
really
deep weather bombs forming in the Med, and yeah, there's been some good waves. So she will hopefully have been taking part in that. And Gassoni is paddling back out after that first wave of 2.4. 10 minutes remaining. And still waiting for some fireworks. Nothing over a 4 as yet. So hopefully we can see some more action shortly.
Emily Gassoni, Italian surfer. There's good surf in Italy, especially in the Sardine.
Sardine, yeah. Tends to be where they get a lot of the best waves. Yeah. It's pretty cool little no contest, the WSL show, where they often go and pack a crew up, and Laura Anova has been helping it and go and visit some cool places. And they went up to Italy with Leo, Fioravanti and Robert D'Amico, Laura Anova, I think Steph Gilmore. Pretty hell crew. Oh, I'd love to go for a travel trip with that pack. And had a really, really fun trip. Scored some waves as well. So check that out on the WSL website. It's pretty epic. And yeah, it's a it's got a rich surf culture, a lot of history, and more Italian surfers getting around. You know, obviously Leo repping on the CT, so you know, one of the world's best surfers is an Italian. And you just see Ian Fontaine. So he swapped his singlet for a coaching badge. He surfed in the event, had a couple of heat wins, but just got knocked out this morning. Now he turns his attention to his coaching duties. It's Nahau and Milhau. So she's a bit nervous there. Talk about the nerves. Sort of seeing that. She looked like she had a few there.
Especially because also the nerves can make you more tired inside the water. You might be very energetic and been preparing very well, eating well, resting, but the nerves just have an ability to make you a bit more tired, a bit more heavy. So it's a lifetime struggle to manage that. And Emily here, she felt on the second one, unfortunately. But yeah, it's interesting to see the difference between surfers and the way they manage their nerves. Emily Gassoni here, first good turn, unfortunately can't right out of that one. But guy like Kelly Slater, 50 years old, 30 years plus of competition experience, and still he's getting nervous in some heats. He's open about it. He speaks about it. He's not afraid. And
Yeah, well, I think if you lose those nerves, if you if you don't get the nerves, that's when it's probably time to maybe think about doing a new thing, because it's absolutely fundamental that makes that you fight up and the adrenaline kicks in. As long as it doesn't, as you say, make you too tired, too nervous, too draining.
Yeah, exactly. It's good not to be in the extremes. Anyway, Sarah having a look there. She had third priority, but Maria here, wow.
Yeah, Salgado, absolutely.
Nice surfing.
Surfing from the young 15-year-old. From up the coast, like the blue rails on the board, and she was leading the heat. Not a massive scores. As we see live action, that's Cassini just up and off. Meanwhile, fanging down the line is Frediani. Can she finish it off? It's a long wave. 2 turns. He only needed a .76, which she'll get, no doubt. So she's right back in the game. So a bit of a hunt, bit of a flurry. And it looks like Frediani's going to get right back in the mix. We'll just see Salgado's, how she went. There's that style. Nice backhand turn. Just really polished off. Such a young kid. She's surfing really, really, really well. And not showing any nerves either, which is impressive.
Yeah, really, she really looks like she's got it. And Frediani, she's a really, really interesting surfer. Powerful surfer as well. Out of France, or competing for France. I'm not sure if she's based there or born there. I think she might be from the Guadeloupe.
Who's that? Yep. Yeah, Nishaga. Yep. And actually, Emily Gassini, for Italian heritage, she's born and bred. She grew up in Costa Rica, but has got Italian heritage. So she wouldn't have been spending a lot of time in the Mediterranean the last couple of months. She would have been surfing in Bikini in lovely Costa Rica. But over here, looking at trying to get through to the European system, get through the top 10. She needs some work to do. She's only got a couple of 2s. Not good enough. Here goes Sarah. She's off and running. What can she do here? As a first turn strong, and then gets a double, 2 for 1. A little bit awkward finish, but hung on to it. Again, she was needing a higher score of 5.54. Maria Salgado with a 4.6 has improved her lead, so she's got not a whole lot of breathing space, but she's out in front. And that's been really impressive for considering her age and her experience. She's got the 2 best waves of the heat so far, but this was a nice wave. What do you think, Ferreira?
Yeah, it's nice 2-turn waves. She was a little bit out of balance there in the second, but it was a bigger wave. The judges are looking for that kind of surfing, at least in the first turn. So it is a 3.97. She goes to second place. Now she only needs a 2.57, and this heat will be tight until the end, my friends.
Yeah, she's going to go down the wire. There's such a small grouping of scores, 8.33 the heat total out in front. That's not a very big number at all. So there's plenty of opportunities for the other surfers to chop and change in the last 3.5 minutes. Cassini has priority and needs a 4.14. Surfer in white is at the last slot, cab off the rank, but needs just a 2.57. So tiny scores. So expect some things to change potentially in the next couple of minutes. See down there, Letitia Canale. She's out of the running at the moment for those top 6 spots. She had a really good year last year in the Challenger Series, but this year up against it. She's going to need at least, well, she'll need a win, I think, to get right up close to the rankings. So we'll just see how she goes, but a great surfer, really experienced, really talented. And so you expect her to feature towards the back end of this tournament.
Yeah,
In terms of joining her, though, well, we've got a flurry. 3 minutes on the clock. 4 surfers still all in contention. No one out of this just yet. And little scores needed. Maria Salgado, as we said, had a few props, a few rumours circulating around the Portuguese surf scene that this young lady might be one definitely to watch in the future, and so far those rumours have proved correct.
Do you know what? This might be a bit, off for me to say, but I never quite have heard about Maria Salgado, and I'm very, very surprised to see how well she's surfing, and I don't think
he's not embedded in the Portuguese surf scene like I am, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
You should just call me up, bro.
Another reference I have to.
Anything you want to know, mate, just call me.
I'll text you.
I'll tell you about, we got barreled at Carcavelos on a Wednesday at 4 o'clock. I can tell you who's hot up and coming.
Yeah.
I can tell you where to jump off of Koshos.
We'll see about that this afternoon.
We will see about that. Yeah, no, only reason I know personally, I've got a friend who lives up in Santa Cruz, and he's been surfing with Maria, and he's been saying that, just keep an eye out on her, and that's the only reason I've come across her. But she's had some solid results in the juniors, and now looks really equipped to go all the way in the Opens. Sarah Kega, not quite getting that one. She only needs a 2.57. You can see why she's going anything. Cassini. So she's eyeing off one big turn. Only needs a 4.14. She's going to need a couple of turns, I'd imagine, to do that. So she gives it a crack. She goes back out there. 1 minute left, so no time. Here we go. Judge, give them something to think about.
4.14. That's what she needs.
Yeah.
And she goes to third place.
Yeah, she got a 3.37, so not enough. Close, but no cigar, so she's still trailing, needing just a 3.18 now, though, so a tiny score. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, this heat will be tight if Sarah and Emily go for another exchange. Well, Sarah definitely is. Let's see, 2.57, that's what she needs. One turn, second turn, and third turn. The wave is really dying out on her.
Yeah, well, it's a tiny number, 2.57. You think she might have got that. Cassini also throwing her name in the rings, 3.18 she needs. So there's a lot of action there in the last couple of days.
Is she crying?
Couple of days.
No, sorry. Looked like she was kind of in trouble or something, but she's just waiting to hear the score. 2.8. So
3.18, but Sarah's last wave also came in. So Emily's wasn't enough. That was a 2.8, not enough. But it means that the score of Surfer and White could put Frediani potentially in problems. 3.18, she did 3 or 4 turns. They weren't incredible turns, but she got the wave in with 30 seconds to go. Fair play, didn't fall off. This is a replay. I'm going to leave it up to you, Jose Ferreira, to work out whether she's got the score or not.
Yeah, it was kind of a little double up, so the wave didn't have that much potential. She did surf it well. Nothing amazing, but she only needed a 2.5, so I think it's quite close. The judges are taking a close look at that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to judge, that,
yeah.
Isn't it?
I don't want to. It's one of those. I'm not going to say anything. It's just going to be very close. Can go, both ways. Really.
Yeah, it's going to be there or thereabouts, but it's a cigarette paper between it, and it's not enough. A 2.6.
Oh.
So we'll just see.
Yeah, it is enough. She needed a 2.57. That's
2.6.
True. Yeah, 2.6. So yeah. In the last minute, and let me tell you, Ben, very curious to hear Maria Salgado's interview.
Yep. So there you go. Pretty exciting finish there. Real close, mathematical, all sorts of stuff going on. I'm not interested in it really. And we've got a short commercial break, And we come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2022 right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
So here we are again, hit number 5.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. Sunny skies on the Costa de Caparica. Evans and Alves back in the studio to bring you lots of great surfing as we check out Leti Canales, Maïlis, João, Naya, Milo, and Carolina Santos, 2 French women, a Portuguese, a Spanish surfer out of the Basque Country. And it is heat number 5 of our round of 48. Modest numbers in the last one. Francisco, it's difficult to get scores out there. What's the key to unlocking Costa de Caparica this afternoon?
Well, I think you have to keep it simple. I think you have to take every opportunity that comes your way.
Boys struggled a bit with commentary in the last one, didn't they? They mangled that a bit. I'm giving them 2s.
Yeah,
Mandy and Zay, they're a nightmare.
Mandy and Jose.
Nightmare.
Not really giving the right scores to the spectators,
I think
right?
it's nap time maybe for those guys. They're a bit hangry when you're hungry and
No,
angry.
Jose likes a bath in between eats on the hotel, so he might go for a bath.
He's gone back for a bath and really just thinking about sharpening his pencils and coming back.
Yeah. And
Monday as well, dropping a few clangers. Yeah, awkward, isn't it? Terrible, really.
It's just like I don't want to be bad to them, you know.
I
just
do.
like our duo is just like different.
Yeah, if they've got any sense, they'll tune into this heat and just see how we do it properly.
Yeah, they don't want to see replays. They just want to hear us, you know. So yeah.
Leti Canales struggled a little bit with an injury. She's coming back. She's coming back strong. She wants to build up that rank. She wants to get into the Challenger Series. She saw some events go down she would love to be a part of, and she was rehabbing from that. She looks to be strong and fit, though. Let's see where she goes with her surfing. Up here, just prods one up. Found a nice little section. Didn't need to do too much early on in the heat. Wanted to make sure she got the completion, which she did. And she'll shake that off and paddle back out. Dangerous in running lefts. Good backhand as well from Leti. Part of the strong generation of surfers from the Basque Country.
Yeah, she's a goofy, nice style, great approach. Leti has been around for a long time now. She's a fearless competitor, and yeah, once she gets the opportunity, she never lets it go.
She's been training a bit with Jose Maria Cabrera in the Canary Islands.
Maybe I didn't saw, but maybe someone on the chat can give us the information. Maybe Karen.
Another powerful goofy who, he's a great surfer as well in his time now into that coaching role. And a bunch of the surfers from Spain getting tips from him, working on the surfing between events, getting the technique down, dialing in the boards, working on the physical fitness as well. All of those ingredients go together towards putting on a strong run in competition. Naya Milo.
I know there's a couple of Portuguese up-and-coming kids that spend a lot of time there with him on some training camps. So, yeah, that's true. I don't know if Leticia was one of them. Maybe you saw it.
Yeah, she is.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
I can confirm that, mate.
Okay, cool.
Let's go and have a chat with a young and up-and-coming Portuguese surfer. Maria Salgado dominated the last heat. She's standing by for a chat.
She absolutely dominated, and she's feeling really shy right now, not wanting to do the interview. But we're gonna try and get a few words out of her, and maybe a few words, questions in Portuguese as well. Okay. So how did that go for you?
I felt very comfortable, and because I'm in first all the heat.
Okay, and now I'm just going to ask a few questions in Portuguese. Tu começaste com uma grande paixão pelo skate primeiro e depois a transição. Porquê? Para o surf?
Porque eu adorava skatear e depois, quando skateava em frente do mar, eu via os surfistas. Então decidi experimentar e depois gostei e continuei.
Well, great job. I was just asking Maria that she had a passion for skateboarding first, and then she transitioned into surfing because she would skate in front of the ocean and saw the guys in the water and thought, that looks like fun, I'll try that. And here we are. Congratulations. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Epic stuff. Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, great setup. The skate park up there at the Noah Surf House in Santa Cruz. We're going to be up there next week. That is our very next event in that young lady's hometown. Can't wait for that. We turn our thoughts up to that region, though, very much.
Maria was my partner last week in the ping pong. She's really good. Maria Salgado.
And how did you two get on? Was it in the tournament?
No, yeah, the nationals had
Olympic qualifying?
Yeah, kind of. Everything I do is quite qualifying for something. But yeah, I had on the nationals they had like a ping pong table, and I had the pleasure to play with Maria Salgado.
Yep.
And she's good.
She good?
On the ping pong, yeah.
Quick serve?
Quick.
Good smash.
Good with the pressure too, not really making many mistakes, easy ones. And she's good at surfing, good at the ping pong.
Skateboarding, rips.
Good at skate. I heard she's really good at snowboarding too. And making pizzas. So Maria Salgado's got the whole package.
Multi-talented as we check out a concerted paddle effort from Naya Milou. And that wave, just a crumbler really. And it just will roll away and lose its energy on a shallow sandbar with a little bit of wind ruffle now coming pretty much straight out of the west, more or less. So pretty much straight onshore. Blowing a little ruffle in here. And the swell that we were hoping would fill in. Haven't seen much signs of it yet, mate. You were quite confident this morning. You and your mate Hugo were like, yeah, it's picking up. What do you reckon, buddy?
I think.
It's coming, mate. It's coming later.
Yeah. No, the thing is, you always need to believe in something in life and give good energy towards it.
Right.
Even if it doesn't happen. And I think the swell still is yet to come. And it's coming. It's like winter.
Tell you what else is coming in the tweets, mate. There's loads of questions in for you. Let's stick with live right now. Letty Canales, as she doesn't really try and do too much there, just kind of nursing the turns a little bit. Wasn't much on offer on the wave. All right, here goes Maëlys Chouot. Nice turn from her. And tries to go vertical and just loses that on the second maneuver. Meanwhile, here goes Naya, right behind. Little double up energy for her. She does well to fit the turn in. Just can't quite get the forward momentum out of that maneuver. It was a steep little section. Here, questioning from Pedro in Porto for Chico Bashiku. He says you talk about when you want the surf to pick up. What would you sacrifice to make the waves come? You know, people sacrifice different things to sort of appease the gods. He wants to know, Chico, what would you sacrifice to make the surf pick up? What would something that you give up that's dear to you?
As we see White now, the replay of White, and she needed this score. I'm holding that thought. I'm going to answer you.
Yeah, have a little think about it, mate. Not me, answer Pedro.
Yeah, I'm going to answer Pedro from Porto. Well, in terms of like classic conditions, I think a surfer would sacrifice anything.
But what about Chico personally?
Chico, for example,
you wouldn't give up cakes, for example. That's a bit too.
That's going too far. Yeah, that's just too far from me. Like, seriously, the waves can be pumping, but cakes can be really. They always have priority on the peak. So, yeah, I just tried to negotiate that in my life, like the balance in between, like being a little bit too silly with the cakes or just being myself and you know, it's just like confusing sometimes.
Life's all about balance, isn't it, mate?
And you? What do you do? What do you sacrifice?
I'd go a day without talking. I'm willing to do that. Maybe on a Tuesday where you don't say anything.
Yeah, Tuesday no one says anything anyway.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a tradition. You just stay silent for the whole day. I'd do that in order to make the waves get good on Wednesday.
Where's that? The tradition?
I think it's all over the world. I think it's all over.
So Tuesday is a mute day.
Live action here from Galicia. She'll clip one backside. Not loads of room on that section. So she just has to go quick. Get the little backhand hit done. Get action on the other side of the peak as well. I think it was Naya again staying busy. So Naya's caught, I think, 7 waves. As has Letty. But she did get a marginal improvement. She actually got a high score, so she upped things with a 3.93. So the flow paying off so far for that woman there. And we're already down towards our final 8 minutes and 45 seconds in this one. The surf isn't very good, to be fair. It's pretty much dribbling through right now, but this is the QS. We don't have the long 2-week waiting periods. You might look forward to on the championship tour. We have a little bit of time to play with, and we used up a lot of that yesterday afternoon when conditions were really troublesome. So we didn't run yesterday afternoon. That means we got lots of work to do, lots of heats in front of us. I think it's Thursday afternoon, Portugal. So a few more days to run in this event. As a little look there from Galicia, who in second place is vulnerable with a couple of threes. She'll want more. A high score of the heat goes to the surfer in third right now, Naya Melo. She's got a 4.5. She got that pretty early on in this heat. And as soon as she works on a backup, she could be threatening that top 2. Carolina Santos been really quiet. Just 2 ways from Carolina. What does she need to do here, Chico?
Well, I think Carolina lives here in Costa, right? I'm going to ask the chat about it. But yeah, she looks quite relaxed. She needs to put her foot on the gas and try to make something happen in these last 7 minutes. But it's funny because she's been quiet, but she only needs a 4.7, so she's not that behind in terms of like score-wise, only in terms of like quantity. But as we know, Paul, quality over quantity always wins in the comp. So
2 10s better than 10 2s?
Yeah. I like 10 2s too. You? Depends on the day. You're feeling it. But yeah, 6 minutes to go. The wind looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit more than it was like 30 minutes ago, as we see.
Naya, there she is, up and swinging. Good first hits on a crumbly section. She got second one here. She can get this done. There we go. Good surfing from her. Just sort of hustled her way along that wave, really. Not much energy on offer from the surf itself, from the wave. She delivered that with a little spring and a step, and I reckon she'll wash off the 1.07 backup for sure. Nice way she opened up the body there.
Yeah, she started off with a quick snap there, and then she almost caught the rail in between turns, but she managed to fit one more, and I think...
She got a first hit. Good chance of going into the lead with that when it comes in. She does for 3.93. Then she'll go in first place. Letty Canales now in seconds. Requirements under 6 on the clock. It's a 4.2 for João. It's a 5.6 for Santos. Those are our requirements for our surfers chasing down numbers here.
As we see Carolina weaving her way on the lineup, trying to catch something. Next hit, preparing. A lot of breathing, self-talking. And we see Blue on the back, warming up, looking at her, making a little bit of pressure. But Red is in the zone, just breathing, having happy thoughts.
That's I know Alessiaga. Coming up in the next heat, it's Marion Philippe as well, warming up behind her. We're also going to see Gaida Legatti and Janina Zeitler coming up in the next one. Just 5 to go in this. Coming down to the crunch, it's a low-scoring affair. That means it stays wide open. Let's see who can wrest control at the back end of this in that final 5 minutes. Naya Milo surfed really, really well. She's not been too picky with her waves. I think she's been pretty practical in terms of just going sections. And she's quick enough on her feet to be able to get 2 turns in quite short sections. And that's paid off for her so far. Leti Canales, she's maybe underserved slightly. She's played it a little bit safe. So far it's working out for her. There is Marion Philippe.
Preparing for her next heat with that pink tail, looking good and fresh. And yeah, a big lull in the action now. Low scoring affair on this one, so everyone is really close to each other in terms of scores.
Yeah, nervous moments for Leti, really, with a flimsy lead. She's under threat. Anything north of a 4-2 from the surfer right next to her, Maëlys. We put her under pressure. The priority is with Maëlys as well, crucially. So if we get another set come through, Maëlys Chouot will have first dibs over everybody else in the lineup. Second priority with Carolina Santos. She needs to get much busier. She's just ridden 2 ways. Not enough, Chico. It's not working for her.
Yeah, she needs a 5-6 now. The score is a little bit higher, and the waves aren't easy, so yeah, she needs to try to do something about it. And I understand it's hard and small, and you've got to find the opportunity, right? So let's see if Carolina can come back from this. Hard heat she's having, not the ideal situation she wanted to be, but nonetheless she has to accept it and try to deal with it. So let's see if the Portuguese surfer can come back at the end. As we saw Naya with that last wave going to first with the 393, well-deserved wave, well surfed. As we see green paddling and blue up and running too with a quick snap there, coming around the section and can't make it. So for sure, scratching her feet to catch another one before the ends. And we see Leticia Canales with the priority, waiting for the set wave, her opportunity. But yeah, the ocean looks slow, so it's going to be hard to find anything with quality right now. As we see the replay of Last of Blue coming off the bottom, and boom, quick turn there, and hard to generate any types of speed there. The coach there feeling it. The coaches feel it when the athlete falls too. So yeah, Ian Fontaine there helping out Miles Jou. And yeah.
Just over a minute to go in this one. Leti with a soft wave. Not sure she'll add much to her total with that. It was a bit of a dribbly one. She waited a long time and just got a little impatient, went the wave, so she'll surrender priority now. And I think luckily from her point of view, that last wave from Maëlys was inconsequential because she could have been in a bit of trouble now. She's given up the prio, hasn't added to the score. And Maëlys has maybe got a glimmer of hope as the main threat to Leti as she tries to get away. And if a wave comes through, she will be able to take it, assuming, of course, that white, Naya Milo, doesn't take it. She has first priority overall. All right, here we go. Maëlys with a chance here. But, however, with priority is Naya Milo. And she uses it with a nice whippy backhand action. Sharp surfing from her. She's been a bit of quality in this heat that otherwise has sort of lacked a bit of speed, really. The surfing and the waves have been quite slow in this and sluggish. And it's only really Naya that's kind of fired up and taken on the lip. Everyone else is kind of trundled a bit down the line. It's all about getting through, though. Doesn't really matter how you do it. At the moment, as we count down, it will be Naya Milo alongside Leti Canales. That's your 1-2. So well done. Naya Milo, she surfed well out there in real tricky conditions, kept at it, used that priority, so smart with the heat management. More important than any of that is the actual surfing she was able to do. And I like the way that even in pretty small, pretty soft waves, she can get the spark. She can whip off the bottom, go into the lip. And if you can do that, you're always in with a shout in subpar conditions. A decent performance from her. We got more live surfing to bring you from Caparica. Heat number 6 of the women's round of 48. That's coming up real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Let's check out Ainoa Leiciaga taking on Marion Philippe, Giada Legati, Janina Zeitler. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Chico Alves. And a nice little spread of flags in different colours there. And a cosmopolitan heat once again. And the surf's tough though, Chico. It's tricky.
Yeah. As you said, we see some lines approaching, so maybe they will have some type of opportunity. We had a bit of a lull on that last hit, and now we want to see some action again. I'm excited. You are excited.
Lines flooding in. Already scores, you see there. Ainoa getting a 4.83 early on, a decent number for her. So topping what anyone was able to do really in that last heat already. In the opening encounters, you get that with the ocean. You get the classic ebb and flow, a little frenzy, and then not much. Here goes Ainoa again.
Oh.
Takes on a section. We like the intent from her. Didn't quite get the execution. And she'll miss out on points there. She would have been really on her way to a score had she been able to make that turn. That's a tricky section, hitting pretty hard in shallow water, Chico.
That turn was massive. I thought she went for it. As we see now, green.
Yeah, Janina Zeitler.
Trying to reply.
She's a European river surfing champion from Munich. She's got 2 German titles, a European title for river surfing. As we check out Marion Philippe, who probably hasn't done that much surfing in rivers. She comes from French Polynesia, Tahiti, over in Europe. Considerably cooler waters. And in a heat, let's have a look here. The backhand attack for Marion.
Big snap there. And another one. So she was able to fit 2 turns in this tide. And she's looking to have a good score on that wave. So really well surfed wave by the surfer Marion, and great backside attack. So yeah, 5 points. And this was the 4.83 from Ainoa during the break. So Ainoa, if she had made that big turn, that was probably like a 6, right? looked like a big turn from Manua.
Yeah, massive. She slid the fins out to get herself the 4.83. We watched it on the replay. But a big number for Marion Philippe. Gets a 5 already. So Jenny Zeitler just learning about those scores and thinking, all right, okay, we've got a heat on here. Also, Giada Legati with a little work to do. So requirements already being chased down. Giada just the one quick way from her. It's just a 1 point ride, so she'll be looking for a second sooner rather than later. Let's see how she goes towards getting that. But these heats go so quickly. A couple of exchanges and you're down to the final 5 minutes somehow. It is all about taking the opportunities when they come. Just a little update on what we're running. This has come down from Iconis director, Hugo Pinero. We're going to run through heat 8 of this round, Chico, and I think we're done for the day then. Let's stick with live. Our Italian, Legati, unable to get any real down the line momentum going with that wave. Meanwhile, it looks like I know Aliciaga. She's found herself a left here. Bang, she'll hit the lip. A little bit stiff in the legs on that one. Not quite showing us some of the flair she showed as she was getting a little release on the tail. And right now we've got Legati again, the Italian, on the backhand. Steep section here. Does pretty well. And doesn't really come forward out of that turn. So Chico, is she going to score for that turn?
I don't think so. I think she wasn't stuck, unfortunately, for her. But she had great flow on the bottom turn. You can tell by her surfing that once she gets the opportunity, she will unload. And yeah, close heat again, 13 minutes to go, as you said. Flurry of action once, and yeah, there's like, the heat goes fast, so they have to keep the rhythm up, try to catch any opportunity that comes their way. So yeah, great heat start for Marion, putting 2 scores on the board really quick. That 5 was her best wave, 2 big backside snaps, and Anyoa going for that 1 big major turn, and really well served.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. She's standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, congratulations, Nahia. How are you feeling?
J'étais bien, j'ai eu les bonnes vagues, je suis super contente parce que d'avoir passé ce tour et voilà.
Do you want to say a few words for your folks back home?
What?
A few words in French for the people back home.
Bisous papa et maman et tous ceux qui me regardent et à très vite j'espère, enfin pas trop vite.
Well, Shiku, you can translate that for us. Back to you.
Thanks, Joanna.
She said, big kisses, Mom and Dad. Stoked.
And everyone watching.
Yeah, hopefully I'm back home soon, but not too soon.
Very good, mate. Very good. You're good at French.
Yeah, you too, I know, Paul. You like, you live there. Come on. Yeah, I know you're good. And yeah, so great heat on our ends, great environment on the beach, full day of action, non-stop of action. We had the men to start off the day, ending up with the woman, and Paul Evans is just having a blast.
Yeah, I wish there was a bit more surf, mate, to be honest, but I'm hoping it's coming. I'm trying to stay positive. I know that you're all about that positivity, that good energy. I'm vibing with you there, mate. Let's hope it picks up,
Cool.
kicks in. We need a bit more for our surfers. It's on the forecast. It's on its way. It's out there. It's in the post. It's travelling towards us. Let's hope it gets here. However, we are going to go off after Heat 8. So this one, 2 more. That'll be it for a Thursday in Costa de Caparica. Place generally feels like Friday most days to me whenever I'm down here. Get that
Nice.
weekend vibe any day of the week, mate. But yeah, a little bit more surf would be cool. But other than that, well, we've seen some red hot action. Big set coming in here. Priority is with Ainoa. See where she goes, if she can find herself. She might be a straight one. She might be a little deep. Sometimes it's better actually find herself on a little corner, which is what Marion Philippe's done here. A little crumble of the lip. And then she'll go kind of quite wide stance, but just whip it a couple of times. She did well. That wasn't easy.
Yeah, she did really well. I thought the wave was really hard to surf, and she did a really good job. As we see Anyoa here, big backside snap too. So, yeah, Marion there with 2 great backside turns. As we see White live action.
Legatti on the backhand, couple of whipping turns. She stays in the pocket and gets a third. Much better stuff from her. That'll feel good. She got 3 turns done. She got a completion. It wasn't the fastest surfing we've ever seen, but that was to do with the wave, really. It was a little softer wave, but nevertheless, some good maneuvers from her. Let's have a look.
Yeah, she found a right-hander with a little bit more pocket to work with, and yeah, she attacked it. So she did a couple of snaps there, as we see the replay from Blue. Nice snap there, and she was able to fit one more. So nice work there from Marion, as we see the big 8 from Anyoa. Boom.
Technical turn, that one, mate.
Yeah. Speed, power, and flow. And yeah, I think we will see Anyoa betting her situation. As we see the score from White coming in. I think White will help her cause too. So last of White, it's a 3-5-3. And White is now closer to that second spot. Yeah, she might be happy about that. She was kind of lost until the last 8 minutes. So putting something on the board, as we see the score from Anyoa, 4-3-8. Anyoa jumps into the lead, Marion to the second place. As we see the surfer from the next heat warming up there with their coaches and getting their final words of preparation.
Yeah, it's Gonzalez Echebarri getting a few words from Ibon Amatreyin. Big wave charger out of Zarauts. Former competitor in the Eddy, no less. Right to the Eddy back in the 2000s. Of course, he's got 2 sons who are incredible surfers and are flying high in the QS as well. They'll be coming up soon in the next rounds. Legatti did improve. That 3-5-3, as you mentioned, gets her up the third. Zeitler struggling a bit. Got the priority. She's had it for a while. Yadina, she needs to use it now. Leciaga goes to first. That backhand turn rewarded the risk. And the fact there was a heavy section. We've seen a lot of crumbly, soft sections where surfers, they just do a little kind of prod the board up and let it come back down. She actually took on the lip there. The thing was going pretty dry. Judges threw some points at her. All right, what do we got? It is Janina Zeitler out of Munich, Germany. Rapid surfer, ocean surfer, and unable to get too much done there. That wave really soft, so not really the use of prio she was after. And she's going to still be needing numbers. She's on the wrong side at the moment of a 7-4 to move up, Chico.
Yeah, she's behind 8 ball. She hasn't found a really good wave yet. So a lot of waves, not the best selection of waves in terms of score-wise, but she's trying, of course, doing her best. All of the competitors that come over here or fly over here to compete are trying their best. So it's hard to not have a good eat when you travel that long for the contest. It might be a little bit hard for a competitor to just go a long way and just get there and lost, right? Oh, might be really hard to deal with. So competitors need to deal with a lot of stuff: weather, surfing conditions, boards, travel, jet lag, types of food, types of culture, competitors.
Oh, people you hang out with, they might be getting on your nerves too. You know, when you go on a trip with someone and you realize you don't like them.
Yeah,
that's no good.
Yeah, it happened to me like once with you, maybe. I think.
Like this guy. Can I change rooms?
Yeah.
The word reception.
We had to change rooms. Yeah.
I changed hotel. That's not serious.
No room, just the hostel.
Just under 5:45 to go. I know Leciaga, the French woman, doing all right. 9-2 her total. Real close behind her, Marion Philippe. And French Polynesia, she's got 9-1-7, so 3/100th of a point separate those two. Giada Legatti from Italy, looking for 5-6 for Janina Zeitler from Munich, Germany. Here she is, looking for the 7-4. Doesn't really get a convincing entry into that wave. And once again, unable to do much. But she didn't travel very far. She'll be back in the lineup real soon. And still chasing down points here in a tricky-looking ocean with pretty mediocre conditions, really. It's small. It's kind of choppy. It's a little bit grey. But other than that, we're doing all right. It's picking up. Tide's coming back in. That'll help, Chico. And we've got swell on the way, mate. So we're pretty positive.
Yeah. There is swell on the way. Forecast looks great for the next couple of days. I think surfers did a really good job regarding the conditions to put on a show to us, to the spectators, to the people on the beach. So, great day of surfing.
Would you like to hear about the forecast for tomorrow and into the weekend, mate? Do you know much about it?
Yep.
Let me tell you about tomorrow, first of all. What do you think it's going to be like?
I think it's going to be bigger.
Okay, well, we've got 3 to 5 feet at 11 seconds. Great news. Might get a little bit of onshore. West-southwest. Not crazy winds. Moderate, bit gusty. Maybe like this, maybe just a touch stronger than this, something like that.
But this type of wind doesn't affect too much here. So if there's waves and it's this wind, it will be fine.
You're happy. Let's talk about Saturday. Gets bigger. 4 to 6 foot. Also at 11 seconds. Slightly lighter winds, mate.
Ooh.
Here's the heat recap. This is how it's gone down.
Boom. Fin release from Agnoa to start the heat off. And here, Marion with the backside attack. 2 big backside turns here. And puts Marion in second place. As we see the backup wave from Agnoa. Big backside turn there to help her cause. So Agnoa looking really good on this heat.
Love that turn.
Yeah.
Really nice. Good value for the lead in this one. In a tussle between that pair. And it's all quiet now. And it's struggle for Zeitler and Legatti. Legatti's got the easier task. Doesn't need as big a number. As we see Annette Gonzalez Echebarri heading out. We're also seeing Ina Maria Conradi. Here's live action though. Here goes Legatti. Kind of stumbles a bit with a snap. Falls off on the second one. And just maybe trying to force the issue a little bit there. She knows she needs a score. She knows she's got to push it. Not quite like that.
Yeah. Hard way to surf too. Really small. Couldn't really generate the speed she wanted to. So I think that's a major factor for that fall. As you were saying, so Saturday we have 4 to 6 foot, right? Lighter winds. And then for Sunday, what do we have, Paul?
3 to 5 feet in the morning, 4 to 7 in the afternoon, mate.
Wow.
Starting off with east wind offshore, clicking around to the south, but we don't mind that. If there's surf, we'll take a bit of wind.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
We do that.
Caparica handles it, mate.
We do that.
Ooh, here goes Lisiaga, your heat leader. Nice snap off the lip from her. There's another jam in the pocket. There's a third turn from her. Getting work done on a left-hander. Meanwhile, Zeitler, that's better from her. Bit of spring in her step. Not going to be a 7-4 for that turn. Don't know what she got done before that, but she needed that energy just a little early on in this heat. She's going to try and get out the back, try and find a number. Legatti having a look. I like the approach from Legatti. She's just like catch wave, surf them, get something going. That's what she needs to do. She's chasing a score. This woman, Marion Philippe, she's found a wave. Backhand attack. Waits patiently. Nice backhand turn. There's another one. Ooh. Didn't get the completion on the second turn. Sweetly timed, though. Just didn't quite get the finish on the end. But a decent little combo from Marion.
As we saw there, the wave from Agnoa. 3 frontside turns. Really complete wave, long. I think it will be her best wave so far. And really well surfed wave, as we see the replay from Marion coming off the bottom and boom, tail out, trying to fit one more. She was actually really quick, but ended up falling falling, as we see. Quick snap there from Anua, another one. And she gets the bonus section at the end there. So great wave from Anua, 3-turn combo. As we see Green trying to put something on the board. And I think it will up well her cause.
Yeah, we've got number to come in for this woman, I know, but she's led this one. She's done really well. Big smile on her face. A well-earned win from her. She may well improve on her overall score, but she was already leading that one before she caught that last wave. Doesn't look like she does improve. We'll stay as we were. So it'll be her alongside Marion Philippe, who will advance. And that'll wrap it all up. Heat number 6 of a round of 48. 2 more to bring you from the women's QS. Round of 48, Costa Caparica Surf Fest. Brought to you by Estrella, Galicia. It's a little bit of a gloomy scene. We're hoping the surf's bringing itself to the party as we get towards the last stage of competition. Join us for more live surfing right after this.
It's been a year now since I left my...
Almada, território de muitos.
And a very warm welcome back to the beach. Costa Caparica plays host to qualifying sea service for France, Israel, Basque Country and Belgium. Conradi, Lelior, Gonzalez, Echebarri, Rosenbaum makes up the quartet, taken to the water and looking for a spot in the round of 24 for the women. QS 1000 on the women's side. As we're in Portugal for qualifying, looking towards the Challenger Series kickoff just around the corner. In Australia, of course, Championship Tour getting ready to kick off as well with the return of bells after a little bit of time off. Hotly anticipated to see what goes down in the Bells Bowl before we head over to Western Australia, Margaret River. And then, crucially, the mid-season cut-off, that's looming. Lots at stake on the World Surf League's various tours. Right now, we're looking into the future, looking at qualifiers, potential qualifiers, trying to get themselves in the Championship Tour. Ina Conradi, with a quick effort from her. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. She got a little too early on to start things off. As we see Noah Lelior, we saw her sister, her older sister, rip her heat apart earlier today. Can Noah carry that energy on? Well, you're going to find out in the next 17 or so minutes. And you're going to be brought some colour, some analysis, some insights, some facts, some speculation from a man like Ben Mundy.
Yeah, oh, thanks, Paul. Yeah, I'm going to bring all of that and more. I'm going to bring some Twitter.
What else have you got?
Oh, I've got some Twitter feeds. It's been blowing up.
Loads,
Let's check
mate.
the machine out there. You should see the reams of paper. They all have to be. They all have to be.
Oh, is it one of those famous Twitter printers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get them.
Twinter, they're called. And yeah, because Rob Gunning has to check every single one that comes through to get through the legal department. He's okayed them.
Yeah, he's actually got through 136 black markers, just sort of censoring out certain content, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really does. He keeps a close eye on everything that goes through the gates of the WSL.
Here goes Gonzalez Echebarri. That's nice. Really nice.
First one straight off the bat.
I got one from Kylie from Cogra. And it's just like, who's the best women's surfer never to win a world title? She's straight off the bat. She's just a massive fan of women's surfing, like you are, Paul.
Yep. Quick up and down again from Conradi, just trying to build something. Unable to get a completion there. Greatest woman never to win a world title. I mean, the obvious answer would be Sally Fitzgibbons, but I'm actually going to go Caroline Marks.
Oh.
I would say Caroline Marks. Just the ability that she's got. She's still young in her career. Just in terms of the sort of overall quality, I would say she's the best surfer that's as yet undecorated with the world title, in my opinion. IMO.
Yep.
What about you, Ben? What do you reckon?
Courtney Conlogie's got a shout for it. She's a pretty good surfer. Been in thereabouts for a long, long time. And of course,
Belle's coming up, mate. She's ripped Belle's apart. Multiple champ there. She could be going good. She's going to need a result too.
Yep, the cutoff is coming. Yes, I'll go Courts.
Live action. Gonzalez Echebarri. She's so smooth and speedy. Nice ball control. Just
there's all sorts of tweets that ranging from just straight up surf knowledge to sort of more personal sort of ones. That's why
you get them, don't you?
You really do.
Thursday afternoon on the QS is when things start getting personal.
They like to dig deep, and it was Philippe from Berlin, and Philippe is saying, "What's your most embarrassing moment?" Not, I mean, you just didn't say that because that would open a can of worms that Rob Gunning wouldn't have allowed. But the most embarrassing moment in front of a professional surfer. So there's sort of been an incident where you've sort of let yourself down in the audience of or with a professional surfer.
Oh, really nice. Noah Lelior Traupin. She looks like she's kind of grinning as she just surfs
She
that way.
was. Like really surfs so similar to, don't they, her and her sister?
Really enjoying
Great
herself.
style, goofy footers, very similar. Yeah, so watch this. She comes in the corner. Nice little first turn. I think this is the one we like. Vertical stab. And then she starts grinning to herself. There you see it. Yeah, with every reason. And then Boomtown. Oh, that was a big click out of the fins. She looked surprised as anyone that she made that.
Well, we'll wait for those scores to lock in. In the meantime, we'll go down here from a woman who managed to get good scores in the last heat. Her name's Ainoa Lesiaga, and she's standing by for a chat with Joanna.
That's right, Paul. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that one?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling great because the waves were really tricky and I found one since the beginning. So yeah, I'm happy.
And how does it feel to have your sister still in the competition? It must feel really great to have that kind of support. You're both competing.
Yes, of course. I'm really happy that she did her heat too. And yeah, going both through the competition, it's so nice and yeah, I'm so happy.
Have you imagined both of you in the final together?
It will be super great, yeah, crazy.
Well, we would love to see that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Really, really stoked young surfer.
The stoke is real, Ben.
It's absolutely real. Sinking your teeth into this final. And she in this competition, she really is excited. She's with her sister, and they could go a long way. Speaking of sisters, the sisters are doing it for themselves, aren't they? Because Noah Lelor, following on from where her sister and Nat went with a massive 6.5 off the bat. So great surfing. I don't want to hurry you on this, but just wondering if Philippe has got an answer.
Well, my top 5 answers are unbroadcastable. So I was like, okay, can't say that. Okay, no, I can't say that one. Yeah, can't really.
Yeah,
so
that's a court case pending, that one still.
Yeah.
Still
with the lawyers and the Crown Prosecution Service. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. Ben, can you help me out? What have you got? I think you got quite a long list yourself. Whoa, massive hit from Conradi. And again going down, but she's got a big number in. She's got a 6.73. She's taking risks. Sometimes they're paying off. When they do, she gets big points. When they don't, well, she gets to paddle back out and try again, but she's leading the heat, Ben.
I met Andrew Cotty and Alamani in my underpants for the first time, which is probably not ideal. And there's Conradi.
Ben, what you get up to Your own spare time.
I was on the beach.
It's your own personal business, mate. And that's fine.
On the beach at Nazaré, broad daylight, underpants, nothing else. Met them. I was, to be fair, trying to help push their total jet ski back into the lineup. So I get some cred, but still not the ideal way you want to meet a couple of big wave surfers. That's just off the top of my head. I mean, yeah, there's been a few. Andy Irons and his wife calling me Napoleon Dynamite for about a week. I didn't even know who it was. I mean, looking back, that was fairly embarrassing, I would say. Got over it. All right. And pretty much any time I just hung out with Shane Dorian, there's always been, just a bit of frisson of awkwardness.
Number in for Lilior, gets the 6-5 for the backhand work. Good enough for second spot. Gonzalez Echebarri, she surfed pretty well with what she said. She's had smaller waves. She's got priority now. She needs to think about getting something juicy, getting something decent. She's definitely got the surfing to at least keep up with the rest of the pack here. She's not had the waves so far, and you don't get a lot of time. We're in the back end of the heat.
Yeah.
Loads more tweets coming in.
Oh, good, yeah.
Questions from a very inquisitive, quite knowledgeable surf world. As we'll just stick with a paddle here from Rihanna Rosenbaum, who needs to get something going on the backhand. She's sort of set up to do a big turn. I think almost kind of pulled out of it just before she got to the lip. That's generally not a good way of scoring points, so it's not going to be a big help, particularly for her. She'll make her way back out the back.
Yep, what are the tweets? What do you got there?
Just going through.
Yeah, there's a lot. I know.
Yeah, it's,
the gunning.
trying to be
file.
fair with them. You know, we do have quite a lot. Some people are just relentless as well, sending in hundreds. I mean, it's one tweet, please.
Kanawa Igarashi.
Per fan. Okay,
Not
so
matching any names. Kanawa Igarashi.
There's a little bit of time will tick away, and our surfers now with a couple of numbers in for everybody. But Noah Lilior, crucially, that backup is tiny. It's a 0.57. So as soon as she really stands up, she's got a great chance to get into first place. And that'll be bad news for everybody else. They'll be chasing the score of Ina Maria Conradi. At the moment is in the lead. If she were to go to second, that'll be harder for third and fourth. A really crucial next exchange, really. And the use of the priority from Gonzalez Echebarri is a significant one.
I've got a tweet here coming in from a Mad Dog Madison. He's in Catherine, Northern Territory, having just completed a 500-kilometre cycle ride for charity. And he's staring at a wall. He said, "You won't believe it. There's a picture of a poster on the wall in a Catherine pub, which is in the middle of nowhere, of Richard Dog Marsh."
This is Australia.
Yeah, Richard Dog Marsh. He's saying, if you could take any poster anywhere in the world, and you've only got one to put on your wall. Might be one from your childhood, Paul. Might be one from the current one. Any surf poster. Yeah. You've only got one.
Has to be a surf poster.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just a poster would be quite a wide kind of brief, I'd imagine. But yeah, the surf poster. I got mine. I know what I'd whack on the wall.
What have we got, Ben?
Well, it's between two, actually. Hold that phone. It's either, you remember a legendary shot of Oki at Blackrock in Aussie Pipe, where he's sort of got his hands up, big green wall, or Tom Curran cut back, Tom surveys. I'd have that the wall with Tom signed it to Ben, "You're my hero, Tom." That's the way I'd go. And Oki would just go, "Love you, Mundy, Ock." It's interesting, this Twitter game. You don't seem to be either answering them or providing them, which does sort of...
Just checking out this set.
Take the fun out of the game somewhat.
Just checking out the set coming through. And Conradi still hanging on to the lead. Yeah, I had a classic Eddie Aikau poster. It was a shot of Eddie where he had kind of his feet in the middle of the board. Is when the white trunks and his knees were sort of pointing each way, and he's in that low stance. That was a pretty good one. I'd probably go for that as a fave. I like the style. I just liked everything it represented. Love the event.
Did you used to? I used to cut up little shots from the magazine, put onto my folder at school, and then laminate it. So I had like for that whole year, I just had like 10 surf shots.
You've got to let people know that you surf.
That I looked at like all like so for a year. Those shots I know are ingrained in my thing from cutting them off. And,
school was partly about learning, but mainly about letting people know that you're a shredder.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably that, in my regard, that helped that I used to have the white zinc that I wore in the morning for the surf before school wouldn't come off, so I'd have to, I was wearing zinc at school. Not so cool, I'd imagine.
I guess being a red hot surfer in Redhead must have made you really popular, Ben, when you were at school. Did you have much trouble concentrating on your studies because of people just wanting to hang out with you and, you know, being the fun guy that you are, being a ripper as well?
I'll tell you what got in the way of my studies. What got in the way of my studies was female attention, Paul. It really did take the edge off some of my academic skills. So the answer is yes. Now at the back now, the heat recap. Conradi started off strong, but it was this wave here, 6.5. Not even the best wave of the heat, but the second best. We've got Lelor way out in front. Exeter, Raby and Rhodes. I'm having me able to answer back from these two ladies. And Ina Maria Conradi, this is the one. One turn, watch this, wait for it. Boomtown, fins come out. And you watch how surprised she is that she's made it. She couldn't believe it herself. And yeah, strong surfing from Ina Maria. And those two have a sort of a fair amount of cushion with just 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock.
Question in here from Carolina in Espinho. Ben, she says that she knows you're a massive Portugal fan, but she wants to know, you can only surf one spot in Portugal for the rest of your life, every day. Any session, it's got to be at this one Portuguese surf spot. She wants to know where that would be. It'd be weird to think why you'd only be allowed to surf one place. I mean, is it some sort of witch's curse or some sort of spell cast on you? But you know, let's indulge in this fantasy world. What's your spot, Ben? What are you going for?
Nazare. Not. The problem I've got, all the ways that spring to mind are right-handers, which kind of start to get that would start to get me down after a while, even with a backhand like myself. So,
just trying to think of a Portuguese left.
Yeah, I'm either. You know what my two favourite? It's Coxus.
Yeah, that famous left.
Or Carcavelos.
Okay.
Pumping Carcavelos.
Right.
I think I'm going to go Coxus because it's such a good wave. I know it's in my backhand. It's got sort of breaks. Yeah, I'm going to go Coxus, Paul. Yeah, I need to find. I need someone. Hint. It's Jose Ferreira to show me some of these secret lefts that everyone keeps talking about. How about you, Paul?
One Portuguese spot
Caparica
for the rest of my days. It's a strong shout. Actually, Caparica be up there. I do like this zone. You get quite a bit of variety and day to day here as well, so it wouldn't get too samey. But it's not my choice actually, Ben. It's not my choice. I'm going to be surfing Praia Santa Barbara on the Azorian island of San Miguel. You weren't thinking of the islands, were you, Ben?
That's not Portugal.
Of course it is, mate. You weren't thinking of the islands, were you?
I'm not accepting
I'm in
that.
the Azores, mate, basking in glorious sunshine, eating bananas and pineapple. And where are you?
Ripping Coxus and you.
You're texting Zay Ferreira asking for tips on secret spots, and he's ghosting you again. That's where you are, mate.
I'm not accepting that answer. It's illegal loophole. Yeah, well, Praia Santa Barbara. I can just the. I've still got a time to the oxygen I kept from that place. I keep it down the bottom of my lungs when I really need it. Just breathe it in.
Maybe even paddle round to Monteverde as long as it's something you can paddle there from where you are. I think
yeah,
that
you
counts.
Can, depending on the tide, get a high tide.
Yeah. What do we got here? Live action. Here goes Gonzalez Echebarri. She's had that priority for an absolute eternity, and that's not the greatest use of it we've ever seen. Still chasing a 4.0, 190 on the clock now. Pressure on her. Still no backup for Noah Lelior. Still no improvement for Ina Maria Conradi, who has shone brightly with the big old hit. And what she got here, your heat leader, backhand attack. Iron up a section, clicks it. won't get an improvement there, I don't think. On the 2-3, it'll eat up a little bit of time, and she's still in the lead. Rihanna Rosenbaum also chasing the score. She's got second prio. Noah Lelior, quite surprised she hasn't improved on her backup. She's still sitting on that 0.57, Ben.
Yeah, she's been relatively lucky in that regard that she hasn't been punished for that.
She's only ridden 3 waves.
Been patient, but that's taking it to somewhat of extreme. Just pretty fortunate that her competitors haven't been able to capitalise on that lack of a backup. So we'll see if she can do anything about it now. She's sitting wide, and you see Conradi on her backside again. One more turn, so that's going to potentially improve on her. 2.3, she's done. And there goes Lelor. Oh, she waited on time. Did lay back off the takeoff. One turn. And that might improve on a 0.57, but it doesn't matter. It's rudimentary, those 2 serves. Courtesy really of 1 wave each have gotten through to the next round. Plenty to, plenty of lessons to be learned. It's good surfing, but also some competitive strategy flaws that they can work on. But who cares? They're through, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, we've got scores to come in, but they're not going to change anything in terms of our standing, we don't think. Well, actually, Lelior's got a chance to go for first, so I don't think it might change. We might get an interview from her. If she gets a 2.54, she'll get a first, which she does. She gets a 3.27. And guess what? Right after Ina Maria Conradi goes back into first. But she improved her backup 2 of a 3.93. Those 2 advance. Disappointment for Gonzalez Echevarri, who had a bit of a nightmare heat. She showed flashes, unable to get any real quality. Rihanna Rosenbaum as well will bow out, and that's going to wrap up our penultimate heat of the day. There it is, the official results. Ina Maria Conradi surfed really, really well. Was able to take the opportunities, gets herself through to the next round, crucially, as does Noah Lelior. Will join her sister in the next round. So we're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, last heat of the day. That's still coming at you live from Caparica. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to live action. The last heat of the day, the last heat of the round of 48. We have Carolina Mendes from Portugal, Bahín Ferreiro from Tahiti, and Violeta Sanchez from Spain, the Basque Country, and Emily Curry from the United Kingdom. So that's the last heat of the day. We're going to call it a wrap after this. It's been a pretty action-packed kind of a day. Swell hasn't increased perhaps as much as we thought it might, but it's been contestable, and we've motored through some pretty hefty numbers. And here we go though, these girls, all that's gone beforehand. And Ben Mundy joined in the booth by Jose Ferreiro, and it was Bahín Ferreiro that got off to the first start.
Yeah, mate, a good one-turner for 8-3. We've been having good scores with that one turn since, the waves are, some waves offer more than 2 or 3 quality turns, but the judges are looking for quality, not quantity. So if you go for one good turn, you'll be rewarded for that. And Bahín Ferreiro, French surfer, competing for France at least, 4.83. Bear in mind that the next round we'll see the top seeds going into the water. So the 16, I think, top seeds will go.
Yeah,
next
top
round.
6. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, there should be some big names coming up. You're right. Jose Ferreira likes Paulina Doe. We've got Mafalda Lopes. We talked about the Portuguese girl. Obviously Teresa Bombolo. So those big seeds starting to appear in the round of 24. They seeded straight through, and we'll just see how they get on. But some big names turning up. These girls fighting their place. The last heat up there, as we said, Carolina Mendez. Such a committed, consistent performer over the years, and so it's going to be pretty tight for her. She'll be one of the favourites in this heat, at least.
Yeah, she's been surfing really well lately. Carolina, here she goes. Let's see. It looks like an interference.
Big snap off the hat there. So no one had priority on that occasion. So Violetta went for the wave. Did she interfere? Well, she took off on it.
I think, you know, my first intuition is that she really didn't see her, because she didn't look worried.
No. Yeah, she didn't realise, so we'll get a replay on that. You'll see nice backhand, such a smooth style from Vahid, a real star of the sport. Had a good run in the Challenger Series last year. Really good. Improving every day in the barrels of Tahiti and Chopu. A real rounded surfer. This was the situation, so she just didn't look. And yeah, she's caused interference. There's no doubt about it. She's going to have to be punished for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we might have missed something in terms of priority, but it looked like no one have
I think
priority,
they were the only
right?
two. Yeah, I think those two had no priority. They hadn't caught a wave, so I think they both were at it. But right now, someone who does have a priority to go through the next round is down there in Maria with Joanna Garnell, with Chico Alves.
Yeah, Joanna Garnell is here without makeup, guys. Yeah, I'm here with the last heat winner, Ina. How was it out there for you?
It's so complicated, it's small, but I made it and I'm so happy.
How was the 683? You surfed really well.
Yeah, I'm so happy because I have a good one and just one turn, and it's just good for the rest of the heat.
Nice, you had a good turn and that helped you out right for the whole heat. Talk me through your board. Is it the magic board to win the contest?
Yeah. It's a DDC surfboard, my shaper, and it's a good board, and I hope to win with her.
Okay, thank you so much, Ina. You look great. Back to you, boys, and good luck for the next round.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, good work there. She's pretty stoked on that performance, and well, she might into the round of 48, which is pretty cool. And she's gets another crack at it, 13 minutes on the clock, and it has been confirmed there has been interference by Violetta Sanchez. So disappointing to wait all this time to come to this event, travel down from Basque Country, and then before you even catch a wave, you had an interference. But look, she's not out just yet, because we saw a incident earlier on in the day, Jose, where I think it was Granville, the French surfer in the men's division, got interference, but still end up actually winning the heat. So it's not impossible, but she's just made her job so much harder.
Yeah, again, so really interfering with the potential of Carolina's line on that wave. So no doubt about that interference. So when a surfer gets an interference, Ben, what happens to the score?
Well, depending on the type of interference, if it's a paddling interference, you lose just half of your second wave. But I think with a interference like that, which is actually not a paddling interference, or I think you lose. Actually, I better check this. You got me on the spot. I think you lose.
Oh no!
You lose your second wave.
Yeah, I think we're both on the spot, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you lose half of the wave, if you lose the whole wave, but I think it's just half of the wave.
Half of the wave, yeah.
As you were saying. And then when it's a two-man heat, you lose the whole wave.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Right, okay. I need to check that. As commentators, I should probably know that. But anyway, she's made herself the right job for herself. Luckily, no one's been able to post big scores. Faheen Fierro looking pretty good with a 4.83 and a 4.07. But it's also, I mean, it's fair because in that instance, Carolina probably could have got quite a good score in that wave. She probably would have got the second section. She might have been able to post a 6 or a 7 potentially. As you see that girl there, Carolina up and riding, looking sharp, as you say.
Yeah, sharp.
So, yeah. Okay, so right now, getting a bit of the vibe, getting this feel of the Caparica, the sands. I've got Chico Alves down there, mate. What's going on, pal? What's happening?
Hi, Ben. Yeah, I'm down here at the beach. Conditions look actually really fun. The tide has come in a little bit. We are on the last heat of the day. And I came here to see if the water is actually cold. And it is a little bit. So chilly weather, but good action. And the girls are reaping. So stoked to be here.
Now, if the water's cold, Chico, it's to sort of jump in.
Yeah, Chico, go in.
Go in. Just get down to your underpants and just have a frolic.
I might go in later, you know. I'm up for that challenge, but I think I'm going to go later.
I'd do it now, mate. I think now's a good time.
You want to see it
now? Yeah, just on the
You
head.
actually want to see it now?
Yeah, just go with your head.
I'd rather see the action, actually.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Looks
so-
amazing from here.
Okay, great. Good insight down there. Nice and close to the action as always. Chico Alves.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you.
Always working is out. Alves, one of the hardest working members of surfing, I would say.
Yeah, surfing industry.
Just known for his work ethic.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Doesn't really sleep.
No, you don't sleep. He just lives, breathes surfing, entertainment, and he's down there doing the hard yards. Right now, though, a bit of a gap opening up between the two favourites for this and top seeds, Faheen Fierro and Carolina Mendez, Emily Curry and Violeta Sanchez. Just not really, even with that interference, Violeta hasn't had any waves. And here she goes, Carolina. Just powers it off. She had some really good results during the countdown series when the COVID gaps caused a few issues. She was ripping down that River de Ilias and was just so committed. She'll land on the rocks. She'll do whatever it takes to win. She's a gnarly competitor. And she's looking pretty strong here at the moment. She goes again. One big turn. Flings the tail out and just drives. Does she make it? She does eventually. Not that clean an exit, which tends to count against you. But she's probably doing the right thing here, Jose, in that she's just, you know, judges have been rewarding one turns. These waves aren't that good. She's not afraid just to take off and have a crack.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you don't have the priority. That's what you want to do. You want to keep active. Well, you don't want to let any opportunities go by. And I think Violeta the second wave score is putting down to 0. So I think the interference cuts off the whole of the second wave.
Yeah, I think when it's a paddling interference, it's half a wave. When it's an actual stand-up, when you're riding a wave, it's a full wave. So Ellie Turner just trying to get back in. Oh, sorry, Emily Curry just trying to get back in the game. And Curry just falling off again. She's disappointed with that performance and that wave. She's still got a bit of time. She needs a couple of scores now to get back in at 8 minutes on the clock. Great place to learn to surf here, isn't it? Zay, look at those learners down there. It's a great place for learners. Really soft, crumbly waves. Perfect for just learning how to surf. And this is a girl that doesn't need to learn to surf. She's one of Europe's best. She got a 4.70 for that one turn. So it just shows, even without that particularly clean exit, and we saw in the heat before, Hina Maria getting a 6.7 for a single turn. So judges, obviously no fools. They know the conditions. They know what's going on. And so have changed the criteria accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. Day like today, they really have to adapt the criteria to different heats, different tides, different rhythms of the ocean, different surfing level. You definitely have to adapt the criteria when you go from the men's division to the women's division. There's an adaptation to be done there, as we see the sky that has been beautiful this last couple days in the afternoon. And we have an in and out, Emily Curry.
She's a bit of a shocker out there at the moment, just can't find any corners. We saw Mendez been able just to get a few little, at least one sections, but Curry unfortunately hasn't been able to. And Mendez and Fierro just edging ahead. 6 minutes to go, and we see Tahitian. She loves the backhand. Look at that style. She just
so
falls
stylish.
off. She surfs a lot of ways as reef passes on a backhand. Grew up surfing a right-hander from the Huahine Islands, and yeah, really strong part of her surfing is this backhand. And the first turn was good, and then she just, as she got on her heels, trying to get around the next section, just couldn't make it. Comes a cropper. Big push coming out of Tahiti. We saw Minamea Brait this morning surf really well. Obviously Vahin Fierro. We've got Cali Vast, one of the top ranked surfers in the men's. So yeah, really strong part of surfing. See Emily Curry, can she make this one? Misses the first turn, misses the second turn, and she'll be disappointed. That actually wave had some opportunity, but I think she's a bit rattled by all her previous waves where she's fallen off. She's gotten herself in a bit of a hole where she can't really complete her waves, and she's got a lot of work to get out of this heat. More paddling. Okay.
Both Emily and Violetta have a lot of work to do to catch Carolina and Vahini Fierro. And Vahin, her style is so amazing. Wow, nice first turn from Carolina. Let's see if she can make it to the end of this wave. She really doesn't. But you can really see she has her feet well stuck to her board, right? She's looking sharp.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's just this first turn, you're right. She gets over it here, cracks off the top. That was sweet. Just a shame she couldn't get the second one in. It's fairly apparent that both Carolina and Vahina are just better surfers, and so that means that the other two competitors just have to sort of rely on better wave selection and not make any mistakes. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that either.
Wow. You know, that style, Ben, because a lot of times this would be natural in any sport. We do compare men surfing with women surfing, right? And I think that there are some things in women's surfing that we just don't see in men, you know, things that are completely different, not better, not worse, but, you know, in some points more beautiful, like Vahini's last wave, just the flow, the flare, the lightness. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's a good point. She's just got that, yeah, lightness is probably the word you're using, just, yeah, real grace. And she's ripping. That was the interference. That was Caroline's first wave. And Violetta Sanchez just had a bit of a brain freeze and just didn't even look. This is a shame for her. Meanwhile, Carolina and Mendez have just been so many waves, so many good turns. And here's the style that Jose was blowing up about. It's just smooth. As soon as she gets bigger waves, more opportunity, yeah, we can expect her to do well in this event.
Yeah, such grace. I think that's the word. Bit of a slower moment at the moment here in Costa de Caparica as we're wrapping up a full day of competition. We started really early. We have bigger waves on the schedule for tomorrow. At least that's what the forecast looks like. But then in surfing, we obviously can only have a confirmation on the day when we get to the beach and look at what the ocean has to offer. It really is a you know, different singular sport because of that as well. You never know what you're going to get. You don't have the tennis field or the football field or even the ball. Well, our field is different every day. That's part of the beauty of surfing.
Absolutely, nothing else like it. And hopefully tomorrow we're going to have some waves to add that little bit of element that we need, but the size, a bit more opportunity as the conditions just keep sort of getting bigger and bigger as the week goes on. Right now though, last heat of the day. So hopefully we might just see one more little flurry before we pull up stumps, draw the curtains and prepare the beach for tomorrow's action. Friday in Caparica, always a big one. And we've got these surfers just waiting. Bit of a damp squib in terms of the heat. Fierro and Mendez being dominant throughout and sitting pretty. And looks like maybe we'll get one more set. So maybe there might be one little sting in the tail today. Let's hope for some action as we see as lines approaching. Some of the bigger lines we've seen, really.
Yeah, the swell is definitely building. As we have a paddle here from Violeta, she has third priority.
As you see, nice left hand. Oh, big whack. So that might be the last turn of the day. That's a pretty worthy one. Carolina Mendez just sticking it up right in the hanger. Big spray, a lot of power. And yeah, it looked great there. So she will come in. A job well done. And we've got a end of the day's play. So let's come in at Vaheen Ferro in first with a 6.33 and a 5.83. Carolina Mendez also getting through that one. We have the free surfers now just going out there to do their bit. There's Vaheen. She's going to stay out there and get a few waves, acclimatise a little bit more with the Caparica surf scene. And another pretty strong performance by one of those surfers expected to do really well here. Might not be an out-and-out favourite, but she's going to be right in the mix. Such a great surfer, good competitive surfer. Hasn't been doing well on the European circuit as much as she'd like to, so this could be an opportunity to really show what she's got. But we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with a bit of a wrap-up, go to the post-show, go through some of the waves of the day, some of the highlights, and yeah, so plenty of live action right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Almada, território de muitos.
sunny shores of Caparica. We are live here. Well, we've just wrapped up the day. It's been a pretty big day of action. The last heat, though, was taken out by Vaheen Ferreira. I think we might have Vaheen down on the beach, ready for a chat.
Yes, boys. I'm down here with the last heat winner, Vaheen Ferreira. How good is your backside turn now?
I always loved going right, and today the rights were really fun. 1, 2, 3 turn, and yeah, I got 2 good waves, so I'm happy.
Talk me through your magic board to these conditions.
Well, right now I have it's a new model, a Happy Every Day with Channel Island, and it's a smaller board, a 5.5, and it's going really fast. So I don't know if it's the board, the fins, like it's a magic board for these conditions.
Yeah, you looked amazing. You told me before the interview you'd like to catch some lefts too. Are you looking forward to catch some lefts tomorrow?
Yeah, whatever the ocean has to offer, I will take it to make my heat.
I think that's the right mindset to have in competition. Good luck for the next round, and thanks for having me here with you. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. I mean, happy all day. If there's ever a model that's named after a surfer, it should be that one. She's all smiles all the time, but she's a deadly competitor when it comes to it. So, yeah, Vaheen Ferreira, absolutely incredible performance. And there was some incredible performance throughout the course of the day. Jose Ferreira, we had 16 heats of the men, 8 heats of the women. So, yeah, what a performance. In the end of the day, though, we can only have one Estrella Galicia wave of the day. And, you know, off the top of your head, who you're backing at the moment? We're about to find out. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is the Australia wave of the day. And it's that man, Sammy Peter.
Yep.
We watched his heat together, I think, didn't we, mate? I might get you to talk through this. Look at him.
Yeah, this is his his best wave. So really 3 good turns with space, amplitude, speed, flow, diversity. Didn't go for the air there, but it was definitely a very good wave with a countryman there, Charlie.
Charlie Martin got through in the last second of that heat. Sammy Peter got like a high 8s for that 3 massive turns. Really traditional, classic surfing, and he ripped. He got actually another big 7 as well to back up, so he was on fire. So they're both through. That was a wrap. It's been, as we said, 24 heats. Exciting times. We're going to come back tomorrow, early start again, potentially 7 o'clock call for a 7:15 or 7:30 start. So we're rolling on through, mate. We've got plenty of more swell coming. We've got some live action. We've got the best surfers from Europe all here in the Caparica, so it's all go. You going to be here?
I'm going to be here from 7
Good.
on.
I couldn't do without you. Right now, we might go to the highlights package and make sure you guys check out today's action, but come back in the morning. There's more of this from the Caparica Surf Fest. Over and out.
And a very good morning and welcome back to Portugal, Australia, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. It's a Thursday morning in the Portuguese capital city of Lisbon. Here to break down some surfing. Good morning, Ben. Into chat surfing as well as we enjoy the work of Raoul Borman.
Was the 8.4. Boom. Great rotation, tail to the sky.
Nice there.
Getting up to come up in the round of 48 for the women.
Lucia. Nice snap there. Big snap off the top. Comes on the section. Another one in there. Once more.
Sort of sunny sort of vibe kind of a place. Speaking of good vibes, yeah.
Wow.
Sagrado,
Surfing.